Today is finally the day. Over the last 4 years, I have made over 600 videos about Backrooms levels. Levels, lore, entities, theories, all of the inner workings of the Backrooms. It's what this entire channel is known for. And while doing that, I have managed to go over every single level from 0 to 100 in order. And in this video here today, I will be bringing all those explanations into one easy to reach video for your all's convenience. You guys have been begging me for this video. Not only will you get to hear the level explanations from 0 to 100, you'll also get to see how my video quality has gotten way better over the years, because it kind of sucked at the beginning. You'll see how it is, but it kind of sucked. So without further yapping from me, sit back and relax, grab a snack, grab a drink, and get ready to hear Backrooms level 0 through 100's explanation. Even though technically it's 0 to 101, because you don't really count the 100th because it would be 99th. You know what I'm saying. Thank you all so much for getting me here. This video has been many years in the making, and I hope you really enjoy it.
Level 0, aka the Tutorial Zone, is the first level in the Backrooms. It's classified as a Class 1, so it's safe and secure and has a minimal entity count, even though there are no known entities here. This level is the one that most people no-clip into as soon as they land in the Backrooms. You all know what the level looks like, and you probably heard it a million times, but it's Bergmas, and I'm gonna say it all again. Level 0 is a network of rooms that all have this famous Backrooms wallpaper. You know what it is? It's that yellow, dingy looking thing. It's nasty, really. The carpet here is damp, and it smells like it too, and there's this dingy fluorescent lighting all over that's flickering in some places, and it's also emitting this buzzing noise from the lights. The buzzing noise would already drive me to insanity. The buzzing on this level is much louder than normal fluorescent lights from real life, and it's unknown why it's so loud. It's almost like it's being loud just to be annoying. I mentioned it, but the carpet here is moist, and it's also unknown what liquid is making it moist, but what is known is that it's not safe to drink. Obviously, who's gonna be drinking carpet juice, bro? What? An important thing to remember when talking about level 0 is that the space there is non-linear. This means that you could walk in a quote-unquote straight line and end up right back where you started. And if you try to go back the way you came, you could end up in a completely different set of rooms. So this makes the level quite disorienting and confusing, especially since the people that are here just landed in. And couple that with the fact that compasses and GPSs don't work, and you've got a recipe for disaster. Also, radio communications are really disoriented and scrambled, so it makes it pointless to even try to connect with radios. Some people consider level 0 as the scariest level in the Backrooms because of the initial shock factor you get from being completely alone and in a literal alternate dimension, which I can see. Even though there's no entities here, it's still one of the most terrifying. An interesting fact is that even though level 0 is the main way to enter the Backrooms, there's never been any reports of wanderers interacting with each other in this level. And there's also been no corpses ever found here, but it's assumed that there's a ton of them, because there's no way every single person lives from this level. So let's say a group of people attempts to enter level 0 from a different level. If they do, they'll be split up, and they won't even be able to meet back up until they leave the level. So it's literally like the level puts you in solitary confinement on purpose. Obviously, this solitude and the weird non-linear structure makes people's minds play tricks on them. It's a given that hallucinations are common on this level, specifically the hallucination of doors or stairs or hearing humans talking, or you can hallucinate random movement in the corner of your eyes and your peripheral vision. And sometimes the humming of the lights can be so loud that you can hallucinate going deaf, or you can just hear random insects chittering. And yeah, couple all those hallucinations with being completely alone and isolated in a random space that seems endless, and you might go crazy. Like I said earlier, there are no known entities here, and you can't even run into another wanderer. So if you think you hear something, you don't. You're just going crazy. To enter level 0, you have to no-clip from the reality of Earth. Simple as that. To exit level 0, there are a few more ways. The main way is you can learn to no-clip through a wall or floor by practicing yourself. And this will put you on the next level, which is level 1, but there's also a slight chance that if you walk far enough in any direction, that you'll end up in a place called the Manila Room, which is a medium-sized square room that appears to have literally no relationship with the other levels. It seems completely random. This room has small wooden chairs inside, and it gives off just a weird vibe. But something good about the Manila Room is that wanderers can meet up here and they can actually see each other. unlike in the main part of level 0 where you can't meet anybody. There's also documents from Meg that are available in the Manila Room that people can read up on, and it'll tell them how to survive the Backrooms and how to travel from level to level, and most importantly, the papers will teach you how to no-clip. Thanks, Meg. So the explanation I just gave is for the newer, revised version of Level 0 from the Wikidot. The first version of Level 0 doesn't exist anymore, obviously, because it was archived. There are several key differences in the official version that we have now and the archive version, so I thought I'd go over some of the differences here. In the official version, there are just an infinite labyrinth of yellow rooms everywhere, with an endless length of hallways and segments, stuff like that. But in the archives version, there was a little bit more to it. Like there were electrical outlets on the wall and there were surveillance cameras on the ceiling. And instead of it only being yellow walls, there were occasional red rooms that you could walk in and occasional pitch black hallways you could walk in as well. But other than that, they were pretty much the same. They still had the flickering lights, the moist carpet, and the mostly yellow walls. The archive version also had several outposts and entities that are not in the official version, because if you remember what I just said a couple minutes ago, Level 0 now has no entities and no outposts. And these outposts and entities are now moved to Level 1, which is a pretty good change in my opinion. I think it makes it creepier, which you'll see those outposts in tomorrow's video, which will be on Level 1. Ha! A cliffhanger. Get destroyed. Level 1 of the Backrooms is considered a Class 1 area because of these reasons that I always say, so I'm just going to show you. The level looks like a huge warehouse that has concrete floors and walls, and there's even like exposed rebar everywhere. Additionally, there's some fog that hangs really low to the ground on this level, and it comes from an unknown source. Nice. So the fog causes condensation to happen, which makes these puddles form on the ground. So unlike Level 0, this level has a constant supply of water that you can actually drink, and electricity that doesn't make a humming noise. This makes Level 1 a welcome sight for weary travelers. This level can get really expansive though. It's got staircases and elevators and secluded rooms and winding hallways all throughout, so try your best not to get lost. This level produces random crates with supplies that seem to appear and disappear at random. These crates can contain food and almond water, and sometimes they even have batteries, tarps, clothes, medical equipment, and weaponry. Nice. But sometimes the boxes have really dumb stuff, like random car parts or boxes of crayons, or even live mice. What? Some crates also have loose change or human hair, so that's nice, I guess. These crates should be approached with caution since what's inside of them is random, but you definitely should approach them just in case there's good stuff, obviously. A weird quirk about this level is that there are strange, crude drawings and paintings of an unknown origin that appear on the walls and floors of the level. They sometimes change how they look, and they sometimes also disappear when you're not looking at them. Just like Level 0, sometimes Level 1 can experience light flickering. When this happens, supplies often vanish when the lights flash off, and entities also spawn then. These creatures tend to avoid areas with lights, so just hang around a bright spot and you should be good. Also, since the objects disappear randomly, it's been found that if you actually hold on to the objects, then they don't disappear. They seem to only disappear when they're just laying by themselves. An area called the Hub is also located on Level 1. It's a long tunnel that has doors to different levels on it. Most of the time there are wanderers here, and it's actually a pretty popular area. Level 1 is home to the first main Meg base, which if you remember from my Level 0 explained video, used to be in the archived version of Level 0, but it got moved to Level 1. I think it's for the better. The base is named Base Alpha, and it houses about half of all of the Meg teams. They also take wanderers in as well. The base is located near an entrance to the level, and is heavily guarded in order to ward off creatures, obviously. The next outpost is called the BNTG's Trader's Keep. The BNTG stands for Backrooms National Trade Group, which I've already made a video about them and Meg, so links below if you want to check that out. The place is called Trader's Keep, and it's a city-like complex that has a semi-normal social infrastructure. There are about 415 people who live here constantly, and they keep a friendly relationship with Meg. And this place is one of the main supply hubs for wanderers in the entire Backrooms, and it's a nice place to take refuge and experience some sort of normalcy. It's located in the storage hall section of Level 1. The last outpost or place is called Tom's Diner. Again, if you remember my Level 0 explained video from yesterday, Tom's Diner used to be on Level 0, now it's here. The diner is run by Tom, obviously, who was a chef in real life before he no-clipped into the Backrooms. He has plenty of food in storage, and he gets supplies from the BNTG every few months so he can stay stocked. Tom's Diner is a common place for social activities and a pretty fun time overall, and a lot of people use this area as like a rendezvous point. It's strangely wholesome, bro, not even gonna lie. There are a ton of ways to enter Level 1, but the most obvious one is to come from Level 0 by no-clipping. But if you're not a Level 0, you could climb a tree on Level 11.1, or you could complete the King's Trial on Level 94. Or sometimes there's just doors labeled Level 1 scattered throughout the Backrooms. You can walk through one of those doors and you'll end up here. Level 2 is the third level of the Backrooms, and it's classified as a Class 2 survival difficulty because it's pretty unsafe, honestly. And this is the last of the levels that you could be sent to when you first enter the Backrooms. The majority of the people land in Level 0, and some land in Level 1. In some rare cases, you can land in Level 2, and if you do, your luck is terrible. Like, you have the worst luck ever. Level 2's layout is pretty much an infinite labyrinth of low-light, concrete maintenance tunnels that go on for hundreds of thousands of miles. The walls in the hallway are all lined with pipes, and sometimes there are even air ducts in the ceiling and on the walls. And these air ducts typically have a thick black liquid that comes out of them, and it's unknown what this is. Scattered around these halls are random doors, and they're all over the place. Some of the doors are locked, and some of them are open, but the ones that are open mostly lead nowhere, except sometimes there's a rare exit. We'll talk about that later. These rooms that dead end normally have shelves with seemingly random objects on them, ranging from pieces of scrap metal to computers, which is weird. The hallways in this level are normally a pretty comfortable temperature until you get to some of the segments where it can get up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit, or 43 degrees Celsius. These hot areas are also where machine noises are really loud too, so just avoid them. The entities located on this level are honestly some of the worst ones possible. Crawlers crawl through the air vents, smilers hide in the shadows. There's also child facelings, clumps, hounds, death moths, skin stealers, and this guy. Gotcha. These creatures lurk in the hallways constantly, so it's probably best to just avoid them at all costs. Interestingly enough, there are a couple bases and outposts here, and the first one is called the Survivors, which consists of about 29 people who literally just explore this level. It's kind of lame, but whatever. The leader of this ragtag group is named Austin, and they're pretty friendly and they're willing to trade with wanderers, so I guess that's nice. This group was actually the first group ever to discover what wretches were, so thank you, I guess. The next outpost is called Office Space EL3A. This area is controlled by the BNTG, or the Backrooms National Trade Group, and it houses about 30 people, give or take a few. There's no information on what goes on there, so I can only assume Backrooms trading happens, since that's the name of the BNTG, I don't know. To enter level 2, you can wander around level 1 until you find the entrance, or you can access it from the hub, which is that huge tunnel from level 1 I talked about. And like I said earlier, level 2 can be accessed directly from reality, but it would definitely be the worst one out of the first 3 levels to land in, but it still might happen. To exit level 2, you can go through an unlocked door and it might lead somewhere to the next level, or sometimes back to level 1 even. The most common exit is this huge multicolored door that's somewhere on the level, and that leads to level 283. And if some reason you want to go to a sub-level, which is level 2.1, you can just no-clip through the floor or the wall in one of those extremely hot areas I was talking about, and it'll just stick you in the sub-level. I don't think I would do that, but whatever you want, man. So to summarize, level 2 is a huge expanse of maintenance tunnels with pipes on the walls and random locked or unlocked doors everywhere. There are a ton of dangerous entities here, and it can get really hot in some of the halls. This level to me is like the first real experience with entities you get, so be warned. Level 3 of the Backrooms is classified as Class 4, so it's unsafe and unsecure, and it has a medium entity count. This is actually the first real test for people who are new to the Backrooms. Level 2 was kind of a warm-up level for this one, because Level 3 consists of a ton of looping dark hallways that behave kind of like the ones from Level 0, but not to the full extent. Each of the hallways juts off into random segmented rooms, and there's no pattern to this level whatsoever, it's all random. On top of the randomness of the hallways, there's also extremely loud machinery noises that echo through the halls, which could be disorienting, and personally, it would drive me insane. The hallways themselves are really skinny and short, and really skinny in some places, and sometimes people have to crawl through them, and if you're tall, you have to bend over like the entire time, but good thing I'm 5'10". The walls are made of dusty bricks, and there's copper pipes that run along them, and the floor is made of a hard gray tile. The ceilings are made out of metal, which makes the echo way worse. Interestingly, this level is actually one of the biggest levels in the Backrooms. Its estimated size is around 350 million miles, which is massive. This means it's really unlikely to run into any wanderers here, so it's recommended that when you come here, you be prepared to fight entities alone, since you'll probably not meet any help. Something that makes this level unique is that sometimes there's these prison cell bars that cut off entire sections of hallways. Meg has tried to break past these bars to explore further, but they literally cannot break it. They've also tried to break the walls down that are around the bars, but they can't break those either. Areas with these prison bars have been recorded as the creepiest places in the entire level. Some wanderers say that there's a heightened sense of fear when you're around them. Some have even said that they get extreme discomfort by just approaching them. Most people get the feeling that they're being watched when they're near these prison bars, and some have claimed to see an unknown figure lurking behind the bars. Creepy. Just like yesterday's level, which is level 2, this level's halls have a black sludge liquid that flows through the pipes. This sludge is really toxic, and it can literally cause damage to your brain if you even breathe it in, and if you touch it, you'll get third-degree burns. So how about we just avoid the black sludge, huh? Meg still has no idea what the sludge is or why it flows through the pipes, so nice. Every once in a while on this level, there's a random electrical room with a single generator inside, as well as random electronics like computers or loose wires, and there's even security monitors here too. The rooms are rare though, and no one knows why they exist. As I said earlier, this level's pretty dangerous, but it's also really rewarding at the same time. The level has loads of almond water, false outlets, fire salt, royal rations, squirt guns, and many other resources too. There are tools and weapons like knives, lighters, and bolt cutters, and flashlights that are just laying around. On top of these resources, Level 3 is also a level with the strongest Wi-Fi signal in the entire Backrooms, so you can get stocked up on food, weapons, and Wi-Fi. Sounds like a pretty nice level to me. As you can expect, all the machinery and these small enclosed spaces make this level pretty warm, but it's still bearable. The temperature ranges from 66 degrees to 93 degrees Fahrenheit, or 18 degrees to 33 degrees Celsius, for most of the level. But in some segments, temperatures of over 135 degrees have been recorded, so just avoid those. The machines on this level operate completely on their own, but they're also really dangerous sometimes because they'll just blow up and pieces of them will fly off and hit you. If you see one making too much noise, just don't go near it. Level 3 has tons of dangerous entities and creatures, and you're pretty much gonna have to fight off loads of them. There's hounds, facelings, wretches, death moths, skin stealers, clumps, and smilers lurking everywhere, specifically in the shadows. There are also sections infested with crawler fungus and the disease, which are both mold-like entities. The entities on this level behave more aggressively than on other levels, and they actively seek out to attack bases and outposts. Some smaller groups have trouble fending them off, but the big bases don't. Speaking of big bases, the Meg base Gamma is located here, and it's the third most important Meg base. There's around 300 people who live here, and they take wanderers in too, and they're open to trade. The base is attacked by entity hordes often, but since it's so big, they can pretty much defend themselves. The next outpost is called the BNTG Storage Facility. BNTG is Backrooms National Trade Group, for those who don't know, and this is the biggest trade center for the BNTG. The outpost will trade with you, but they're known for having insanely high rates. Losers. And there's around 150 people that live here. The third outpost is called the Followers of Jerry Blue Salvation, and there are only 15 members here, and they typically just are here to collect the resources from this level. Jerry's that one bird I talked about a while back. This group is hostile for those who don't listen to what Jerry says, and this makes them an unpredictable threat. The Masked Maidens might also have a base here, but it's unconfirmed, and it's kind of just a rumor that exists. The last base here is called UEC Base Scylla. UEC stands for Unbound. This outpost has an unknown number of members, and it's just here to collect the resources, and it's said to avoid them at all costs because they're dangerous and unpredictable. To enter level 3, you can go through one of those unlocked doors on level 2, or you can take an elevator on level 4 or 5. The metro is also a pretty reliable way to get here. To exit level 3, take an elevator, which will take you to level 4 or 5, or you can open a random wooden door, which will take you to level 31. Nice. So to summarize, level 3 is a huge level of small hallways with brick walls, metal ceilings, and tile floors. There's machinery constantly making noise, and a black sludge that flows through the pipes that can literally kill you if you inhale it. There's also a ton of dangerous creatures here, but at the same time, it's kind of worth coming here because of how rich this level is in resources. I rate this level about 7 out of 10 on the Brooklyn scale, because I'd come here just for all the stuff you can get. Level 4, aka the Abandoned Office, is classified as a Class 1 survival difficulty, and is safe, secure, and has minimal entities. Only 2. This level is mainly known for being the main source of almond water in the Backrooms. Nice. It physically looks like an entire empty office building with stairwells and hallways and stuff like that, and it has pretty much no furniture. There are windows here, but they're mainly blacked out, and the ones that look normal, like there's light coming through them, are window traps, so don't go near them. Like I said earlier, there are only 2 entities that have been seen here, and those are hounds and dullars, but one person did claim they saw a smiler, so they might be here too. Due to there not being many entities here, and there's also an abundance of almond water, this means there's tons of people here, pretty much all the time. The almond water is in coolers, vending machines, and water fountains all over the level, and it never seems to run out. How convenient. Another convenient thing about level 4 is that it's very easy to enter and exit, but more on that in a second. Level 4 is considered one of the best places in the entire Backrooms to meet up with other wanderers and to gather supplies, and it's definitely a safe spot to rest. There are several outposts here, but most notably, Meg Base Omega is here, which is the second main Meg base. This base is heavily guarded, and it's located near an exit of this level. The next outpost is called Amor Incrementum. If the name didn't give it away, this group is a cult. A cult who worships agriculture. It's one of the smallest documented groups in the Backrooms, as it only has 10 members. And the plants they worship and grow aren't even plants, they're mold, so I don't know what's up with them. The last group here is called the TBD, or To Be Determined, which is a group of about 6 people who literally just hoard the resources on this level for themselves, and they're extremely hostile. They do trade, but when they trade, it's for really weird objects that don't even do anything, so they're just being weird. To enter this level, you can pick from a variety of ways, but the most common way is no clipping from the hub, or you can take an elevator from level 3. To leave level 4, all you have to do is walk through an office-style stairway. There's tons of them on the level. Or you can take an elevator, and both of those exits will put you on level 5 or 6. Easy enough. So to quickly summarize, level 4 is the home of infinite almond water, and is relatively safe to just chill at and meet new people. Yeah, that's literally it. Level 5, aka Terror Hotel, is classified as a Class 2 survival difficulty. It's unsafe and unsecure, and it has a low entity count. Now this level is pretty much an infinite hotel complex with a ton of rooms and hallways that are scattered throughout the level. The architecture of the level looks like a hotel that's similar to a hotel building from the mid-1930s, and the furniture in the level seems to be from the early 1920s. Nice. There are 3 parts of this level that are fully accessible, and those are the main hall, the Beverly rooms, and the boiler room, but more on those later. The walls all throughout this hotel are covered in decorations from the early 1900s, and there's literally like no dirt and dust at all, which is cool because old stuff tends to get dusty. The level is clean because it seems to be able to clean itself somehow. If a spot does get dirty or dusty, the level will just automatically clean the spot and it'll go back to normal. Nice. The cleanliness of the floors and the pristineness of the decorations causes this level to give off a really weird vibe. The ambient sound on this level is smooth jazz music that's quietly playing from vintage record players, and these record players are hooked up to this extremely old speaker system, and their speakers running down the hallways. And interestingly enough, this music can actually be changed. Like the record can be changed. It's unknown who changes it or how it's changed. It just does it sometimes. Level 5 is actually pretty well known for these weird noises that people hear on the level. Sometimes they hear party chatter, you know, like the ambient sounds of a party, happening on the other side of walls, or whispering noises behind them, and people have even claimed that their shoulder has been tapped when they were alone. Sounds like it's haunted to me. The level also has a ton of paintings where the characters' eyes seem to always be looking at you, which is creepy as it is, but the fact that there's so many of them, well, that makes it creepier. Now it's time to get into the 3 parts of the level, starting with the main hall. As the name suggests, this is the most common area of the level that you can explore. The walls are this retro red color with that fancy looking wallpaper all over them, and the floors range from dark wood floors to red and gold carpet floors. The hallways here have old furniture like shelving and chairs on each side of them. And on the walls in the hallways, there's these old looking candle holders. Now some of the candles are real, but some of them are actually electric lamps that aren't real. There's no fire, it's just electric. And these lamps make a buzzing noise, almost exactly like the buzzing noise from level 0, which is weird. The majority of the rooms in the main hall are empty and locked, but some of the rooms are unlocked, and they end up being bedrooms that are fully furnished, and you can actually rest there. Some of the doors also lock and unlock randomly, so it's not known which ones are unlocked at which times. The main hall also has a bunch of elevators that range from really old designed elevators to really new looking elevators, and you can access a ton of different levels from these elevators, so it's kind of like a miniature hub, if you will. The next part of the level is called the Beverly Rooms, or the Eternal Ballroom. This is exactly how it sounds too. It's just a huge room with a bunch of doors on all sides. There's one table in the very center of the room, and it's got some drinks on it and an unfinished game of mahjong. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I have no idea what that is. People have tried to finish this game, but they can't for some reason, and they feel like they're being forced to stay away from it. This area is the main hub of level 5, and you can access the other parts of the level from this part, because there's like 1,000 doors in this area, and they all lead to the different parts of the level. Some take you to the main hall area, and some take you to the boiler room. Speaking of the boiler room, this is the last area that's easily accessible of level 5, and it's pretty much a big cluttered area with a ton of machinery all over the place. There's these huge pipes that run across the walls and through the air, and this can make the area pretty claustrophobic actually. Almond water seems to run through these pipes, and it flows at such a high pressure that the pipes burst sometimes and leak. Nice. It's also pretty hot down there with all the machinery, and since it's literally a boiler room, I mean, you'd expect it to be hot, right? And there's steam floating throughout the area constantly. Some wanderers have actually reported whispering from inside the furnaces down here, so that's not creepy at all. Now, there are some reports of a fourth area called the lobby rooms on level 5, but no one knows exactly how to get there because people who have actually been there say, quote, "You're not supposed to know," end quote, when they're asked where it is. And after just a few weeks of being in this supposed lobby room, the wanderer loses all memories of it. The only reason the accounts are even written down is because they were quickly reported right after they got sent there. So Meg is currently investigating this room and why it makes you forget its existence, because that's sus. Normal entities are not common on this level, but death moths are a pretty common creature. There's also 4 outposts here, the biggest one being Meg Base Housekeeping. This base is literally just here to study the level and to help guide people through it. You know, typical Meg stuff. The next outpost is called the Homely Hotel, and they actually run a hotel service here. They're located in the main hall area, and they even have signs that point to where they're at. They have applications that wanderers can fill out if they want to stay in the hotel rooms, and they've even got their own food service and room service. What? Nice! The next outpost is called the Originals. This outpost is a group of people that live in one of the Beverly rooms, and only people who entered the Backrooms from the year 1300 to 1940 can be a part of this group. Bunch of old people, bro. They don't let anyone else join. There's about 31 people who live there, and some of them are really famous, actually, like Amelia Earhart. Nice. The last group is called the Lost Hall Society. This outpost was made by an unknown species of an entity, and there's no known information about the entity at all or how many even live there. But they live in areas with libraries, and they're said to have a huge amount of knowledge about the Backrooms, and specifically this level. They also design maps and books and stuff that are extremely helpful to a wanderer. Nice. To enter this level, you can go down an old stairway on level 4, or you can take an elevator from level 3. And to exit this level, you can just go back up the stairway from level 4, or re-enter the elevator from level 3, or you can exit by one of those thousands of doors in this level because they can sometimes lead to other places. So to summarize, this level is a huge retro hotel with tons of rooms and segments, and a cult of old famous people who live here, and a species of unknown entity that live here and draw maps. There's a hotel service with all the amenities of a real hotel, and there's a Meg base. You know, just your typical level. Nice. Level 6 is classified as class pending, so it's got an unknown safety, and the level is completely unsecured. There's also an unknown number of entities, or there might be no entities, because no one knows. Pretty much nothing besides the floors and the walls are even known about this level. The level is made up of a bunch of hallways with floors that are made out of bricks and walls that are made out of metal, and the entire level is 100% completely and utterly dark, and there's literally no way to make it brighter. Flashlights and fire, everything else that can make light doesn't even work here, and since it's so dark, it's unknown how big the level is. It could be infinite, we don't know. It's also impossible to see other wanderers here simply because there's no light, and no matter how open your eyes are, you literally can't see anything without light, so you could just walk right past someone and not even see them. There's been some reported sightings of smilers, but the main theory on that is that they're just hallucinations because people make things up when they're deprived of sight. I don't know, I'd see stuff too if I was completely sensory deprived. This level has been known to influence people's grasps on reality. Some people get the symptoms of paranoia and extreme derealization. Even though the level is dangerous, they still feel vulnerable and scared. Just the fact that it's so dark makes a person go crazy. Even the best explorers say that this level is one of the most dangerous ones they've explored, and a large portion of the people who go here never come out. Nice. There are no bases here, obviously, and the level can only be entered through the boiler room from level 5, which I covered in yesterday's video, link below. To exit this level, you have a small chance of just wandering deep enough into it and being sent to level 7, or you can just randomly bump into a wall and no clip out of it. And in some really rare scenarios, there's a random door that you could just walk through. So yeah, level 6 is a pitch black level where the lights don't work and you go crazy. Level 7 of the Backrooms, aka level Thalassophobia, is classified as class 4 and is unsafe and unsecure and has a medium entity count. I wonder if you guys ever get tired of hearing me say that. You probably do. This level is a very difficult level to get through and is said to be a, quote, significant obstacle to the exploration of level 8 and further on. Nice. Not much is known about level 7 and not too many people have even explored it, but what is known is that the level is made up of two distinct areas. The first area is called the entrance area, and the second area is called the main area. Really creative names there. The main area is pretty much a huge expanse of water, similar to the ocean in real life, except this goes straight down to get to the different parts of the ocean. And there's a bunch of segments you can pass through, but we'll get onto that stuff later. This level doesn't have any fixed light sources at all, and there's no visible sun, and the only fixed light source is in the entrance area, and there's just a lingering dim light to the entire level. Some of the water in the main area of level 7 is extremely cold, and has been compared to touching liquid nitrogen, which means you probably shouldn't stay in it for too long, obviously. Now I'm going to talk about the two different areas, starting with the entrance area. This is the only known entrance to level 7, and it's a fully furnished room with a bookcase, a coffee table, and a lone chair, and one single ceiling light. A quirk about this level and this room is that it's actually rotated horizontally, but the gravity keeps your feet on the floor somehow. It's also important to note that this entrance area and the main area have different gravitational pulls, so the gravity works different in this area than it does when you're in the water. Once you get into this entrance area, you'll start to feel like you're being pulled down to the water, which is below you. There's actually a hole in the floor that looks down at the water, and the gravity here is much stronger than on Earth, so that's going to be a shock. And this also means it's really hard to float on top of the water since you're constantly being pulled down. And the next part of the level is obviously the main area, which is seemingly an infinite stretch of ocean that goes out in all directions. And you get to this part of the level, like I said earlier, by being pulled from the entrance room down into the water. The entrance room is above the water, about 4.5 meters to be exact, so you drop down into this water when you get here. Nice. Now there are several islands in the water that are made up of an unknown rock. These are located about 2 kilometers from the entrance. They've got nothing on them except one, which we'll talk about later, but they're really isolated and I don't know why you would stay there. The ocean part of level 7 is pretty much completely unexplored and is pretty empty for the first 1.2 kilometers down. And this area is called the daylight zone since it's the brightest area. You can actually see underwater and you see what you're doing. But the further you go down from the entrance into the water, the more the light decreases and the more weird stuff you'll start to see. After you pass that initial 1.2 kilometers, you'll get to an area called the twilight zone. This zone's water is full of bones and scrap metal, even some full skeletons, which are pretty much humans always. These skeletons are from humans, but they have weird things wrong with them, like elongated jaws or really sharp teeth, or no eye sockets, just like really weird stuff. There are also skeletons of massive fish floating around here. These skeletons can get up to 20 meters or 65 feet long. That's really long. This point is where the water pressure starts to get stronger. It won't break your bones or anything, but you'll be able to notice it. After the twilight zone, the next zone is called the midnight zone, and this area is about 6 kilometers down from the entrance. And there's pretty much only humanoid skeletons here. Like, that's literally all there is, just a bunch of bodies floating around. It's like a big graveyard. There's also been some reports of the giant fish skeletons here too, and they've been described by wanderers as, quote, incomprehensible in size. Nice. Now there's only one more area of the ocean past the midnight zone, and it's referred to as the abyss. This area has been deemed too dangerous to explore, and the record for the longest person exploring it was 1 minute and 45 seconds. Nice. The abyss seems to have huge piles of rocks and tar that are always bubbling, and we don't know why, but it's weird. There's also a bunch of humanoid skeletons here as well, and other than that, there's not much known about what goes on down there. But there is a rumored entrance to level 8 through an underwater cave, but this isn't officially confirmed. If you know anything about the Backrooms, you'll know that there's only one entity on level 7, and it's known as the Thing on level 7. It's apparently ridded the waters of any other life, and it's an extreme threat. It's unnaturally fast and strong, and it can detect things from really far away. It can sense, track, and eviscerate a victim within seconds. Nice. So if you want to explore this level, you're going to need to bring some kind of bait to throw away from your body if it starts chasing you. The full depth of level 7 isn't fully known, but it can be assumed that it goes insanely deeply, obviously. And there's actually been fragments of synthetic fiber that have been collected from the water, revealing that the floor of the level, at the bottom of the ocean, is made out of carpet. What? That's weird. Now, I did hint at a base being here earlier on one of those islands, and there's only one base, and it's called Fort Surrender, and it's located on the closest island to the entrance of the level. There's anywhere from 4 to 9 people who live here, and they live in shacks made out of random metal scraps. They apparently worship the Thing on level 7, and they don't trade, and they're hostile. Weird. To enter level 7, you have to go down the staircase from level 6, which will put you directly in the entrance room of this level. Then you'll eventually fall into the waters. There's actually a rumor floating around that you can come back to level 7 from level 8 through a puddle. I don't know why you would want to, but that's a rumor. To exit, you have to find that cave entrance underwater. It's approximately 7 kilometers down, and pretty hard to find. So to summarize, level 7 is a huge body of water that goes down extremely deep and is split up into a bunch of zones, each of which have different things floating in them, like skeletons of humans and fish. The gravity also constantly pulls you down the entire time, so if you want to stay on top, well, it's going to be really hard. Oh yeah, and there's the thing on level 7 that will chase you down to the ends of the earth to get you, so nice. Level 8, which is classified as Class 5, unsafe, unsecure, and is infested with creatures. This level is an infinite cave system with caverns and chasms and cliffs everywhere. It's very damp, and there's almond water that runs down the walls and drips from the ceiling, and there are stalactites and stalagmites as well. The sound echoes really loudly on this level, which can be a good thing and a bad thing. Like, it can alert you that a creature is near, or it can make you more noticeable to the creatures there. And there's no natural light on this level, just there's these random spots in the cave walls that emit like a really soft bluish white light. Natural vegetation is really rare on this level, but in some spots there are vines and bushes, and sometimes there are pools of standing almond water. However, this almond water isn't safe to drink because there's an excess amount of minerals in it. There are also some pools filled with a tar-like substance that if you walk in, hands covered with tar will reach out of it and attempt to grab you and drag you to your demise. That's creepy. So for any miners watching, there are actually gold and iron ore deposits on this level, so don't forget to bring the pickaxe. The creatures here are very dangerous and are typically ones like smilers, skin stealers, wretches, facelings, hounds, death rats, clumps, reviooks, and wranglers. But there are also some more not so common creatures like camo crawlers, transporters, blossoming eyes, and watchers. And some of those creatures will be in my next Backrooms creatures video, so I won't get into their description here. Level 8 also has its own creature as well. It's called the arachnids of level 8, and these are huge spiders that are really poisonous, so that's not fun at all. There's actually an outpost here, and it's called the Meg Cave Raiders. It's got 54 members right now, and there actually used to be another town here called the town of Cavergost or something like that. It had an unknown humanoid species that populated it, and there were 78 members. They lived deep in this remote area of the level. They had crude weapons that were made from like an unknown ore, and they weren't really welcoming to humans, but their leader was. However, this civilization just seemingly disappeared without a trace, leaving its outpost walls empty. To enter this level, just find a cave entrance on level 7, and you can exit by randomly falling through the floor to get taken to level 9. There are other exits as well, but they aren't really advised. But this one is a really scary level just because, more so its physical layout, it's just an infinite dark cave with caverns and dangerous creatures everywhere. Like, that's terrifying to me, especially since I'm not a big fan of heights. Level 9, aka the Suburbs, is classified as Class 5, unsafe, unsecure, and is infested with entities. So pretty much the level is just an infinite suburb where it's always nighttime. The houses here are all different as well in size and shape and what's inside of them, except there's one report where someone claimed that there were 2 houses next to each other that were exactly the same, which is weird. Inside the houses themselves, everything seems to be fully furnished and it all looks pretty new. The only thing is that there's no power source to power any of the electronics or any stuff like that. There's a multitude of useful objects that can be found inside the houses though, but some of the houses are just empty. All the houses are pretty normal. Some of the houses even have full backyards with backyard stuff like balls and playhouses and grills, stuff like that. But there is one weird aspect of this level that makes it a little bit more eerie. Sometimes you'll run into 2 houses that have clipped inside of each other, which in reality is physically impossible, obviously. But hey, this is the Backrooms, and it's not impossible. The most dangerous part of level 9 is actually the streets, because that's where the entities roam. And there are tons of entities here because, well, it's infested, like I said. But there are also some foggy areas where the mangled can spawn, so watch out for that. The main entities here are death moths, smilers, skin stealers, jerry, hounds, transporters, death rats, anithicas, and wretches. So pretty much they're some of the worst entities. And there are even some level exclusive entities here as well, like the neighborhood watch, the observer, and the mangled. The neighborhood watch entity is literally a species that looks like a giant human eye, and they're extremely aggressive. Nice. The mangled are huge 30 to 50 feet tall creatures that look like they're kind of on stilts. Their bodies look old and they have saggy skin. So, nice. And they're also really dangerous. There are no official bases or outposts here, but there are some groups who roam the infinite suburb and sporadically live in the houses. It is possible to make a base here, but there are so many entities that it's not advised. To enter level 9, the easiest way is by falling through the cave floor on level 8, but you can also crawl up a sewer gate from level 34 and end up here. There's like 30 other ways too, so it's not too hard to get here. To exit the level, you have to follow the street signs, which will take you to level 11 after about 100 miles or so. Or sometimes you can just walk off into a random field and it'll take you to level 9.1 or level 10. There are other exits that are pretty random, it seems. Like you can just walk into a random house and be sent to level 53, or you can find a playground and get into a tube slide and that'll send you to level 283. Nice. So like I said, pretty random. So to summarize this pretty simple level, it is an infinite dark suburb with houses that are fully furnished and have some supplies. But there are also some houses that are not fully furnished and have no supplies. Some of the houses are glitched together, and there are creatures that roam the streets everywhere. The level is pretty easy to enter and exit, and it's a pretty straightforward level. As long as the doors on the houses could lock, I would literally stay here. Level 10 of the Backrooms is classified as a Class 1 difficulty and is safe, secure, and has minimal entities. Level 10 physically is a infinite wheat field that has a dirt path that cuts directly through it. The wheat itself seems to be safe and normal. You can make bread and stuff with it, you can eat it. And sometimes on the ground near this wheat, there's almond water puddles, which are also safe to drink. Nice. The time of day in this level always seems to be around noon, and it's mostly cloudy, and sometimes it even rains, so cool. Along the sides of the dirt path, there are some random buildings like barns and stables. You can explore these areas if you want to, but normally there isn't really anything there. On the floor of the barns, there's just animal fur and farming equipment like tractors and other tools. But sometimes you also hear weird animal noises coming from an unknown source inside of the buildings only, which is weird. Deeper into this level, you'll find some small houses that kind of have the style of a house that was built back in the 80s. These houses are pretty empty, and there's nothing really else to them except they're just houses. Except some wanderers have reported a crying noise from inside the houses. Ghosts, question mark? Walking into these houses can rarely take you back to level 7 or 9, so that kind of sucks. If you walk a little bit further down the dirt path, you'll notice a whole town. This town has the same architecture style as the houses do, so it's assumed that the houses in the town was built at the same time. But unlike the empty houses, these buildings in the town are full of stuff. It doesn't say what the stuff is, but oh well. The town has stores and apartments and other houses, and pretty much just typical town stuff. Now, very rarely on level 10, creatures can spawn inside of the buildings, like the typical Smiler or Skin Stealer or Hound, you know, the big three. And this level is also home to two entities that are pretty special. The first entity is called the Archers, and these things live in these towers that are randomly, sporadically put on this level that look like medieval archer towers. I don't know, it's weird. They're lit up by torches and they've got furniture from the 1600s inside. And this is where it gets kind of wacky. Sometimes on the level, you'll just hear random trumpet sounds from the sky, like insanely loud or just blast in your ears. And after the trumpets sound for about 2 minutes, the archers come out to scout around the level, I guess. They claim that the towers are their own territory, and they defend them too. And once the trumpet sound blasts again, the archers disappear to an unknown location. It's advised to stay clear of the archers because you don't want to get shot in the face with an arrow. The second special entity here is called the Gluff. These are big fat creatures that wander around the wheat fields. Gluffs are literally only here to help grow the crops because when they sweat, their body sweats out almond water. That's right, folks. Almond water. These creatures are really friendly, and they like to frolic around the fields, and they're considered graceful, actually. They're pretty well known as good friends to have. There are several bases and outposts here as well, like the BNTG Level 10 Resource Station is a base that's here, and they harvest wheat to make breads and other baked goods for the rest of the Backrooms. There's about 23 people who live here. The next group is called the Cartographer Station Tertium. The full population of this group is around 3,000 people. They're open to trade, and anyone is welcome, unless you're a member of the BNTG, which then you're not welcome. The next group is called Malt Town, and this is a group of several wanderers who seek refuge in the level 10 town. They're very friendly, and they're guarded by the BNTG. The last group is called the Housekeepers. Now, these are mysterious residents in the houses of level 10 that have apparently, quote, discovered some vital information about the Backrooms inside of the houses, but they're not willing to share it. Losers. To enter this level, you can just walk into the fields of level 9, like I said yesterday, or you can climb a chain-linked fence on level 205. To exit, you can chance going into a random house to be teleported to a random level, or you can knock over a scarecrow in a field to be sent to level 807. So to summarize, this level is an infinite, foggy, cloudy wheat field with a dirt path that runs through it. There are houses and a small town in the level, and there are some friendly groups, and there are big, fat, graceful things that water the fields with their own sweat. Nice. Level 11 is classified as a Class 1 difficulty and is safe, secure, and has a minimal entity count. The level is pretty much an infinite city with skyscrapers and other city-type buildings. The cool thing about it though is that some of the buildings in this level are buildings from real life, but more on that later. Now to what's inside the buildings. This varies between each building. Some of them are empty and some of them are full. The same goes for actually entering the buildings. You can actually go into some, and some you can't go in. The actual contents of the inside of the buildings can be weird though, because some aspects of them don't make any sense. Like some stairways lead to nothing, and there are some doors on the top levels of buildings that just open to the outside, where you can just walk out and fall to your demise. I don't know, it's weird. Also, gravity and normal physics don't seem to matter here for the buildings, because some of the buildings are actually clipped into each other or stacked on top of each other. And in some rare cases, there's even been reports of floating buildings. What? Level 11 has no day or night cycle, so it's always afternoon, which means it would be terrible for sleep, just saying. The sidewalks and the streets are pretty normal, except that some of them go through buildings, or some of them just start ramping upwards towards the sun. What? The streets are the most normal part of the level, actually. They're just warm and dry asphalt, unlike level 9, where the streets in that level were constantly wet. There is a surplus of almond water here, and you can get it from water fountains, freezers, vending machines, in pretty much every place you get typical water from. There's this weird thing that happens on this level though sometimes, and it's when a random car will just drive itself down the street, and then it'll just stop in its tracks. And this is only weird because the cars on this level don't work. They don't have the right wiring. So who's driving or how are they driving? I don't know. I'm thinking we got some Transformers on our hands, lads. The level actually has some big nuclear power plants that have been classified as inactive by Meg, but they're still dangerous due to radiation, obviously. So Meg advises people to not go near them. Now I'll talk about some of those buildings I mentioned earlier that are from real life. Things like specific buildings from New York, Chicago, LA, and St. Louis. Those are from the US, obviously. They don't say which buildings they are, but I'm assuming it's the Empire State Building from New York, the Bean from Chicago, I have no clue what would be from LA, and then the Arch from St. Louis, but I could be wrong. So yeah, those buildings are here, which is really weird because they're even laid out the exact same inside, and all the stuff that's in the real life ones are here too. Weird. There's actually a good Wi-Fi signal here, but the names of each connection are just a jumble of words and letters that don't mean anything. And there's only two entities that spawn here often, and those are facelings and hounds. However, you don't have to worry about them because they're not aggressive on this level, due to something called the level 11 effect. This effect makes the creatures act like normal pedestrians or normal dogs. So technically, you could just walk right past a faceling that's walking a hound like a dog? What? And they wouldn't even attack you. Obviously, since this level is almost like real life, there's bound to be several bases here. There's like 15 of them, so buckle up. Meg Base Beta is here, and this is the 4th main Meg Base, and it's still pretty new to the level. Then there's the Eye of Argos, which is the main base for that group. It's in the building that's known as the headquarters, and you can stay there unless you have committed a sin. Okay. Then there's the Camp Amber Outpost. This group mainly helps people who are new to the Backrooms, and it kind of teaches them the ropes. They live around the level, but they don't all live in one spot, and they're friendly, obviously. Next is Insurrection Section 7, which is a group of around 800 people that only brings in people who don't like Meg. Nice. Next is the Drone Surveillance Squad. This was a group made by the first 3 explorers of level 11, and they use their drones to record videos and, stuff like that of the other levels. Next is the Homely Hotel. This group runs a hotel service in this level, just like the one they had up in level 5. If you remember, they have their own food staff and everything like that, so it's pretty much a real-life hotel. Next is Jerry's Salvation Group. This is a base made up of the followers of Jerry and has around 40 people in it, and they're actually pretty friendly unless you insult Jerry. So don't. Now these last 5 groups I'm just going to speed run through. You got the UBDS, which is the Backrooms Postal Service with 38 people. You have the Anti-Entity Agency, which is a mysterious group created back in 1952, and they go on covert missions to end entities. Cool. Then there's the Radical Radio Team, which is made up of 5 teenagers that dress like they're from the 80s. Losers. And then there's the Malt Mart, which is a group of 28 people who run all the stores and storefronts in a level. They're supplied by the BNTG. And lastly, there's the Citizens of Level 11, which is all 12,000 people who call this place home. Cool. The most common entrance to the level is following the signs from level 9, which will lead you here. And then the most common exit is either walking into a building to be sent to pretty much any level, or you can get into a taxi cab and then be sent to level 43. So yeah, to summarize, level 11 is a city that doesn't obey physics and has over 12,000 inhabitants. Level 12 is classified as Class 0 and is safe, secure, and devoid of entities. The level has a really unique and weird effect that when you're in it, it almost like censors itself. So if you try to take a picture or a video of it, all you'll see when you look back at the footage or the picture is TV static. Nice. But the physical description of the level is actually pretty simple. It's a tiny white room with only a table and a chair in the middle. There's a door on the opposite wall, and it's also locked. Many wanderers have gotten here and have exited successfully, but they don't even know how they did it, because they can't remember how they got here or how they left. This is because the level puts a fogginess over everyone's brain and it doesn't let them think straight. The people who have been here claim that the level actually isn't just a tiny white room. They claim it's a labyrinth of white rooms and doors and tables that go on forever and ever. Nice. But there is a theorized exit that's found in a log from a Meg team that explored the level. And it goes like this. You must be sitting on the original main room chair, and you must have remained there for an average of 15 minutes. Get up, walk to the door, and try to open it. Should be locked. If it opens, lucky you, I guess. Go and boast about it to everyone in Alpha Base. Make sure you do this though, even if you know it's locked. Then return to the center of the room and find one of the nooks that leads into this wide open area. You need to find one of the copycat doors out there. Shouldn't be too hard. Open and enter said door, as per usual. You'll end up back in the main room. Wait for exactly 1 hour, no more, no less, and try to open the door again. If it doesn't open, repeat these steps. Try to turn the handle as close to the 1 hour mark as possible. If the door does open, it should lead to one of the early levels. We don't have a precise list just yet, but I suspect you can refer to the database page for this level if you're after an exact pool of possible destinations. It's kinda hard to communicate properly with people in level 12 once you're out of it. As soon as the effects wear off, you realize just how bad the mental fogginess is. Okay, it's been an additional hour and the strategy works. Gabs managed to create a pathway to level 1. A lot of the team seem pretty out of it. Let's hope they get better when they leave. This is Commander Harris, Team Leader, Provisional Team Matrix, signing off. So yeah, you pretty much have to do some convoluted opening, closing door thing to leave. And there's only one theorized way to enter the level, and it's through a random window in level 11 that can be used to no-clip to get here. And like I said, I just read the exit to you. It works most of the time, and it leads you to either level -1, 4, 10, 19, 23, 25, or 34. Nice. So yeah, that's the entirety of level 12. There's not much to it, but I hope you enjoyed it. It's a pretty simple level, but it's also weird at the same time.
Backrooms level 13, aka the Infinite Apartments, is one of the most famous levels in the Backrooms, and it's classified as a Class 2 difficulty. You've all probably seen the picture that's on the level description. It's almost as famous as the level 0 picture, in my mind. The level is what looks to be an apartment building with extremely long hallways and a bunch of floors. Unlike its name, however, the Infinite Apartments are not actually infinite. There's around 1,000 floors. The hallways themselves have a 1980s-ish style build, and the decoration there is also from the 80s. And there's also weird looking brown carpets, white and yellow walls, and this kind of trippy geometric pattern on the walls too. I mean, looks kind of cool. There are elevators and staircases both on this level, but the elevators can only go to different Backrooms levels, not different floors of this level. So if you're on floor 4 and you want to go to floor 8, you're gonna have to walk up the stairs. Sorry. The most common entities in this level are the window entity, and they typically show a bright blue void behind their glass, so just avoid those. Getting near them at all is very dangerous. But I'll talk about the rest of the entities in the entity section later on in the video. Some of the apartments are actually open, and you can walk into them, and you can actually claim the apartments, or a certain apartment. Inside, they look just like normal, smallish apartments, decorated with beds and all that good stuff, and they have the same decor from the 80s as the hallways do. Like I said, you can actually claim residency of an apartment by going down to the lobby, which is floor 0, and asking the faceling behind the desk to give you a key to that corresponding number, and then they will, and then you have an apartment for free. Pretty cool. The inside of some of the apartments, there are actually computers there, which are already connected to the Wi-Fi through the level, which is cool if you want to hop on the internet or whatever, but there's not computers in all of them, just some. And as for the entities here, there's the windows in the hallways, like I said, and there's that faceling at the front desk, but there's also some other really dangerous stuff lurking around, like clumps, smilers, and death moths, to be specific. Now these entities mainly hide in empty, dark apartment rooms, so be careful if you're opening a door, you don't want to get eaten by a clump. Now other than that, there aren't any entities here, which is why the level is just classified as Class 2. There's only one base here, and it's located on the 283rd floor. This floor entirely is claimed by the BNTG group, and it's a small trading post for their bigger outposts, and the only people allowed in are BNTG members, which is lame. To enter this level, you can go into an apartment building back on level 11, or you can no-clip through the floor on level 12, or you can no-clip into a yellow wall on level -2. Now if you want to leave the level, you can find a red wall in one of the hallways and just no-clip through that to go to level -1, or you can pick one of the other 3 listed exits. To summarize this explanation, like I'll be doing for every level, Backrooms level 13 is a level that's around 1,000 floors, and it's full of tons of apartments and hallways, which all have this whitish yellow wallpaper with geometric shapes and patterns on them. The floors here are brown carpet, and you can actually stay in the individual apartments if you ask the faceling in the lobby on floor 0 to give you a key. Now the main thing you're going to have to avoid is smilers, clumps, and death moths hiding in empty apartments, but other than that, it's a pretty chill level. And to me, this level gives off huge liminal space vibes. Overall, I love it. Backrooms level 14, aka Paradise, is classified as Class Paradise. Shocker. And apparently, it's beautiful, serene, and perfect. But I'm not buying that for 1 second, and you'll see why later. But this classification graphic is also a little sus because it looks an awful lot like a Class 5 graphic, so I'm thinking it's dangerous. Now, this level is pretty hard to summarize in the way that I typically do it because it's written in like a short story narrative type way. So instead of summarizing it, I'm gonna read certain parts of it and then explain what I think that part means. Don't worry, it's not that long. The entire thing is just like a paragraph in length. So I'm just gonna be breaking down the weird, creepy entry. Let's get into it. Level 14 is an oasis. The forest of your dreams shimmering in the night. Well, when an entry starts like that, I think they're lying. It then says, close your eyes for a moment. You can see it, right? The crimson grass wet with dew. Yeah, so you see the theme that this is going for. You kind of see what they're aiming at. It sounds extremely sus. And to me, they're trying to show you how beautiful this level is by saying things like, you'll be happy here, I'm sure of it. But I don't think I would be happy here. I don't think I would be happy here. And then it says, a cacophony fills your ears. You can't think, but you don't need to. Aren't you relieved to have the burden of thought lifted from your shoulders? Don't you feel so much lighter now? You can almost float away. Perhaps you will. Look at the other guests, lying peacefully in the soil. Okay, pause, like right there. Lying peacefully in the soil. Does that not mean that there's just a bunch of unalived people just laying on the ground? Like, could I be guessing that? I think I am. And I definitely am getting the vibe that the creator is trying to lure people, wanderers, or whatever, to level 14 by claiming how beautiful it is. Now, under the bases and outposts tab, there's more narrative style writing, of course, and it reads, children line up in rows. They howl beautifully at the moon. What? They howl? What? Waiting to become whole. You want to help them, don't you? Of course you do. After all, they only want to help you. Like, what does that even mean? I guess it's weird. Who are the other children it's talking about? Maybe the children are other creatures that live here or other members of like a cult or something that survive off of eating wanderers that get lured here? Maybe. But the next sentence is the most sus of all. It says, all you need to do is surrender yourself. It won't hurt, I promise. I bet you feel your mind leaking. Don't worry. We're just fixing a few things so that we'll be perfect for you, and you'll be perfect for us. You see, that's just terrifying, bro. Like, what are they talking about surrendering yourself? And why are they saying it won't hurt? Like I said just now, it might be some kind of sacrificial group of entities or some kind of animal type group, or it could be like a cult that lives in these woods. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty terrifying. And the last sentence of this entry is pretty interesting.
That's it, let us in, and soon you'll be here too. We'll have a great feast when you come. After all, we want to welcome you. Okay. Now, I think I get what they're talking about when they say feast, because I think you're gonna be the feast, or whoever goes there. I genuinely think this is a cult trying to lure somebody in the Backrooms to come to their level. Could be wrong, just a theory, but let me know what you think down below. Now, following the same theme as the rest of the writing, the entrances and exits are written directly into narrative form and are addressed to the reader. The entrance part says, you know how to get there by now, just keep going, you're so close. It's pretty vague, don't even know how to connect it to anything, but it just sus. The exit says, you won't have to worry about that. Like, that's the entire thing. It says you won't have to worry, which to me means that you won't ever be leaving the level. So I recommend avoiding this dangerous level. So to summarize what I think level 14 is, I think Paradise is actually the home of a cult. A human one, to be exact. Could be animals, but I think it's humans. I mean, there's other weird groups that live in the Backrooms. There's other cult-type areas, so who's to say something ancient or something very historical isn't on this level, and they try to lure you there to trap you. I think that the writer of the level wrote it with the entire goal of trying to lure people there so that they can either like trap them or do whatever culty things they want to do, especially since apparently we won't have to worry about leaving. Sounds fishy to me, and I definitely recommend avoiding it, but I think it's a good entry on the Wikidot. Backrooms level 15 is classified as a class 0 level and is safe, secure, and has no entities. Now you might think, how is the level crazy if there's nothing there? Well, you'll see in a second, trust me. The level is made up of a bunch of futuristic style hallways with shiny reflective surfaces. There are also some sections of the level that are completely dark with no lights and you can't even see in them at all, but those are pretty rare. Throughout the hallways, you can faintly hear the sound of engines roaring in the distance. Now, these machines or engines are inside of rooms that are sealed shut with big doors. These doors can be opened up, though, if you want to explore around them. There's a bunch of different machines in this level, and they range in size from being as small as a computer or being the size of an entire room. It just depends on which one you're looking at. And these machines actually can manufacture real objects, like some produce steel rods, but there are some of them that seemingly make nothing, but still move. It's weird. Now, people originally thought that the hallways were infinite, but it's now known that there's just so many hallways and it seems like it's infinite, but it's not actually. It's around 6,000 kilometers squared, to be exact. All of the rooms and the halls are made out of white concrete floors with reflective steel walls and roofs and steel beams holding it all up. On the ceiling and some of the walls, there are these really bright lights that reflect off of all the surfaces that make it really eerie and futuristic looking. And the only thing that breaks up this really monotonous color scheme is an occasional body just laying there on the ground. Yeah, that's pretty terrifying. These bodies are people, and they're all dressed in lab coats. And on top of this, there's also makeshift weaponry found near them almost every time. And some of the bodies have signs of gunfire wounds, and it's unknown what happened here or why they're there, but they've been there for a long time. Now, earlier I was talking about the engine rooms that can produce stuff, but those aren't the only types of rooms here. In fact, there's labs, cafeterias, bedrooms, kitchens, and even control rooms scattered around the level. Most of the rooms have no furniture or anything on the ground, but some of them look like entire wars happen there. Just a huge war scene. In some of those rooms, there's also computers, and on this level, there's always a Wi-Fi signal that you can connect to. That'll come into play later, but yeah, some of the rooms have computers. But the weird thing is the files on these computers are in an unknown language, which honestly is pretty terrifying. I mean, you have all these corpses and weapons, and now you got these computers with weird languages. I don't know, man. I guess a good thing is that there's been no entity seen here alive, except there is one room with corpses of hounds stacked up on top of each other the entire height of the ceiling. What even is this level, bro? Like, what? Now, the way this level was discovered was by a wanderer who came here from level 10 and ended up in a big control room. That wanderer's name is Onric, and we're about to get into his story now. Now, this big control room had access to the rest of the level, so, you know what, Onric just set up a camp in that big room and decided to explore. But after 2
2 days of exploring, the door that he came to the level in shut by itself and literally won't open. And it hasn't opened for 2 entire years. So this guy's been stuck in this entire level for 2 whole years. Now the good news is that the computers in the rooms do have internet access, and Meg has been able to send books, correspondence, games, and stuff like that to keep him sane while he's stuck here. He's documented his entire stay on the level, and to this day he's still alive and is trying to explore more of the level and crack the code of the unknown language on the computer files. And as for bases on this level, the only base here is Onric's base. But there has been remnants of other camps that Onric has found, but they look like they were abandoned a long time ago. There's also some computer scanning graphs that Onric has taken and some readings that he's gotten. And the data is actually on the Wikidot if you want to go read it, but I'll show you the picture of some of the scans because I'm not going to go through it. It's a lot. My question is, why is this level like a battle zone? Where's the bodies of the scientists? Why are they there? And why are hounds stacked up in a room? And why are there bullets everywhere? I don't know. Lots of questions here, but there's no one else that's ever been here that has any correspondence with Meg except Onric. So let me know down below. Also, the only entrance to this level was found by Onric himself, and so far, he's the only person to ever enter here and be alive. So we still don't know how those scientists got there. We still don't know how the hounds got there. We don't know anything. But the way he entered was by this big wall on level 10 turned the same material and color as the shiny white walls here. So when he noticed that, a door appeared in that white wall on level 10, so he just walked through it and he came to here, level 15. And after a few days, the door shut and trapped him here. It's creepy. The level entry for level 16 starts with a warning screen that reads, "The updated database entry for this level is unavailable. Would you like to search for an older entry?" And then it searches for offline backups and it finds 2 files. Now file 1 is dated 6/10 and file 2 is dated 9/12, but neither show what year they were dated, so I'll just start with the first file. File 1 opens up as the first part of this level and it has a survival difficulty of 0 and it's safe, secure, and no entities. Now this section of the level looks like a rainforest type ecosystem with fields and rolling hills where it's slightly overcast and foggy at all times. The level's rainforests are a lot like real life rainforests, but with one big difference: gravity. Obviously, here in real life, gravity keeps us to the ground, right? We can't fly or jump high. But in this part of level 16, the gravity is much less strong, which means you can jump higher and slightly float. But it doesn't have any effect on the wildlife or fauna here. There's not even a known reason why this happens, it just does. So go with it. There's actually no day or night cycle here in this part, and it's constantly at a dawn time, and it hovers around 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees Celsius at almost all times. But the next sentence of the entry says, "Was our level key wrong? We've already been here." But the keys seem to change direction. Everything looks different than what they reported. And you'll see why they said that in the second part of the level in the second file. But for the rest of file 1, there's no bases or outposts, even though theoretically it would be possible to set one up here, but there's no consistent way of entering the level, so there's no point. The only semi-consistent way of entering this section would be to get on level 75 and touch a liquid metal, which will take you here. You can also leave this section of the level by climbing a tree to get to level 46. But yeah, that was the end of the first file, the one from 610, and the guy writing this file notices that something is off because the level key they used to get here changed how it looked and changed directions, and he says that this level had supposedly already been found, so when he went there again, it looked different, which is weird. And that's why it's altered topography, because it changes. So now for file 2, which was that one discovered on 9/12, it's classified as a class undetermined because it's got really weird properties and some unknown info about it, and it's just unstable in general. This part of level 16 looks like an Arctic climate, pretty similar to the ones from real life, except the snow and ice on the ground here is more reflective than in real life, so it's almost like a mirror, which would make it extremely bright. And this part of the level also has a day-night cycle. The first part didn't, and the cycle takes 13 hours for a full day-night. The temperature here can be anywhere from 40 degrees to mid-50 degrees, even though there's snow on the ground. Not sure how that works, but oh well. There actually are some entities here, but it's very rare, and the main one is called the Light Guides, which are also in the Crimson Forest, and they just float around and glow and are harmless. However, there are no bases here, and you couldn't put one here if you wanted to because of the layout constantly changing of the level. It changes all the time in this specific part. And here's what the author of these two files has to say. Quote, "Don't stay here when the environment shifts. Glaciers jut out of the ground, soaring high into the sky. Rivers suddenly begin to gush out of boulders. The landscape begins to freeze over, causing the air to chill. Small orbs begin to surround us, almost as if a warning. If you aren't careful, you can become encased within the changing terrain. I made it out with only frostbite and a few scrapes. Others weren't so lucky." Nice! Now to enter this frozen part of level 16, you can find an orange patch on level 75 and touch it, and there are a couple of other unconfirmed entrances that don't work every time, so no point in trying them. And the exit of this part of the level changes with every alteration in geography, but each time that exit will send you to level 46. As of right now, the exit is standing on top of an ice sheet covered in sand, and it'll send you to level 46. But like I said, it's not always going to be that way. To end the entry, the author says, quote, "Wish we knew that before entering. Walked into a rainforest, walked out of a tundra." Pretty cool. Level 17 is classified as a Class 1 difficulty and is safe, secure, and doesn't have any entities except one. The level itself takes place inside of a huge aircraft carrier ship, which is, obviously these things, if you've never seen one. The layout of this level is kind of crazy though, because it's made out of hallways that are always twisting and turning, and they go on for an infinite amount of time. Now specifically, the hallways look like an Essex-class aircraft carrier, which is now discontinued in real life, which makes this even creepier. The hallways themselves are infinite, and if you walk around long enough, you'll eventually run into some flooded halls where there's water up to your knees. And I'll explain why those are significant in a second. The entire level only has one type of entity that wanders the halls, and they're called imprints. Now pretty much, these imprints are exact copies of people who have explored this level before. They aren't really dangerous physically, like they're not going to attack you, but for some reason, if you look at them for long enough, then you'll just start to get really anxious and stressed, especially if you look at them in the eyes. If you do that, then you might pass out for a few hours, which is no fun. No one knows why these imprints wander the halls, or how they look exactly like people who have been here, but we just know. This level has staircases that lead directly up, however, none of them go to the very top of the boat, so you can't really get on the top deck. You can just go to higher levels. And on these higher levels, there are actually windows that you can look out of. Now, you won't be able to see anything. You can't see ocean or beaches or anything. All you can see is this weird translucent light. And if you look at that light for too long, then somehow, some way, that light will start to fill up your lungs with water, which is terrifying. I mean, that's creepy. And the light will continue to fill up your lungs with water until you look away, or if you just unalive first. Whichever comes first is what happens. Now, I just recommend to not look at the windows at all, because why would you want to get your lungs filled up with water? It doesn't make any sense. There are no bases here, and the only way you can enter this level is by finding an underwater light source on level 7, swimming to it, and then you'll be sent to this level. You can exit the level by walking upstairs until you find a red floored hallway, and this will take you back to level 11, or you can use one of those flooded hallways that I talked about earlier to jump into that water and take yourself back to level 7. Nice. So Backrooms level 18 is classified as a Class 1 difficulty, and is a safe-ish overall level if you do it right. The level looks different to every person who gets to it. Now, even though it looks different, it's still the same theme to everybody, because it typically looks like a memory or a set of memories from their life, typically from ages 2 to 5. But the most common description is that it looks like a daycare, or a preschool, or a babysitter's house, or an old bed or a playground. Just kid stuff. And if you don't have any specific memories of those kind of things, then the level itself will just be a blank void, which is kind of sad. Throughout the level, there are always numerous voices that are whispering. There's no body specifically making these voices, but you can hear them in your head. They can whisper anything, but the main thing they normally whisper are your biggest regrets or your biggest mistake. No one knows how a random Backrooms level can know what your biggest mistake or your biggest regret is, but apparently they know everything about you, and on top of this, the level can also resurface memories that you literally had forgotten about or had pushed out of your mind, like a childhood pet or something like that. Now obviously, this can mess up someone's mind if they're hearing voices about their biggest regret in life, so just do your best to ignore that whispering, and if you do that, then you're gonna have a pretty fun time reliving your old childhood memories. On the other side of that coin, the level is apparently addictive to some wanderers, and they choose to spend all of their time here, which technically can work since there's food and stuff in your memories, but honestly, I can't say that I blame them for wanting to stay here and live in their childhood memories forever instead of going back out to the Backrooms, because it's safer here and it's nostalgic. There's only one entity on the level, and it's a plush, sentient, sapient dinosaur that if you find it, it'll lead you to food and water, but it's pretty rare to come across. The one outpost here is called The Children, and it's a group made up of around 20 to 25 people, and the people who are in the group are the ones that stay here forever. Even though each person sees a different memory, they can all still see each other, which is pretty nice. To enter this weird core level, well, there's no concrete way yet. The only way that might work is if you get a random resurgence or a random recollection of memories from your childhood while being on any other level in the Backrooms. So if you're feeling really nostalgic, you might get sent here. To leave this level, you can find that plush dino and they'll take you to an exit, or you can just walk through wherever you came from or do again whatever you did to get here, since no one knows exactly how to do that. I gotta say, this level's pretty creepy but wholesome at the same time, since it just replays old childhood memories. It's depressing, but at the same time, it's not. I don't know. I feel like I'd visit this level, not gonna lie. So Backrooms level 19 is classified as a class 2 difficulty and is unsafe, but it's secure, kind of. The level itself looks like an old attic that's falling apart. It's set up into different sections with random roof shapes, like some of them could be triangle roofs, some of them could be square roofs. It just depends on where you're at in the level. And these spaces, most of them are loaded to the brim with boxes, vintage furniture, and a bunch of just other clutter, you know, just like a typical cluttered attic. A lot of that stuff is actually damp, and no one knows how it's damp, like it's in an attic, you'd think it wouldn't be. But at the same time, some of it's completely dry, so. And those dry boxes are typically the ones with the most useful supplies, like food, which is nice. The only problem is that sometimes if you take food out of a box, it instantly decays, even though it was normal and fine and fresh inside of the box. The second you take it out, it just rots. And this doesn't just happen to food either. It can happen to clothes and furniture that have been taken out of boxes too. Sometimes people have also reported dizziness or nausea or even hallucinations while on this level, so it's a common thought that whatever makes the food and stuff decay also makes people sick. Who knows? Underneath the floorboards of the attic where you're standing, you can sometimes see a faint orange glow or a white glow that looks like it's coming from maybe a fireplace. Although you can't see a fireplace, it just has that kind of glow to it. This glow has a strange, addicting, trance-like quality that lures wanderers into staring at it for a long time. And some claim that it even gives them a sense of tranquility if they watch it, which is kind of wacky. It's unknown where the glow comes from or why it makes people act like they do, but it's thought that it's somehow connected to the weird decaying stuff that happens. In a few weird cases, the glow has been somewhat sentient and has actually infected the mind of people that have been looking at it, and it told that person that it exists, which is really weird, not gonna lie. And because of this, it's recommended to not come here at all, because who wants to be mind controlled by a random glow? Not me. There are not any bases here, and there's no other entities, so for that reason it's kinda safe, as long as you ignore the glow. And you can enter this level by climbing into a random hole in level 1's walls, or you can come here through level 18 by no-clipping through their walls. And you can leave this level by falling through a non-glowing hole in the floor, which can send you to a variety of levels. Or you can pick one of the other 3, like going through a door, which will randomly appear. Now, these doors are typically smaller, but they still work, obviously. Or you can find a handheld game or arcade device and start playing it to be sent to level -2. There's a bunch of ways out, which is good. You're not stuck here, trust me. But that glow thing, I mean, that still gives me the creeps. And attics are creepy enough as they are, but adding this weird stuff on top of it just makes it creepier. Backrooms level 20 is classified as a class 0 difficulty and is overall a pretty safe level. The level itself looks like a massive warehouse that's specifically around 200 to 300 kilometers or 124 miles to 286 miles in size. And those measurements might not be 100% correct, but that's all that's been discovered so far. This warehouse also has rooms inside of it, and not just a huge open space, but these rooms are typically around 30 meters or around 100 feet in length. And the rooms themselves are normally filled up completely with old machinery like forklifts and, stuff like that. And specifically, this stuff is from different time periods. And even though some of the machinery is really old, it all still works perfectly, which is pretty cool. Another weird thing about the rooms is that there's like this oil substance that coats all the floors, and it drips down from the ceiling as well. It's extremely sticky, and it's recommended to not touch it or inhale it or anything. Between the rooms that I just talked about, there are those huge open corridors that look like warehouses that you've all seen before, except most of the floor space is taken up by pallets of drinks or boxes and crates, racks, typical warehouse stuff. This stuff is everywhere, and it kind of forms like a maze, and it cuts the level into these short, straight path that you have to use to get through the level. Now, you might think that, you've got an infinite supply of drinks or food or whatever, because of all the stuff here, but you'd be wrong, because the drinks are all filled with that oil substance from earlier. No matter what their label says, it could say Fanta, but still have the oil in it. Not fun. And kind of goofy. This level has no outposts or bases or entities, and there's not really any room to put a base because it's stacked to the brim with stuff. To enter this level, you can go walk through any rusty door from level 19, and to exit, you can find a corridor with no lights, all the lights completely off, and that's got a completely soaked floor with the oil, and if you walk through that for a few hours, you'll be sent to level 6 or level 22. Backrooms level 21 is classified as a class 4 difficulty, which is crazy because it's the first really difficult one in a long time, and it's unsafe, unsecure, and has a medium entity count. The level is made up of 4 specific really long hallways with random places and random doors in them. Each of those long hallways is specifically around 26 miles long, and they all meet together in the middle of the level. So they're kind of shaped like an X, all going towards the same point. Now I'll get into what the halls look like in just a second. First, I want to talk about that middle area where they all meet. So the middle area is this smallish open room with chairs and desks, kind of like an empty classroom, which is creepy as it is, but I guess a good thing is that there's no entities that spawn in this area, so it's pretty safe. The hallways themselves are constantly changing. They can shapeshift into something completely different at any given time, so their shape can change, their layout can change, and they can become impossible to go through in some rare occasions. But the one thing that always stays the same is that the doors on either side of the hallway stay in the same spots. No matter how much the halls actually change themselves, the doors will still be in the same side and in the same or similar spots. Now, these doors can lead to random places in the backrooms, even negative levels or sub-levels, which is pretty rare for normal backrooms levels, but, it's also really dangerous, because you never know where it's going to send you. Most of the time, the doors just take you someplace else in the level, though, so that's cool. But it's also not recommended to just open random doors. Like, don't just rip open the first door you see, because you might get sent to a really dangerous place. There actually are some doors that are known and cataloged to lead certain places, but there aren't that many, so I'm going to go ahead and read them. Doors labeled 105 lead to level 0, and doors labeled 356 lead to level 356. It's a shocker. Doors made out of sandstone can lead directly to level 46. Doors labeled 34 lead to level -6. And of course, they had to put it in here, but doors labeled with a smiley face lead to the level fun. Yeah. And doors labeled 8 through 20 all lead to their respective levels. So if you go through a door labeled level 8, you'll end up in level 8. And the doors that don't have any labels sometimes can lead to level 1.5. But yeah, those are the ones that are set in stone. But like I said, the other doors can just lead to completely random spots, so just don't risk it. Some of those hallway sections can also be filled completely with creatures and entities, but which specific hallways are filled and where they're at also changes, just like the hallways do, so it's impossible to tell you which specific places are entity infested. So the most common entity here is actually clickers, which are relatively harmless, so that's nice. But there also have been completely unknown and undocumented entities seen here as well, so make sure when you round a corner, you watch out. This level is also home to random items on the walls, like almond water or level keys, or in some rare cases, fire salt, which is pretty rare and useful, although you're supposed to avoid all level keys here because they're untrustworthy, so there's that. There's also one specific door in this level called the exit door that if you open it, it leads to 3 pitch black hallways, and they're really long and they're much longer than the ones in the main part of the level, but these hallways past the exit door are infested with all types of creatures, but they do have some really nice materials and objects in them, like loads of almond water and fire salt and stuff, but you'll have to fight off a bunch of creepy monsters, so I'm not sure if it's really worth it to do that, but to each their own, I guess. There aren't any bases here since the layout changes all the time, and you really couldn't set one up if you wanted to. And to enter, you can go through a random break in the wall from level 13, which typically has a high-pitched ringing coming from it, so that's how you know where you're at. And to exit, just go through one of those doors that I talked about earlier that are already mapped out, and their exits are confirmed, and you should be fine. Backrooms level 22 is classified as a class 5E, wow, which means that the environment is the most dangerous part of the level. Now, the level itself used to just be a normal parking garage, but at some point in time, it was colonized and lived in by people. Lots of people. Lots of people. And then it was ultimately abandoned. The people who lived here were from a secretive society that lived here sometime before 1925, because that is when the level was first discovered. And when it was first found, explorers didn't think that the level was anything special, because it just looked like a parking garage. It was filled up with cars and old shopping carts, and those shopping carts were actually full of materials and supplies. So many supplies that it attracted enough people that it became kind of a hub for trade. In the year 1987, level 22 was actually declared as a micronation, and it was independent from any faction in the Backrooms. After this happened, the level filled up with people, and by 1990, those people decided to seal off and gate any entrance to the level so it wouldn't become overrun with new people. The level was getting too crowded, and the supply could not keep up with the demand. The group that stayed named themselves M's Table, and they started to negotiate trading with Meg and other societies, and they lived in tents in the parking garage. They mined concrete and used those resources from the shopping carts to build their little empire and to trade with. And the group was actually really secretive about how it worked, and almost no one knows anything about their actual social life, politics, or what they did in their spare time. I mean, you're stuck in a parking garage. But what is known is that the level's people were split into really sharp classist systems, where the most important people lived higher up inside of the parking garage, and the less important people lived below them on the lower levels. The people at the top kind of lived like kings in a way, and the people below them were like their servants. Kinda lame. But all that didn't last long because the level became abandoned by all of its inhabitants. The actual cause for everyone leaving isn't fully known, but it's probably because they physically destroyed so much of the level, the concrete and stuff, it just almost collapsed. So they decided to leave before it did. So now that it's abandoned and all crumbled and debris everywhere, level 22 just looks like the debris of a car park with smashed cars and smashed tents everywhere. And that's why it's dangerous, because of how easy everything crumbles under your feet. The higher up you go, the more dangerous it is because the floor can just fall right up from under you and you can fall thousands and thousands of feet. The reason it all collapsed is, like I said, the colony that lived there mined concrete to trade. And they mined out massive caverns where that concrete was. And after a while, that chipped away at the structural integrity of the entire level, and it eventually fell. There's this chart on the Wikidot that actually details how many people were estimated to live on each floor, so you can go check that out if you want to. There are no current bases or outposts here, and none have even tried to start one up since M-Stable fell. There's no point. To enter this crumbly level, for whatever reason you have, you can find a door on level 21 or 23 to lead to the bottom floor of this level, and to exit you have to go back in the way you came because, like I said earlier, lots of those exits were barred and closed off. Backrooms level 23 is a class 4 ? Difficulty, and is unsafe, overgrown, and has a medium entity count. This has got to be one of the most unique levels on the Wikidot, and it has one of the most unique level classifications that I've seen. The entire level itself is basically a huge superorganism that's the size of a dwarf planet. Pretty much, it's just one huge living planet that's made up of trees and caves. The trees can look like any trees from real life, but there's also huge ones that we'll get into in a second. But the level itself is described as a similar size as the dwarf planet in real life called Ceres. You can travel all through the center of this level by using the natural tunnels that are carved out. The tunnels are surrounded by wood and stone and resemble just a normal cave system. Or you can walk around the surface of the planet, which is covered in really thick and dense forests. Now these forests are so thick that there's barely any light that comes through them to the ground. And the trees that I talked about earlier that are on the surface are from all over the real world as well, and they normally wouldn't be trees that are grown together, like oaks and evergreens are right next to each other here. But there's also these massive trees here that are like 2 miles tall and grow up through the ground, called the Green Giants. These things can grow from the core of the very planet itself. There's also some extinct trees here, but it doesn't name any that are there, so it just says they're extinct. So under the tree-covered surface of the level, there are huge caverns and open rock cutouts and caves and pathways that I talked about earlier. Some of the caverns have specific names, and some of the rooms in the caves have specific names as well. Like the glow rooms, for example. In the glow rooms, there are several trees that grow, even without the sunlight. There can be so many trees that actually it seems like there's an underground forest, even though there's no light. Now the areas like this are lit up by an entity called the Gardener's Saris, which are glowy bioluminescent things that light up the trees and the stuff down here. They can be in a bunch of different colors, and they're pretty chill. If you've played Ark Survival Evolved, they kinda look like the map Aberrant. If you know, you know. The atmosphere down here in these caverns is damp and cool and earthy, and it's also the place where the most entities and vegetation spawns. So be careful. Pretty much think of a fantastical underground wooden city. The next part of the level is called the Ancient Ruins, and it's not just really one part, it's a collection of all the abandoned structures in the caves. All of these structures are extremely old and covered in roots and stones and vines and moss, and there's even some of them that look like they're from real life, but with slight alterations. Like the Great Pyramids of Giza are down there, but they're in a circle, or like the Roman Colosseum is down there as well, but it's shaped in like a square, which is pretty cool. Inside of the ruins, there are some artifacts like poetry on tablets and cloth, and some paintings from real life, but all the stuff here is really decayed and it's really fading away, so you can tell it's been there for a long time. Right outside of one of the ruins, there's a message written on a tablet in Latin. I'll get to what it says in a second, but that's the first of many scribblings written in this level. There's even graffiti scribbled on the inside of ruins that looks like someone hastily wrote it, like they were in a hurry or something. That plaque that I was just talking about says, "We dedicated this great sphere of Giza to the great gardener in hopes of forgiveness for the great wrong we have committed. Already our purple eyes have turned green. We have started to return to the earth, forgotten and overgrown. Our only hope is that, alone and petrified, we will not disappear." So yeah, I gotta be honest, that's creepy. The very core of this giant living planet thing is the part of the level that remains barely explored. It's the lushest area, the most plants grow here, the most entities are here. It's like a life center. The very core of this center is a huge, never-ending reservoir of water that feeds the entire planet. And those 2-mile-tall trees that I talked about earlier grow directly from this huge reservoir of water, and they carry the water up its trunk and release the vapor into the caves and above the ground. So that's how the rest of the level gets its nutrients. The trees kind of work like roots, if you think about it. This level is actually home to a really creepy entity called the Buried Sentries, which can only be awoken if the phrase, quote, "it's only a matter of time," is said out loud. The sentries themselves are trapped inside of wooden roots and the bark of the cave walls, and if they're awoken, they jump out and they scream so loud and so constantly until you run away. The scream sounds like a chainsaw cutting wood, apparently, which is terrifying, to say the least. There's only been one base here, and it's called Meg Base Seedling, and they pretty much just explore the level and research it. Then they've got around 35 people that live with them. To enter this giant, fantastical, living planet, you can just walk through a hollow tree on level 47 or 37. Or you can enter a hollow tree from the Crimson Forest to get here as well. And you can exit by jumping in that huge water reservoir at the core of the level, or you can no-clip into some of the different ancient ruins in the caves in order to be sent out of the level. Also, I just realized how hoarse my voice sounds. Apologies, I've been recording all day. Backrooms level 24, or the Moon, or even as it's sometimes called, the Study, is a class 1 difficulty and is safe and secure with a small entity count, even though there's only one entity here. The level itself looks like a plastic model of the Moon that's attached to other planets in the galaxy or solar system. At the very center of these plastic planet models is an LED sun. The weird thing is that the level is accurate to the size of the Moon, sun, and planets from real life, but it's plastic. Interesting. The Moon is the only planet that you can get to, though, and it's around 14.6 million square miles in size. None of the planets here have any gravitational pull to each other, so it's not exactly like reality, but it's the same size to the person on the Moon. And each of these planets is connected to each other and then to the sun with metal wires that slowly spins them around each other. The area around the model is really blurry, so you kind of can't tell what it is, but from what you can see, it looks like the inside of a Victorian era style office or study room. You know what I'm talking about, those old style rooms where the guys sit with paintings on the walls and stuff. So if you haven't guessed by now, this level takes place on a model of the solar system, inside of maybe a glass case. But the main theory is that everyone that gets here somehow shrinks down to smaller than an ant, I can only assume, when you instantly get here. That way you match the scale of the planet itself. So the Moon actually isn't as big as the real Moon. It's small, but you're also small, so it seems big. There's one base here from the BNTG group, and it's a plastic mine. Now pretty much they mine this plastic for building materials and weapon materials, stuff like that, and then they take it back to the level they came from. But this planet is pretty much an infinite source of plastic for weapons and stuff. There's one entity here, like I said, and he's actually not in the Moon or in the solar system. He's outside in that Victorian-era room, and he can only be seen sometimes. The miners here have named this guy Buford, or Beaufort, and very rarely he'll come near those planets and sit on a chair and read some kind of book. It looks like he's wearing a tuxedo and is bald. Kinda sounds like me. No one is sure if he's a faceling or if he's a person or what he is. It's too blurry to see, but sometimes Buford cleans the planets with a towel, and when this happens, any wanderer under that towel can be squished or affected by the quote-unquote earthquakes the cleaning causes. So watch out for that. To enter the level, you can jump through a moon painting on level 57, but you can also come here from level 1, which is the main entrance. The BNTG group that mines here hasn't actually said how that entrance from level 1 works, but it's what they use to get here and go back, so that's how you have to exit. You have to follow them out. Nice. So this level actually has two descriptions on the Wikidot. One of them is in writing on this paper kind of thing from the first person narrative of the person who discovered the level. And the other one is just the normal level description. So for ease of access, I'm gonna read the normal level description instead of the written narrative one. But you can go check that out if you want to. I mean, if you're into that kind of thing. Level 25 is classified as a class 0 difficulty and is a safe level for the most part. The level itself looks like an old arcade that's been robbed, beaten, abandoned, weathered. You know, it's dilapidated. The level has huge empty rooms with old arcade machines everywhere inside. And there's dust on the floors, on the arcades, on the walls, everything, which leads people to believe that it's really old. There's also random shelves nailed into the wall, which is completely random. The arcade machines and games here are from the 1980s, and almost all of them have either been broken or cracked or ripped apart by something. And only about 1 in 1,500 games even works. But the ones that do work can be used as exits from the level. If you put a coin into the game and then play it, you can be sent out of the level with that arcade machine. Like, it goes too. Wherever you go, it'll follow. But like I said, lots of the games are so old and broken that it's just iffy if they even work. There aren't any bases here in this massive abandoned arcade, and to enter it, you can find an arcade machine that somebody else used to exit on any given level, and then you can play that game to be sent here, and the machine will follow you. Or you can find a janitor's closet on level 4, and you can walk into it to be sent here. And to exit the level, just use an arcade machine, and it'll send you to one of these levels. Level 0, 5, 9, 10, 11, 19, 24, 29, 37, 50, 90, 108, 120, 141, 150, 165, 188, 201, 790, and 888. You got that? But yeah, that's it for the explanation. It's a really simple level. It's short and sweet. It's just a liminal old abandoned arcade. Classic Backrooms, right? Level 26 is classified as a class 5 difficulty and is very unsafe, mainly due to there being some environmental changes and a ton of creatures chasing you. The level itself looks like a huge, but not infinite, urban household, but it's not infinite, and that's one of the reasons it's so dangerous, because there's less space to run away from the creatures chasing you. The level has some of the same properties as level 0 does, because some of the rooms and hallways change, and they'll just randomly segment themselves or glitch themselves in weird ways that normally wouldn't happen in real life. There are also random doors and random rooms and staircases that just glitch into walls or go right to dead ends, so it's really untelling what you're gonna see. And it's almost like houses are stitched together in some parts, because it just tons of different decorations just meet in weird places. The most dangerous hallways through the level are the claustrophobic and skinny ones, because they're typically darker and they have more creatures in them trying to chase you. Furniture, like tables and lamps and stuff, can also randomly be placed into the side of walls or hanging from the ceilings or stuff like that. All of this glitching stuff can change at any time, and it never stays the same for long. That's why it's dangerous. There are window entities here on this level that look out to what appears to be a backyard, or the outside area. You can open the window, but if you go out there, then you can get your eyes melted by blue mist. Nice. Side note here, I love how this sentence is written. Quote, "The mist is toxic, however, it will eventually melt eyes." End quote. Like, that's so funny to me. It's not toxic, but it melts your eyes? Okay. Items like liquid pain and even royal rations can randomly be found inside of the level as well, specifically in the refrigerators. And you can also find things like level keys and fire salt just laying around on tables. I guess since the level is dangerous, it's got good resources to balance it out. Now, the entities that spawn here are the typical ones like windows, smilers, death moths, clumps, hounds, facelings, skin stealers. Whew, that was a mouthful. But the point is, this level is crawling with things that want to eat you. And on top of that, the level is changing its layout constantly based off of real life rooms. Literally, each room in this level is a room from a real house or building from real life. And it can even change into your own house. Sometimes the entirety of the level will just change into a weird, demented version of your house, and the rooms will be weird and big, or yeah, it's goofy, trust me. There's no current outpost here, but there was one called the Engineers, and they just stockpiled a bunch of supplies on the level, but they haven't been heard from in forever, so we don't know where they're at. To enter this monster house level, you have to go to floor 1000 of level 13, and to exit, you can glitch through some of the already glitching furniture, or you can find a staircase that leads down to be sent to the basement level, which is an enigmatic level. Cool. Level called the Bunker Springs, or level 27. This level is classified as class 0, and it's a very peaceful but kind of small level. The actual level itself is infinite, but the accessible parts of the level where you can go are pretty small, at around 200 feet or 18.6 meters in size actually. But the area you can go to is a huge hot spring full of very mineral-rich water. Some people have even taken a drink of the water, and they say that it makes you feel really calm and really empty-headed and like your stress is completely gone. And they even get more energy too. The water temperature hovers at about 90 degrees Fahrenheit, or 32.2 degrees Celsius, which is about what a typical hot tub from real life is set to. High on the walls of the cavern, there are 2 holes that pour in new water to the spring, and there's a hole in the very corner under the water that will drain the water that's in there now, so it's constantly getting cleaned out with new water added, which is pretty cool since lots of people come here. On that note, apparently this level is pretty popular among people who are on level 11 specifically, since you can get to it really easily from there. The water gives a really therapeutic feeling to the person if they bathe in it for over an hour, and it can get rid of stress and make a person really calm, and it even can change your outlook on things and make you feel optimistic. Nice, dude. The water can also heal very small ailments like rashes or acne, and even small cuts, but it's not recommended to stay in the water for more than 2 hours, since if you do, you'll get dizzy and nauseous, and you're also not supposed to take up time for too long in there, since there's like a line of people waiting, but I'm taking as long as I want to because it sounds pretty cool. There are no bases here, and you can enter this level by turning a shower on the hottest setting and closing your eyes. If you do this, then you'll be teleported to the tunnel, which is slightly above the pool, and then you can just walk down some stairs to get into the water. To leave, you just have to walk to the corner of the pool area where Meg has built a staircase that goes into the tunnel that the water flows out of, and you can just walk down that tunnel and you'll be sent back to where you came from. Cool. So pretty much a level you can go to just to chill in the hot spring, where the water can actually heal you too. Nice. Cool. The 28th level of the Backrooms is classified as a class 1 ? Difficulty, and is seemingly safe and secure with a minimal entity count, but all that stuff has question marks next to it, so who knows. The level's landscape is really similar to a real-life field's landscape, except the sky is a deep blue color, and there's no moon or sun, just light. The ground itself is also dark colored with hints of blue, and the level is known for the castle in the middle. This castle is named Stormstone Keep, and I'll get into it in a second. But it's the only building on the level, and it's also the safest spot to go. How cool is that? It doesn't actually say how big the level is, but it does say that roughly 3 miles from the castle is the safe zone. So don't go any further than the safe zone because it's dangerous. And for that matter, you probably shouldn't even leave the castle if you can help it, because apparently there's some really weird stuff that happens on this level. You can tell there's some weird stuff because of the way it's written on the Wikidot, because some of the words are marked out by the Blue Knight. I'll talk about him in a second. The castle itself is a slightly worn down and falling apart castle that seems like it's from medieval European times. It's also on a hill in the middle of the level's main valley. And the level itself is pretty much situated between mountains on all sides, and there's the valley in the middle with the castle in the middle of the valley. The valley itself has weeds and plants that grow in it, which are all pretty similar to real life plants, but the big difference is that everything here is really flammable and can catch on fire easily. Each plant also has different levels of blue in it, so there's different shades of it throughout everything. If a plant is ripped out of the ground, it won't regrow, and if you burn any plants, then a toxic blue smoke will come out of the plant, so don't do that. And listen to Smokey Bear. The entire level is in a valley, like I said, and on each side of the valley are these unnaturally huge mountains, and they literally go straight up. It's hard to climb. In fact, you probably can't even climb it. They're so tall that you can't even see the tops of them, and no one knows what's near them or by them or on them, because anywhere outside of the 3-mile safe zone is extremely dangerous. So the best thing to do is just avoid it. Outside of that safe zone, it's known that the ground and everything else is made out of a rock called storm stone. This stuff is really flammable, and it's explosive if it's barely touched. It's kind of like a landmine. The rock itself is completely black, kind of like obsidian, but darker. And if you walk on this storm stone without the right equipment, you could literally just be stepping on a landmine and explode. So don't. On top of the stormstone, there's real storms that happen outside of the safe zone, and these storms have heavy, loud thunder and lightning, and this lightning can strike the ground and cause the stormstone to blow up. So it's just like a wasteland of volatile rocks pretty much out there. I definitely wouldn't be walking out there. The only entity here is the Blue Knight, which apparently is some guy that takes the shape of a hollow set of blue armor. He moves like a human and can speak literally any language that any wanderer can. And on the Wikidot, there's like this entire little story written by the Blue Knight himself about himself. So if you want to read up on him for a little bit, go check that out. But in the middle of that story about himself, he says that all the storms and bad stuff on the level is caused by him from the sense of dread he feels. And then he says he doesn't know why it happens, but he tries to make it stop, but he can't. He seems kind of sus to me, I'm gonna be real. The Meg operative that first met this Blue Knight guy is named Sarah, and apparently, by the Blue Knight's story, he really likes her. I don't know. There aren't any bases here, just the Stormstone Keep Castle, which itself doesn't have any food or anything, but it is safe to stay in. To enter, you can find a painting of a blue countryside in level 5, and then no-clip through it. And to exit, you can't, since the Blue Knight doesn't want you to. Okay, yeah, that's sus. Also, he took someone's phone to write the entry, and that person hasn't been heard from, so starting to not trust this level. Backrooms level 29 is classified as a class 4 difficulty and is triple U, or unsafe, unsecure, and has unknown entities. Off to a great start, right? The level is written in a pretty narrative style format, where one person is writing it and is documenting the entirety of the level. So I'm gonna try my best to summarize it in the Brugly way. Here we go. Level 29 is a landmass surrounded by oceans, so an island. And the island has huge, rough cliffs and sharp, jagged rocks that are made out of metal. And these metal-topped mountains kind of surround the people that live on the inside of the island from the people that live on the outside of the island. And they act as sort of a wall to protect the people that live in the villages. There are also multiple freshwater springs of almond water that flow down from the mountainsides to feed the people who live here. The oceans that surround the island are called the outer areas. The places on the island but outside of the mountains are called the outer circle, and the places on the island but inside of the mountains are called the inner circle. So pretty much people live in the inner circle, and then unknown stuff lives in the outer circle. Inside of the mountains, there are small villages and towns and open farmlands that grow food. The huts that make up these towns are mostly made out of wood, and the majority of people who live on this level live in these huts. Outside of the mountains, the main structures there are watchtowers that are supposedly there to guard against outside threats. And those outside threats are sometimes seen by people who venture outside of the safety of the mountains, and they're described as, quote, strange and enormous entities, so there's no telling what's out there. Even further outside of the mountains is the ocean that surrounds the island. The ocean itself is unnaturally strong and breaks almost every ship that's put into it. And the bad news for you is that the only exit is in the ocean, and no one can seem to get to it because the water just breaks the ship instantly. So you're pretty much stuck here for all we know. The people who live on the inside of the islands and inside of the mountain are split up into different groups who all live together pretty peacefully. Some of them have governments, some of them don't. It just depends on what you like. Now, the main settlement in the very middle of the island is called Hyperia, which is the level's name, and it's like the main hub of the level. It's the central location where people from other villages can come to meet, talk to each other, kind of like a capital city, but not really. The people that live in the town get to do whatever they want because there's no rules or laws, so that's pretty cool. So now I'm going to talk about the people that actually live here and how they're split up. There's a total of around 25,000 inhabitants of the island that live inside of it, and they live in around 250 groups, but 17,000 of those inhabitants aren't human, which is kind of creepy. They're actually like facelings in a way, but they're not facelings, they're just semi-human. The island itself is around 836,000 miles in size, and it's mostly safe to live on, except the places outside of the mountains where those strange giant creatures live. And the mountains that form the border around the villages are full of caves and caverns that have copper and other metals inside of them, and the people that live here can mine those metals to sell. The forests on the islands are full of weird trees with wood that's stronger than metal. Pretty much, this place to me sounds like Skull Island from the King Kong movie. Now, the scariest part of the level entry is at the ending, because that part says there's a kraken, a giant kraken that lives deep inside of the oceans of the level. It's supposed to be the size of an island, and it's only been seen on one of the few successful sea explorations that have happened on the level, and this kraken has been deemed dangerous to the entirety of the Backrooms, not just to this level. It could wipe out the entire island with everybody on it with one swipe of a tentacle, because it's literally as big as the island. Around the ocean where the kraken is sleeping, the water is full of whirlpools and stuff like that, and that'll suck any boats into the water if you get close. So the main thing is just avoid the ocean. Actually, avoid this level. As far as other entities go, there aren't any dangerous ones on the inside of the mountains. Just a bunch of friendly ones that look like normal people, like I said. And since not much is known about the ocean, except the kraken, no one really knows what lurks deeper in the water. To enter the level, you have to go as far as possible out into level 7 until the sky turns pink, and then you'll appear on some docks in level 29. And as I said earlier, there is no exit that you can go to on the level, but it's somewhere out in the ocean if there is. And every attempt that's been made to find it has failed. Backrooms level 31 is classified as a class 2 difficulty and is unsafe with a low entity count. The level itself is made up of a couple of different parts, but the main area is a looping roller rink, and the second main area is an arcade. Most people who get sent to this level do end up in that roller rink area, but the arcade area is less dangerous, and some people get sent there first. Now, the roller rink area is pretty dangerous because there is an entity there called the Lover that can be found, and I'm going to talk more about her later. There are other entities in the main roller rink area like hounds, facelings, and a level exclusive entity called the Coach as well. Throughout this zone, there is soft pop music playing over the speakers, and at the DJ booth, there's sometimes a faceling just standing there. To the side of the rink, there's a little food court that's like a typical roller skating concession stand. You can get food and you can get water there. And the carpet on this level is that classic retro carpet with stars and planets and glowing stuff. You know what I'm talking about. However, the carpet is actually wet or moist in most spots, just like the carpet on level 0, which I find interesting. So like I said earlier, there is an entity here called the Lover. Now this one's a pretty crazy one because she looks like a faceling, but instead of not having a face like facelings do, this entity will replicate the face of someone from real life that you've loved at one point. Now, the entity is supposedly a woman, but has also been seen as a male, so it really just depends on who's interacting with it. If you go up to her, she'll ask you to skate with her, and then she'll start talking about good memories that you had in real life with whatever the face of the person she's wearing. But whatever you do, make sure you do not accept this offer to go skating, because if you do, you'll be put in a trance that causes you to skate forever until you fade away. Just like the love you once had for that person. That's really creepy. The lover will instantly disappear if you say no to her asking to skate with you. So, just say no. But I mean, that'd be really creepy. You know, you imagine you just pull up to a Backrooms level and you see literally like a person you loved in real life just standing there. I mean, that would creep me out. If you follow the smell of food, you'll be led to that food court area, which is also next to the break room area, which is an exit. The food is safe to eat, and there's actually a soda machine there as well, but it only dispenses almond water no matter what you click on. There's also a faceling that works behind this counter, and if you ask it to give you food or water, it'll do so. It's typically pretty friendly, except if you ask about the back rooms, and then it'll stop giving you food, and it'll just walk away as if it's angry or something. Interesting. The area where you get your size of skates is where you can find the entity called the Coach. Now, this entity is an intelligent faceling type creature who will lead you to the exit of the level if you ask him nicely. There are not any bases here, although you could theoretically have one. And to enter, you can go through a wooden door from levels 2, 3, or 27, or 6 to end up here. And to exit, you can no-clip into any arcade game to be sent to level 40, or you can go to the food court area and then to the employee lounge right next to it, and you'll be sent to level 176. Cool. So Backrooms level 32 is classified as a class 5 difficulty and is really unsafe and really unsecure. There's also a powerful entity living in it, which we'll get into more later. So the level itself looks like a constantly dark forest that goes forever in every direction. The sky is dark with no stars and only has a single crescent moon in it, which is the only light source of the entire level. The forests are filled with dark trees that have skeletons hanging from the branches. That's creepy. The bones act like wind chimes and they'll clatter together whenever a breeze is blowing. And some people have even claimed that they've heard the skeletons talking to them. And they say stuff like about their old lives, or they tell the future and prophesy the future. No one's confirmed this, but it's just what some people say, and honestly, I really like that idea. Other than these skeletons, there's one entity that walks the dark forest, and she appears in 2 forms. The first form is called the Belle, which is a pale woman with black hair and a nice dress on. She has skeleton face paint on, and she's, pretty nice. Or is she? The Belle doesn't talk, but she lures wanderers into following her, kind of like a siren does to pirates. Sirens would lure pirates into the water and then drown them. Well, that's what this thing does too. If a wanderer does end up following the Belle, she will lead them deeper into the woods to her other form, the Skeleton Queen. This form is a really tall, skeleton-y figure in an old black dress. The entity is really powerful and can somehow control the entire domain of the level. Like, she just can control everything. If you're kind to her and you listen to what she has to say, then you might be let go. But if you aren't, then she'll tell the trees to grab you and just to rip you apart, because she can control everything. Or if she really doesn't like you, she might even fake letting you go, and then while you're running away, she just opens a hole in the ground right under you, and you fall into it, and then you get buried by the soil. That's creepy, man. My advice is to not follow the Belle in the first place, no matter how much you want to, unless you want to get eaten by a giant skeleton. As of right now, there isn't a known entrance to level 32, and it seems like the only way to get there is to get lost in a dark forest on some other level, but no one knows for sure. Weirdly though, some people have said that they've no-clipped from real life directly into this level, which would suck really bad considering most people actually go to level 0 first. And I feel like that one would be significantly less scary than this one. And the only way to exit the level is to
see those hanging skeletons and then get lured by the bell to see the skeleton queen. The only way you can leave is to just be nice to her, and your life's literally in her hands. If you're kind to her, and she allows you to leave, then you'll just be cool. You'll wake up in a different forest on another Backrooms level. But if you're rude to her, or short with her or something, well then you're probably gonna get eaten by a tree. No lie. But if you do get sent to another forest on another level, you'll wake up and you'll remember what just happened, but to you, it'll feel like it was a dream and not reality. But deep down, you will know that it wasn't a dream. There's also a little story at the end of the entry that's pretty much a girl trying to find the skeleton queen so she can bring back her unalived lover, like back to life, in exchange for her own life, and it works. So that's cool, I guess. Level 33 is classified as a Class 2 difficulty, so it's not too dangerous at the start, but it does get dangerous. The level itself is a creepily empty shopping mall. The stores inside of the mall were actually stores from real life, you know, like the typical ones, but most of them are completely empty besides a few random items. Some of the stores, as well as restaurants, are closed off completely by those gate things that you've all seen before. But unlike the gates from real life, these gates cannot be opened no matter what. And for the most part, all the food courts in this mall are completely empty, but if you are lucky, you might run into one that has food. When you're first sent to this level, you'll probably run into a random hound or a duller or a death rat, but it's not too likely since the entrance area is pretty safe. But as I said earlier, the further you go into the level, the more dangerous the creatures get, and the more dangerous the environment gets. The mall itself will start to deteriorate more and more the further you go, eventually to the point where the floor will completely be flooded and the walls will be peeled and cracked and the lights will stop working, and then eventually just everything's trying to eat you. Yeah. But I'm going to get into detail on what that means in a second. The good news is for you, it's been somewhat mapped out where you should go and where you should avoid so you don't accidentally go there, and your old pal Brugly is about to tell you right where to go and right where to not go. When you first land in this level, to you it'll just look like a normal tile-floored mall that's squeaky clean. This clean and dry area lasts for around 50 miles, because at that 50-mile mark is when the corrosion state starts. This is when the walls will start to gradually show mold and scratches, and some tiles will be cracked or broken, and the lights will start to flicker once every few hours. So it's not too bad yet, just a little worn down, but it's about to get pretty bad. This corrosion state is also when smilers and other entities will start to show up and just start to hunt you down. So make sure just to watch out for all the dark areas. Now at 100 miles in, the entire section of walls will be completely ripped out, and mold will be all over where they were, and not in patches like the 50-mile marker. This mold will be everywhere. The water will be around 2 inches deep on the floor now, and the lights will flicker once every few minutes instead of once every few hours, and there are a bunch more entities here as well. At this point, it's going to start snowballing and getting completely bad, so just buckle up. 200 miles in, everything is just terrible. The mold is thick on the floor, the walls, the ceilings. There's moss hanging from the ceilings, the water is 2 feet deep now, and the lights constantly are flickering off and on, which would drive me insane if I'm gonna be honest. At this point, they're just turned off completely for several minutes at a time, and then they'll just randomly flicker back on for a few seconds. This is when your sanity will start to drop pretty badly, and I don't blame you. And lots of auditory and visual hallucinations will start to happen in this 200 miles out zone. 300 miles into the level is when the weeds start growing up through the floor, up through the water, and stand at around 6 feet tall, and the water itself is now 5 feet deep, and the lights are always off, but will flick on once every several hours. And those hallucinations from earlier will start to lure you into smiler traps, so don't listen to what your brain is telling you. And this part actually reminds me of that one SpongeBob episode with the magic conch, you know, when they were all lost in that huge kelp jungle. That's what I imagine this part looks like. 500 miles in, and the floors and lights don't even exist anymore, and there's just fire on the ground where the water used to be. 750 miles in, and the walls are just pipes and moss, and everything is just so overgrown, and there's entities all around you, and those hallucinations aren't even hallucinations at this point, they're real, and everything is just so overgrown you can barely see.
Now, after this point, there's only been one person to get to the 1,000-mile marker, and they said that the weeds are over 20 feet tall, and there's just black voids for walls and floors, and somehow you're just walking on it, and there's hundreds of entities in the weeds, and he ran back when a horde of entities started chasing him. So he recommends to not go any further than the 1,000-mile mark, but there are some groups that are trying to go further. I'm not sure why they're trying to go, but hey, whatever they want to do. To enter this level, you have to get into a shopping cart from level 11, and then you'll be sent here, and you can exit by going through the same door you came through from level 11, or you can get to level 45 by entering an office in the mall. So starting off, I'm doing level 34, which is classified as a class 5 difficulty and is very dangerous. I mean, it's an entity-filled sewer system with water. How could it not be dangerous? The level itself is a claustrophobically small tunnel that's only around 4 feet tall, so you're gonna have to crouch if you walk through it. There's no light source on the level itself, so if you want to come here, you're gonna want to bring a flashlight so you can see. The main entity you're gonna have to worry about as well is smilers, since they like to hide in dark habitats, and this level is the very definition of a dark habitat. The tunnel itself is full of dirty water. It doesn't say if it's sewage or not, because that would be nasty if it was. But the thing that makes this level so weird is that no one knows how the smilers stay alive. Like, what do they eat? It's a small enclosed level with no other things in there, you know? The level also kind of reminds me of that tunnel from Indiana Jones when they were going into like the tunnels under France or whatever, you know? There are not any bases or outposts here, since you can't set anything up in a 4-foot tunnel, and to enter, you can go inside a sewer grate on level 11. Don't know why you want to do that, but oh well. To exit, you can find an area where 2 tunnels meet, like a junction area, and when you find that place, you can just dive right into the water and swim straight down, and you'll end up on either level 7 or level -2. And you can exit also by climbing up a ladder to a sewer grate and opening it, which will take you to level 9, 81, or 11. But yeah, that was the entire entry for level 34. It's short, and that's why I'm putting level 35 in this video as well. But I think I would hate this level because I really don't like claustrophobic spaces, and I also don't like walking around in dirty water. And that's literally all this level is. Plus there's creatures hiding in the dark that want to eat you. So I tried to skip this level in any way possible. On to level 35. Level 35 is classified as a class 2 difficulty and is unsafe with a low entity count. The level itself looks like a car park that's dimly lit, but it also has different colored lights throughout the level. The actual parking area is just surrounded by a completely black abyss, which should be avoided completely because no one knows what even is out there. Even though there isn't much light inside of the complex, the light that's here is a bunch of different colors like green and blue, and there's also the typical fluorescent lights as well. In total, there are 6 floors with a roof on top, so the level is not infinite, and it's actually one of the smallest levels in the Backrooms. For the most part, the parking lots are completely empty. Hardly any cars. But there are some random cars around, which can make weird things happen once you get in them. For instance, if you get into a 2015 Ford Fusion, well then nothing happens. But if you get into an ambulance, sirens will start to blast and you'll be sent to level 14. If you get into a Humvee, then you'll be sent to level 49. If you get into one of those funeral hearses, then you'll just instantly unalive. So, don't do that. If you get into a Caprice, then loud engines will start and the music will just blast so loud until you get out. And if you get into a school bus, then you might get mauled by a smiler because that's where most of the smilers are on the level. And there's a couple of other ones like Jeeps and ice cream trucks that should probably be just completely avoided. The good news is that there's a ton of exits in the level. But the exits that aren't the cars need to be avoided because if you get near one, like an exit door or something like that, then the entire parking lot will fill up with moving cars that will try to run you over. Now, if this does happen and you notice you just stepped really close to an exit door, you gotta run to the first parked car you see, except if it's a hearse, and get into it so you can get out of there because you don't want to get trampled by a car. Trust me. There are not any bases here, and you can enter by breaking through a brick wall on level 34, and you can exit through one of the car exits that I talked about. Backrooms level 36, aka the airport, is classified as a class 1 difficulty and is safe with a few entities around. It looks like an airport from real life, except this one is completely empty, minus a few stores and vending machines laying around. Some of those stores, or restaurants in some cases, are from real life. However, you can't really eat the food from these places because it could give you food poisoning, and you don't want to risk that. The vending machines on this level only give out almond water, even if there's other brands on the front of the vending machine. So like if it says Coke, it'll still give out only almond water. And that seems to be a trend in the Backrooms, since this kind of thing happens on a ton of different levels. You'll see a regular looking vending machine that only gives out almond water. The airport says it's located in Houston, Texas, even though it's not in Texas, it's in the Backrooms, so I don't know. There are doors that say exit on the side of the airport, but you shouldn't go through them because they can lead to dangerous levels or even undetermined and undiscovered levels. All of the terminals inside of this airport have planes outside of them, and the brands on these planes are from real life too. So you got Delta, American Airlines, that kind of stuff. But they're all empty. There's actually a newly discovered area to level 36 too, and it's called the airport basement. It's pretty much just a huge location under the main floor with no windows or much light, and it goes on forever. There's this tram system on the border of this area, and it'll take you to different parts of it, even though there's nothing else except staircases. And these staircases lead up, but they don't really go up. Instead, they just go up and down infinitely, kind of like the end level, which is weird because that makes no sense. As far as bases and outposts go, there's one called Flight 914, which is actually a community made up of people from the real-life Pan Am Flight 914 that disappeared in 1955. This group is located near the American Airlines gate, the first one you see, which is pretty cool that there's real missing people in the Backrooms. That could explain some stuff. There are other small groups throughout the level as well, since it's infinite, and there's also infinite almond water, so it's not too bad of a place to stay. To enter this level, you have to go on the metro on any of the levels it's available on. Specifically, it mainly works from levels 9 to 11, and you can exit by walking through the airplane terminals to the planes themselves. The American gates tend to lead to level 4, and the Delta gates tend to lead to level 0, and the other airlines, they kind of just have random levels they send you to, so it's not for sure or mapped out which ones you go to. And if you notice that there's an unmarked airline, don't go through that gate, because we have no idea what's going to happen to you. So yeah, that was level 36. An infinite airport with planes and stuff like that. Kinda reminds me of level Infinity, but less crazy. Now, let's go to level 37, shall we? Backrooms level 37 is classified as a class 3 difficulty and is pretty unsafe. It takes on the appearance of an infinite jungle with trees that aren't really recognizable from real life, but they kinda look normal. It's whatever. These trees grow weird fruits that are actually safe to eat, which is kind of neat. And the skies on this level are a deep purple color, but can sometimes change to blue or green depending on the time of day. The forest itself is split by a bunch of dirt paths that sometimes can lead from the main path off to different directions. And these directions can be dangerous because they haven't been fully explored yet, but some of them, like the ones I'm about to talk about, have been explored, and we know what they're about. If you go left at any path intersection that you run into, you'll end up at the waterfall. No matter which path on the left that you take, you'll end up at the waterfall. Obviously, it's unknown how anyone can get to the waterfall by just going left, but it's the Backrooms. I mean, nothing makes sense here. If you stay straight on this main path, you'll be sent to an area where there's temples, and these temples are abandoned. They look kind of like Mayan temples from real life, but they're old, and they might have even predated real-life Mayan temples. On the ground near these, there are a bunch of abandoned little camps from old outposts that are just decaying and rotting away. There's also some stone tablets with text carved in them, and these texts explain the history of these lost Mayans. In fact, the people who made these pyramids called themselves the Lost Mayans, which is pretty cool. If you go right on any of the path intersections, then you'll show up to a wooden cabin. This cabin is where the main entity from this level lives and goes to, and those entities are facelings. The facelings themselves look like they're explorers from the 1800s, and they carry really old weapons and stuff like that. I'm assuming they look kind of like that guy from Tarzan. But anyways, the facelings' main base is this cabin that I just talked about. It's on the right side of the path, and if you go in the cabin, you won't be able to see any of the facelings that you just saw walk into it. Because when you walk through the doors, 4 things could happen to you. You could walk in and it could be a completely normal cabin with nothing wrong, or you could walk in and you could just end up in level -1, or all your bones will shatter and you'll have a heart attack and dissolve. Cool. The last thing that could happen is that there will be a bar right in front of you and you'll be served by a random stranger. I mean, that's pretty weird. I gotta say that's pretty strange, even for the backrooms. So just don't walk in the cabin. The other parts of the jungle that aren't the temples or the cabin or the waterfalls, it's all glitchy, and there's just weird glitches and non-Euclidean properties that happen that don't really make any sense. Like trees can just be floating, or they can fall over and then stand back up. It's crazy. This is also where the majority of the creatures live on this level, like death moths, dolers, skin stealers, and wretches, as well as other normal jungle life, like monkeys and stuff. But to me, I'm not sure how they're gonna live there since the jungle glitches, but if they do, well, more power to them. To enter level 37, you can find an empty park on level 11 and roll in the grass until you're sent here. Cool. To exit, you can fall asleep and you'll wake up on level -2, or you can walk towards the sunrise in the morning and you'll be sent out of the level. Neat. Backrooms level 38 is classified as a class 5 difficulty and is unsafe, unsecure, and has an entity infestation. The best kind of levels. This level is unstable, glitchy, and it's a conglomeration of all Backrooms levels from level 0 to levels 37. Kind of like you took the first 38 levels and crumbled them up together like a piece of paper, and you ended up with this level. So 0 to 37 are folded together and are mixed up to form this level, 38. And it's thought that this happens because the levels themselves typically don't have any defined structure. So they're almost like a liquid in space and time with no borders. And that means that this is the point where they all meet and all swirl together. It's kind of like when 2 oceans meet together. Level 38 would be right at that border point. You got that? So this level has some of the properties from those first levels that make it unique. One property it has is that it's got the darkness from level 6, so everything's extremely dark, and it's also got the decay of the walls and structures from level 33. And there are other unique quirks about the level as well, but it all just depends on where you're at. Level 38 as a whole is split up into 2 different areas so that it can be better understood and mapped and tracked. The first area is called the interior, which is pretty much the term that's used for any of the locations that are inside of buildings on the level. These interior rooms are the most common areas of the level, but no good quality pictures can be taken because every place in the interior has the level 12 effect, which blurs and distorts and causes pictures to be terrible quality, so that's pretty handy, isn't it? The second area is called the exterior, which obviously refers to the outside areas of the level. So if there's like a park level or a forest level, it would be classified as the exterior. And these areas are way more uncommon because there's only a few levels that take place outdoors in the first 38 levels. So the ones that do are a part of the exterior. There actually used to be a base here called BNTG Outpost Merchant, and it was set up right when this level was found with the goal to provide almond water, supplies, food to anyone who came to the level, but now the outpost is abandoned because of how unstable the entire area is and because of the entity attacks. That didn't help either. To enter this crumbled together level, you have a chance just by wandering around any levels from level 0 to 37. You never really know. And to exit, you can wander around the level until it starts to change into a more stable zone, and then you'll be sent to a level depending on if you were in the interior or the exterior. Cool. Level 39, aka the Enchanted Forest. That's a very Disney princessy name, so I hope it's good.
This level is a Class 0 difficulty, and it was discovered in 1988 by an anonymous wanderer. Cool. The level is made up of curvy dirt roads that go through a thick forest, specifically an oak forest. The level actually isn't that big and is only around 190 miles, or 300 kilometers, in size. It's also in the shape of a circle and not a square. The level has no day or night cycle, and it's just stuck at a constant dusk time. The pathways on the level are around 6.6 feet wide, or around 2 meters, and can be really confusing if you're not paying attention, because they randomly curve and curl back, and you can lose your place if you're not keeping your eyes open. Like I said, the trees inside the forest are oak trees, and they can't be destroyed, broken, removed, moved at all, because their roots are physically fused with the ground of this level somehow. They don't just have roots in the ground, they're like intertwined with the core of the level. Nice. The landscape is also pretty hilly, and there's random ponds scattered around. People who have been here say that the level gives a random feeling of calmness and serenity, and some even say that the level gives them intense nostalgia, even though they've never seen the level or been to a place like this in real life. The only dangerous thing about this level is that it's so comforting and calm that wanderers can get entranced by it and forget to sleep or drink or eat, so they might unalive themselves from dehydration or starvation. But all you have to do to avoid that is to drink some almond water, and the effects will immediately reverse. On the outskirts of the level, there are these areas called the borders, and they're pretty much really dangerous areas to go in. They have heavy winds and thunderstorms, and sometimes there's even tornadoes, and the temperatures are also way colder in those areas than in the main area. The sky is also darker and cloudier. So pretty much what I'm saying is, don't go to the border of this level. It's lame. The real homies just sit and chill in the woods. There are no bases or outposts here, but it is possible to make one as long as you take into consideration the fact that you're going to have to drink almond water so you don't get entranced. You can enter this level by going into the woods of level 37 and finding the transition into the trees of this level, level 39, and then you keep walking and you'll eventually get here. There are also 3 other ways to enter, but you have to be past the level to enter it, so here they are. To exit, you can just no-clip through a hill to be sent to level 63, or you can no-clip through a weird-looking oak tree, and if those 2 don't work, you can use one of the other 7 ways it lists to exit. There's 9 exits, so, I mean, it's pretty easy to leave. So yeah, this one's just a nice calm forest. I mean, literally, that's the definition, the epitome, if you will, of a safe Backrooms level. Backrooms level 40 is yet another level that looks like an arcade, except this time, stuff gets really weird, I'm not gonna lie. The actual level has the typical arcade look from the mid-80s, but the games themselves are what make the level crazy. There's also vending machines around and food vendors and areas like that that give out food and drinks, and the food and drinks are not almond water, people. I repeat, there is no almond water on this level. There's never been any seen. That's gotta be a first for any level in the Backrooms, because what is the Backrooms without almond water? Normally the food's safe to eat, but a lot of it is covered in a really weird green glowing liquid called Star Fowler's Universal Sauce. Yeah, I'll get into that in a second. Apparently the sauce can taste like any food ever, but there are some people who have consumed it that have ended up losing their minds and going crazy and thinking they're in some kind of group. I'll get into that later, so eat with caution. Around the level, there are tons of TV stations that play commercials for random objects. And these objects are really, really weird and they don't really make much sense, but I'm gonna read some of the commercials now. The first one says, "A new galactic size of adventure and a system-wide selection of tastes. Introducing General Stare Flare's Universal Sauce. A whole new world of flavor. The perfect addition for every space cadet's adventures to the stars. Only at Roller Rockin' Pizza. Call 40404040, says it over and over again, to get a chance at winning one of the 5 prizes, including the one-time General Star Flare's figurine ready for action. Sign up now at..."
And that's when the commercial cuts off to a black screen. Interesting. And there's more that have a similar style to that, like this one that says, "Tickets are open to see Mickey playing at Molly's Comedy Club and Bar. Feel free to hang around as long as you like. We have a lot of cool stuff planned for you. Just look for the sign and you'll find us. See you at the party." So yeah, none of that really makes any sense, and what makes even less sense is why commercials are playing on a level where there aren't many people. Like, who's the target audience? What are the commercials trying to reach? I don't know. The arcade games themselves actually work here, and the games can range from Rampage to Space Invaders, just a whole wide swath. And there's also some games that aren't even from the real world, and they don't have a name, and they have some really strange properties. It's almost like they got created just for this level. There's one called Yoinkers 2. It's a game where you throw the opponent in a river using a ball, but if you throw the ball hard enough in game, it would literally crack the screen of the arcade machine you're using. So somehow it connects to real life from the game? And that happens a lot with these games that are specific to this level. They have a lot of anomalous properties. There's a game called Topple Top that has a character in the game that recognizes if you've played this game before, and they'll talk to you. And there's a racing game called The Grand Finale that after 12 rounds, it cuts to a blank screen and it says, "Why?" I mean, it's probably best to just avoid these games. I don't know if they're like sentient, but it's creepy. Why would a game have near human intelligence, you know? Some of these games are being played by a weird entity called the Customers, which is kind of like a force or an energy, and not necessarily a physical thing, but people who have tried to contact this force have ended up sick and woozy, so. Past this arcade area is a small bowling alley place with the same decorations as where you just were. And the food here has the exact same sauce as before, and everything seems to work just like a normal bowling alley. Even further past this alley, there's another place that looks like a bathroom or break room area. It's kind of run down, but it's really creepy and liminal space looking. The further you go into the level is where you find the exit. It's a weird looking exit hallway with a revolving door at the end, and that's how you leave the level. There are actually a couple of groups here that have set up shop, like there's a BNTG group, and then there's a group called the Scrambler Outpost. And the Scrambler Outpost, they're extremely hostile, and they raid other people's camps and try to steal their stuff, so. And then there's the group of crazy people who ate the green sauce and just went off the deep end. Their group is called General Starflare Space Cadets, and they're crazy, so. To enter this level, you can find an arcade machine in level 5 and play it to be sent here, or use one of the other entrances listed. There's a ton. To exit, you can go through that revolving door at the end of the hallway that I was talking about just now to be sent to level 9, 10, or 11. Or you can use one of the other 11 exits listed. Cool. So Backrooms level 41 is classified as a class 4 difficulty and is very unsafe with a medium entity count. The level itself looks like a really dark sewage or underground tunnel system, specifically a concrete tunnel system. It's split up into different rooms, which I'll get into in a second. Loud whale noises are constantly echoing across the concrete walls, and when I say constantly, I mean constantly. Like, they're always just blasting the screams of whales. On top of these noises, there's also a species of huge lizard hominoid creatures that live in the shadows. They specifically stay in the areas with the deepest amount of water, and they're very, very hostile if you go up to them. Most of the level is dark, so it's important to bring a flashlight with you if you want to see anything. And I would say the biggest quirk about this level is that each room that I mentioned actually changes when someone leaves it. So if you go into a specific room and then walk out, you won't be able to go into that room again because it won't be the exact same room. It'll be different. And no two rooms ever look alike. All of this means that the level is literally impossible to map out, so there's no maps or any kind of idea where anything is because it changes all the time. The water in this level is normally pretty shallow, like mid-shin high, but in some spots it can get up to waist deep, and this is where those lizard humans live. An explorer who made it to the level said that there are many things watching you, but no one's for sure if that's true or if the dude was just paranoid or somewhat of both, but there are lizard people here, so I'd say there are many things watching you. There are two main stages that this level does go through though, a red
red and a blue stage. When the red stage happens, the entities will be passive, and when the blue stage happens, the entities will try to eat you. I mean, it's literally simple. It's like red light, green lights, but with entities playing with your life, pretty much. There aren't any bases here since the rooms are always changing, and there's water, and there's lizard people. And to enter this level, you can find a door labeled sewage from level 11 and walk into it. And to exit, well, that's where it gets tricky. Some people said that it can just randomly happen, and some people say that you can leave by no-clipping through a room that has a ball pit, so who knows. So Backrooms of a 42, or the Horizon, with a Y, is classified as a Class 5E difficulty, which means that the environment itself is the most dangerous part. The level looks like a huge expanse of thick forests and fields, with one singular massive volcano in the very middle of it all. The entire level is extremely volatile and chemically, and the atmosphere is very, very corrosive and dangerous. The forests on this level are so thick, and the canopy for the trees is so thick, that almost no light reaches the actual ground. But somehow, all the plants and stuff still grow, even without light, which is kind of weird. Now, since this land is so thick with trees and other vegetation, it's kind of hard to explore and map out, and the environment itself has a bunch of really weird features that make it even more dangerous than a normal forest, but I'll touch on those later. As I just said, the atmosphere is very reactive, and because of this, you shouldn't bring any fire or like make a torch or anything like that, but you can bring a flashlight, and in fact, you're gonna need a flashlight because it's so dark. Even if you just so much as start a fire with a single spark, the area around it will turn into like a fireball, and then will explode a few seconds later and cause everything to catch on fire in the vicinity of it. So not fun. There's also frequent acid rainstorms that happen on this level, which can last for pretty long periods of time actually. Obviously the rain is toxic, and if you come into contact with it, it can burn you or even worse, and you definitely should avoid drinking it or having it get inside your body at all. Time as we know it doesn't actually work on this level, and if you bring a watch or a clock to here, it'll just freeze and stop working. And no one really knows why, but just a weird quirk of the level. The best place to hide during the acid rainstorms are these random caves that are dotted in the hills of the level. Since the ground is so rocky and hilly, there are several caves, so if it starts to rain, you gotta run for one of those because you don't want to get burned. The temperature on the ground level is actually cold. It's so cold, in fact, that you could freeze, and it stays at around 32 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit, or 0 to 8 degrees Celsius, so you're gonna have to bundle up with clothes in order to not get hypothermia. In contrast to that, the temperature above the trees is so dangerously hot and can reach up to 150 degrees Fahrenheit or 67 degrees Celsius. So I guess it's kind of good that the trees are guarding you from that heat. And that huge volcano in the very middle of the level is always active. It's a stratovolcano, and the base of it has tons of jagged lava areas where there's pools and there's hardened lava and magma, and the entire landscape around it is so volatile and hot and blowing up and steaming and stuff like that it's just very dangerous to even walk on. There's also a bunch of earthquakes in this area at the base because of the magma underground. And that constant activity of the volcano releases heat and gases into the air, which makes it so dangerous to breathe or to light a fire, since it's literally just flammable. And it's not recommended to stay here long without the right gear, like a gas mask or something like that. The volcano also randomly shoots rocks out of the middle of it into the air, and they'll just land randomly in the forest. These things are like huge boulders that are on fire, and they're very, very dangerous considering that it happens a lot, and you can't really see where it's gonna land because the trees block the sky, so you better hope you're not under it when it falls. So now I'm going to talk about a special effect on this level called the Horizon effect. Pretty much, it's a really weird anomaly that happens when you get to the level for the first time. If you walk far away from where you enter, you'll be rewinded back
kind of like a movie or something. And when this happens, it means that you hit the border of the level. So the horizon is the border. And once you hit the border and get teleported back to the spawn, you'll start to feel like you're going crazy and start kind of acting irrational, kind of like you just drank alcohol or something. But after a few hours, this effect will slowly go away. But for those hours of you having the effect, you think you're losing it. No one knows why this effect happens or why it happens just when you first get to the level, but it's the Backrooms, man. Anything goes. There's barely any other life forms on this level besides the plants and trees. There's actually only a few little mammals and insects that live in those caves from earlier, and they live far away from the volcano because they're not trying to get roasted by lava. So other than those giant volcano rocks that get launched into the sky, there are other anomalous things that happen here. There are random lava pools that are just pools of lava. There's acid rain that I talked about, which can burn through the leaves and the trees themselves are also considered anomalous because they can thrive in this toxic environment somehow, and the chemicals tend to not bother them, even though they catch on fire sometimes. Now, there's no real documented entities that live here, just those small mammals and insects, but there might have been a race of creatures that went extinct. There's some evidence to support this, but no one really knows. There's just one base here called Meg Base 42, and it has 12 people who live and study the level here, but it's so volatile and hard to explore that they can't really do much, so they're just trying their best, I guess. To enter this level, you can no-clip from level 41, and to exit, you have to go through one of the exits that's been found. It's really dangerous, but it's the only way to leave, and pretty much, you have to jump in a lava pool. I know, that's crazy, but that's the only way to get out. Is just jumping feet first into a big pool of lava at the base of the volcano. Now, for a short second, you will feel pain and you'll feel a burning sensation, like you just jumped in lava, but eventually you'll wake up on level 93 and you'll be alright for the most part. I still would be terrified of just jumping into a pit of lava, but hey, whatever. And yeah, that was level 42, aka the Horizon. A pretty crazy level filled with forests and mountains and volcanoes and volatile air. Just another day in the Backrooms. So Backrooms level 43 is classified as a class 3 difficulty and is unsafe and not secure. I'll tell you that much for free. The level physically looks like an infinite aquarium, theme park, mall type building that's made up of 4 specific areas that I'll get into in a second. Aside from those 4 areas, there are a couple of weird anomalies that happen when you walk around. One of them is that fog will just randomly start rolling through the hallways. It doesn't seem like it's dangerous, but who knows? Another weird instance is that at random times you'll hear boat noises echoing around the level. Again, it's not dangerous. It's pretty weird though. Outside of the aquarium tanks that are in this level, there is nothing alive. And it seems like the entire structure and outside of the structure has been abandoned for a long time. There's trash on the floor, and most of the stuff on this level and inside the buildings are broken or don't work properly. But inside of these buildings is a really weird property as well, and it's that a weird voice comes over the intercom sometimes and says stuff like, "The park is closed," and some just other stuff like that. It's completely random when it happens, but it's creepy to me. Now, I'm going to talk about those 4 main areas of the level, which are the park, the main building, the staff halls, and the water world. So the park is an outdoor area, obviously, and it's always daytime at first. There are a ton of sidewalks that cut through this zone, but most of them just randomly dead end or don't lead to anything. There are benches, bathrooms, food stands, signs, just typical stuff that you'd find in a normal urban park. This area is 100% quiet, no creatures, nothing. It's just so unnervingly quiet that you might be able to just lose your mind. After a couple days of wandering around this zone though, you'll start to see the way the level really looks. This park is actually really broken and nasty looking, which is completely the opposite of what it looks like originally. So after a few days, it shows its true form. That's totally not terrifying or anything. Next is the main building, which is the cool place where all the aquariums and hallways and food courts and that kind of stuff are. The aquarium tanks are filled up with a mixture of salt and almond water, but somehow the animals can still live inside even though it's not 100% either. So the fish that are freshwater fish can live in the saltwater, and those saltwater fish can somehow live in this freshwater. It doesn't make any sense, but it's the Backrooms. Nothing makes sense. Now this aquarium part is the only one in the main building that isn't broken down or falling apart and that kind of stuff. The rest of it seems really abandoned, and it's kind of like an abandoned mall in a way. The power's flickering on and off, and the water is dripping from the ceilings and floors and that kind of stuff. And food places that are on this level are always empty, and they have no food and that kind of stuff. Pretty sad if you ask me. And if you walk into this destroyed area for another few days, you'll be sent to the next and third zone, called the staff halls. This is a big network of brick hallways with pipes on each side of the wall, and there's mechanical machinery noises that are just blasting throughout the entirety of it. It's kind of like what happens on level 2 and level 3 if you mixed it together, but those pipes on the walls here are filled with the same water mixture that's in the aquarium tanks, which means that it's coming from somewhere, but no one knows where. Inside of the hallways, there are these rooms that jut into these old offices that have computers and papers and filing cabinets, that kind of stuff. Most of the computers don't work, but the ones that do all have the same file on it. I'll talk about that in a second, but there's also other files that are all centered around fish themes and ocean stuff and, you know, that kind of thing. But that one creepy file that's on all the computers is titled new_video.avi. Now, this file is a glitchy, corrupted recording of some human running through these hallways on the level while screaming and hollering and that kind of stuff as a huge flood of water follows behind him. And when that flood catches up to him, the recording cuts and an unidentified fish creature swims up to the camera and just looks at it, and then it cuts off. Now that is pretty terrifying, I'm gonna be real. And that leads us to believe that the entire level can flood. And by golly, it can flood, because the way it does is by watching the video that I just told you about. So if you can avoid it, don't click the file and the level won't flood. You'll be fine. The last zone is called the Water World, and it's pretty much exactly what it sounds like. The Water World is when this level is flooded. After someone watches the video, like I just explained, the level will flood with water from an unknown source, and the aquarium creatures all get set loose because the water rises up and they can swim up. And there's also unknown fish there, and that unknown fish creature is available here too. They're all just swimming around the level, and things like sharks that would normally be aggressive in real life are now aggressive towards you since they're out of their tanks. So that's pretty bad news if you're just swimming around. There could be sharks chasing you, or that unidentified fish creature. Either way, the flooded water world is extremely dangerous. The bad news is that this flooded water part of the level is one of the exits you can use. Which, speaking of exits, you can do that by walking into some bushes in that first park area, which is what I would do. Or you can find an opening in the ceiling of the level when the level gets flooded and go through it, and you'll be sent to level 85. But like I said, I'm definitely choosing the bushes exit because I'm not trying to get drowned in water. To enter the level, you can go through a taxi on level 11 to be sent here, or swim deep down into level 7's ocean, and you can find a hole that kind of connects here like a wormhole. Pretty neat. Backrooms level 44 is classified as a class 3 difficulty and is unsafe with a pretty low entity count. And the entities are not the dangerous part of the level. The level is thought to, quote, be intrinsically connected with the front rooms, or with real life. It looks like a completely bare and empty mall outlet that's kinda run down, but it also kinda looks like a big office space. Only half the lights work, but the half that does work doesn't make that loud buzzing that most of the Backrooms levels make, especially level 0. Now, the lights do buzz a little bit, but not nearly as loud as the other lights, which is important because that buzz is a huge part of the Backrooms, and for this level not to have it, it's worth documenting.
There are window entities in the darker sections of the levels, but so far nothing bad has happened near them, nothing too bad at least, so they're considered pretty safe. Now all of the active window entities here show moving pictures of real life behind them. So if you look out of them, you'll see kind of like a slideshow of real life, and that's why this level is connected to reality. There's actually a theory that the windows themselves are some kind of gateway back to the world, but no tests have been done to show it, and I'm not trying to jump through a window just because I see the real world. If I've learned one thing, it's to not trust the backrooms. This entire level has been classified as non-Euclidean, meaning that traveling and mapping out and just looking at the level is pretty much impossible since the layouts are always changing, and if you walk in one direction, you'll end up in a completely different direction than the way you walked. And on this level specifically, the glitchy non-Euclidean effects get worse the further you get from the level entrance. So where you spawn in on the level won't be too bad, but the further you wander out, the worse this effect will get, so you might not be able to find your way back. Just watch out. Like I said earlier, this level is completely empty and barren. There's literally nothing here, and that's still true, except there is a weird fluid that's made up of unknown atomic compounds. And this fluid is in a bunch of different rooms on this level, and it looks kind of like liquid coal. It's a thick black liquid, it's very viscous and acidic, and it has the ability to corrode cardboard and wood quickly. And in some cases, it's actually been seen dissolving the walls and ceilings of this level. Yeah, that's pretty weird, I gotta be honest. So it goes without saying that you should avoid it at all costs. Now, as far as creatures go on the level, it's actually pretty decently rare to see a creature, but when there is one, it's most likely gonna be a wrangler. Now, wranglers are these huge things with a bunch of arms that burrow down into the ground and stalk their prey. I've done a full short on them, so I'll link that below. But in the darker parts of the hallways or rooms, there can actually be any entity from the backrooms. It's just that the wrangler is the most common. Now, those window entities that I talked about earlier also have a really strange effect, because recently there's been multiple witnesses saying that they saw a silhouette figure behind the window pane. It's only showed up when the situation that the wanderer was in was really anxious or tense, and when you look at it, you get really weird feelings of liminality and anxiety. Nobody really knows what this silhouette is or why it's here, but it's thought that it could represent a person's fear about not being in reality. Either way, it's really creepy to just have a random shadow behind a window in the backrooms. I mean, that's creepy. And the entity has sometimes shown that it can talk with a wanderer through short, repeated phrases like, "He is destroying my home," "He is going to bring doom to us all," "Only when you escape can you find him," "Reality will shatter along with my home," "This place has lost its safety, you must stop him before he takes over." So, I mean, that's pretty terrifying to listen to. It's also really vague, and no one really knows what it means. And also, the context of those phrases doesn't make any sense, because there's nothing actually too dangerous about this current level that we can see. I don't know, maybe the shadow could see something we can't. Maybe it's trying to warn you of something. Not sure, man. There's only one outpost here from Meg, and they try to study that thick corrosive liquid from earlier, and around 20 people live in this outpost. And to enter the level, you can walk through a randomly appearing metal door on level 0, and to exit, you can go back through a similar metal door, which will lead you this time to level 9 or 11. Good stuff. Level 45 of the Backrooms is a pretty safe level, and it's classified as a Class 1 difficulty, and is safe and secure for the most part, even though no Backrooms levels are truly safe, let's be real. So this level is a huge city with skyscrapers and other giant buildings, but instead of the ground being made out of, normal city stuff like concrete and roads, this city is floating in a void made out of some kind of ink. The buildings in this ink look exactly like buildings from real life. To be specific, there are 33 buildings in total, and they're all formed in a circular pattern, and at the very middle of that circle, there's a building that looks just like the Empire State Building from real life. The buildings closer to the Empire State have less entities and more electricity, but the further you go out from that center, the more entity infested the buildings get, and the less the electricity goes. And these entities specifically are death mobs.
moths. However, the Curabiter bird keeps the death moth population in check, but it's still pretty much an infestation when you get really far away from the center. Each of the floating skyscrapers has its own gravity inside and slightly around itself. The void around the buildings that everything's floating in, that inky stuff, doesn't have any gravity for items and objects, because it does have it for people. And if a person tries to jump into that void and float, well, they won't float and they'll fall into the dark abyss below forever. And no one knows what happens to them when that happens, so don't do that. Now, the inside of each of these buildings seems to be the exact same as its real life counterpart. They even have some of the same furniture, decorations, and all that stuff too. It literally looks the same. But the creepy thing that sets these buildings apart from the real life one is that everything inside are really detailed styrofoam sculptures. Yes, you heard that right. Everything is carved out of styrofoam, and it's not real, like in real life. It's just styrofoam. That's creepy. Now, since you can't jump out of the doors or the roof to float to different buildings, you'll have to find the fire escape of each building that you go to be able to be sent to the next building. I kind of like this method a lot more than jumping into a void and falling to the end of time, so cool. As far as bases go, there is one base here called the Backrooms Research Consortium, which is a Backrooms remodeling company outpost, and they stay in the Center Empire State Building, and they do research on the levels and its weird inky properties. To enter this level, you have to use the hub, and to exit, you have to go through the Empire State's building's fire escape to be sent back to the hub. But each of these buildings is connected, like I said, through those fire escapes, and it'll be hard to get to them because of the death moths that are flying around. Since, you know, they're giant man-eating moths, you probably don't want to interact with them. Backrooms level 46 is classified as a class 3 difficulty and is unsafe, unsecure, with a low entity count. But the entities are dangerous. I'm sure you could guess by its name, but the level looks like an Arabian desert from real life, and is very hot during the daytime and really, really cold at night. The cycle of day and night is split into 3 specific parts though. Day and night, like normal, and then the third one is dawn. Each of these parts has their own unique things to them, like when it's daytime, the temperatures can reach up to 150 degrees Fahrenheit, or 70 degrees Celsius, which obviously is way too hot for anyone to live in, and the only place to get out of the sun is by hiding in the ruins of the ancient civilization that has long since left, but I'll get into that stuff later. The nighttime is literally almost as dangerous as the daytime because the temperatures get unnaturally cold. Like, I'm talking negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 30 degrees Celsius. So without the right gear, you could turn into a popsicle if you're not prepared. The dawn time is the most habitable time to explore the level because it's a good mixture of hot and cold. It hovers around 80 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit or around 30 to 40 Celsius, so it's gonna still be hot, but not as hot as 150 degrees and not as cold as negative 22 degrees. It's also important to note that the level doesn't follow a normal 24-hour day-night cycle because it cycles between day, night, and dawn randomly. Sometimes these random cycles can even last entire years, and there's a chart that organizes the different times, and as you can see, it was daytime for 6 months, but then nighttime for a year, and then day for 3 months, and then dawn for 3 years. And right now, as I'm recording this, it's nighttime. So you really never know what time it's gonna be when you accidentally get sent here. You just better hope and pray it's not day or night, unless you want to get melted or freeze. Another dangerous factor of the level is that there's literal sandstorms that can just start up at any time. Daytime, dawn, night, anytime, no matter what, these sandstorms can happen. And when these sandstorms stir up, they bring along the extremely dangerous entity here called the sand spirits. These are really aggressive entities that attack on sight. Their only weakness is liquid, which kind of makes sense considering it's a desert, but I still wouldn't want to be wasting my water by shooting a sand demon. That's just me though. This level has extremely rare oases that appear. These zones are not affected by the heat or cold or the sand demons, but the likelihood of you finding an oasis is so low that you probably shouldn't count on it. So throughout this video, I've mentioned some of these ancient ruins of a civilization that used to call this level home. Now I'm going to talk about those people, and I'll get into some theories on where they went and why they left, you know, besides the 150 degree temperatures.
So this ancient civilization is often referred to as the Ancient Ones. They're the builders of these anomalous ruins that are scattered throughout the level. There isn't one specific known reason why they left, but it is theorized that something called the Cataclysm is the reason that their buildings got destroyed and they ultimately left. I have no clue what the Cataclysm is, but I mean, it sounds cool. It's also theorized that these Ancient Ones are somehow intertwined with the Lost. Now, the Lost are another old group of people scattered throughout the Backrooms. They build temples and that kind of stuff too, so maybe the Ancient Ones left this level and then populated some of the other levels and then eventually became known as the Lost. Some of the letters and pictures on the ruins on this level look similar to the Lost paintings and pictures and stuff like that, so we're just drawing conclusions here based on the evidence. What is known though is that these Ancient Ones were actually pretty advanced when it came to charts of the stars and that kind of stuff. There was maps of solar systems and star patterns, things you wouldn't normally think ancient civilizations would know, they knew. The language of these people is actually written into manuscripts and scrolls inside of the main temple on this building. Now, this language has not been decoded yet, but there are events drawn that depict something called a, quote, higher day or a hot day. And apparently, according to pictures and stuff, this day melted rocks and soil and the actual earth itself. So maybe that's what the Cataclysm is, the hottest day ever, I don't know. I'd leave this level too if it was hot enough to melt rocks, man. The only base on this level is in that temple area I just talked about. It's still partially standing, and it's really the only building that's still kind of together, but Meg Base Desert Rose lives here, and there's around 20 people there. To enter this extremely dangerous level, you can walk 10 miles in level 80, and to exit, you can find an oasis, even though it's rare, and then jump into the water. Or you can find a ruin that just has a random modern-day office door in the wall, walk through it, and you'll be sent to level 4. So Backrooms level 47 is classified as a class 3 difficulty and is unsafe with a low entity count. The level itself is described as a primeval old forest, or a forest that seems to be as old as time itself. And this forest is extremely resistant to any changes made in the grounds or on the surrounding areas by humans, which I'll touch on that effect in a few minutes. The trees here are tall, and most of them are way taller than 100 feet, and they're thought to be thousands of years old. On the base of the trees and on the ground pretty much everywhere, there's moss and lichens, and they're just growing rapidly and covering most of the surfaces on this level. Inside of the forests, there has never been any direct sunlight because during the quote-unquote daytime, there's a thick fog that just rolls through the top of the trees, and it kind of clouds it from the sunlight above. But this fog will only stay during the daytime, and it actually disappears at nighttime. And when it does, you can see some kind of moon in the sky. It looks just like the moon from real life, but the main difference is that this one is way closer to you, so it's just closer to the atmosphere. You can also see stars in the sky, but so far, no constellations or anything recognizable have been found. This forest really cannot be mapped because it goes infinitely in every direction, and there's also properties that prevent searching the level. These properties are the non-Euclidean features that are so common throughout all of the Backrooms. But in this level specifically, parts of the forest can just shift and change at a moment's notice. And specifically, this can happen when you take your eyes off of something. It kind of acts like time reversal in a way. And this effect is how the level gets rid, quote unquote, of man-made alterations to it. So let's say you make a campfire in one certain spot, and then you walk away and you take your eyes off of it. Well, as soon as you do that and you look away from it, it could disappear and the entire area could look completely different, even though it was technically the same area you were just at. As you can imagine, this effect might make you think you're going crazy or walking in circles or something, so it's best to just try to stay level-headed. Along with the trees and the dirt and the rocks, there are also occasional streams and creeks that run throughout the forest. The water is safe to drink, as far as we know, and there are different types of fungus growing near it, like mushrooms and stuff, which can be eaten if you're really hungry, but some of those mushrooms may cause you to hallucinate, so eat with caution. As far as entities on this level, well, there are several, but there aren't really any entities that you'd see on any other levels, because here, there are things like snakes and birds and small mammals and frogs. So far, the creatures are like normal ones from real life, but instead of just being regular creatures, they have really weird anomalies that happen. Like, really weird. For example, if you unalive a snake, or if you hurt a snake at all on this level, then a giant red titanoboa will appear and will hunt you down until it gets you. And if you don't know what a titanoboa is, it's pretty much a massive, massive snake. And on this level, it's referred to as, quote, the Great Old Adder, or just the Great Adder. And that's where the level gets its name from. Also, an adder is a small poisonous snake from real life, if you're wondering. But the Great Adder on this level is not small, it is huge, and it will try to get you. The Old Adder appears every time a snake is unalived or harmed, so if you're walking through the woods, make sure you don't do anything to snakes at all. So other than a massive snake, there are also packs of large black canids that roam the forests when it gets dark outside. Now these things are really aggressive and hunt humans. They're called black shucks or adderwood wolves, and they're kind of like more aggressive versions of dire wolves. They use really loud howls to communicate and to scout and to hunt their prey, and once the prey is chosen, well, they all attack. The best way to not get eaten by one of these things is to climb to the highest tree possible and wait until the daytime, because in the daytime, they go back to their caves. There are also big bucks and doe deer, but those are pretty boring and normal compared to a giant snake and a huge wolf pack. So, now as far as bases and outposts go, well, this is where it gets kind of scary. Some wanderers have ran into a curvy, windy trail in the woods and have followed it for days and sometimes even weeks. The people who follow the trail obviously do it so they can try to find a way out of the level, but what they end up finding was a break in the trees that opens up into a field or a marshland. The trail then continues into that field and it leads to a huge manor house, or sometimes an ancient old megalith looking thing. Both the house and the megalith exist at the same time, but it's creepy how it works. This area is the headquarters of a cult on this level called the Ophion Occult Order. Not much is known about them since they're extremely hostile and aggressive, but what is known is that they worship that giant adder snake from earlier as some sort of deity or god. So, yeah. This cult practices old, dark magic and can seemingly control things that aren't normal. They can sort of control the giant snake and convince it to go places, and they can also control the black shuck wolves because they run away from a single cult member. Even if the entire pack of wolves is there, they won't attack, they'll run away scared. So yeah. These members often wander into the woods with big black cloaks on and are normally not too aggressive if you just walk past them, but they can be if you make them mad. To enter this level, you can just get no-clipped here. I mean, no one really knows how it happens, and it's the same for the exits. No one knows how you get out, it just happens. But the most common no-clip zone is through the dead trees that are on this level, so yeah. Some of the cult members claim that the trail on the level can be directly linked to real life. They also claim that they can control the trajectory of that trail and change where it ends at and change where it goes and turns, but this isn't confirmed. And who's gonna trust a cult? I mean, but yeah, if you want to leave, just try to no-clip into a tree if you can. So first off for the video is level 48, or the Sunset Beach, which is classified as a class habitable and is safe, secure, and literally has no harmful entities. The level itself is a never-ending beach that is bordering a lukewarm ocean. And the deeper you get into the level behind the beach, there's a huge tropical rainforest. The level doesn't have a day or night cycle and stays constantly at sunset, and the sun itself is a reddish yellow color. Along the beach, there are makeshift houses that have been built over the years. Some of the houses are really nice, with modern looking appliances and stuff like that, which is weird considering this is the Backrooms. But oh well. The forest I talked about earlier is around 600 feet behind the beach, and is full of typical tropical trees. In the forest, there are also some species of animals that are harmless. For instance, there's a jaguar-type creature called languires. They have blue skin and purple eyes instead of, the typical dotted skin from real life. There are giraffes, which are like giraffes but have green skin, and they're way bigger than the real-life ones. And there are several other creatures that have similarities to real-life ones, but they're different color, different sizes, and they act different. They're all calm. There's one community here called the Veroca Farmers, and it's got 300 people that harvest Veroca plants on the level. And then there's other people who live here that aren't in that group, but they're not documented either.
So yeah, this level's kind of like an oasis in the Backrooms, and honestly, it's a place that I wouldn't leave if I had made it here. There'd be no point. It's a safe level on a beach. I mean, how else better can you get? To enter this level, you can no-clip into the sand on level 134, and to exit, you can swim to the bottom of a lake in the forest to be sent to level 121, but like I said, I don't think I'd be leaving here. It's safe, it's a beach, it's always sunset, it's not hot, feels great. I mean, why would you leave? Backrooms level 49 is classified as a class 2 difficulty and is unsafe with a small entity count. And the entities here are pretty weird, and I'll get into those in a second. The level looks like a battlefield warzone area, as I said earlier, similar to the ones from World War I. But there isn't actually any fighting that's currently going on, it just happens when you get out of the trenches that you spawn in. And the level is really only dangerous if you leave that trench area. Or if something called a plane attack happens, which I will also talk about in a second. But if you do make the fatal mistake of jumping out of a trench, you will be attacked by weapons, wink wink, and you'll be pretty much turned into Swiss cheese instantly, if you know what I'm saying. I can't say the actual thing or Susan will be pretty mad at me, but you know what I'm saying. And you will become victim to the other bodies in the field. The source of this enemy fire is unknown, but is obviously extremely dangerous and it should just be avoided. Just don't get out of the trenches. Like, don't do it. Now, something I hinted at earlier was those plane attacks, which are the most actual present danger to the people inside of the trenches, because one of those projectiles that the planes are dropping might land in a trench with you, and you know that can't be good. It might explode. These plane attacks can last seconds, minutes, hours, days, and if you aren't careful, it can drive you insane. The most important thing to do is to find somewhere in a trench with like an overhead cover and to try to keep as calm as humanly possible to avoid losing your sanity. However, if a person doesn't keep themselves calm, they'll eventually succumb to shell shock, which is also a real life thing too, and the symptoms range from stress and anxiety to lack of blinking and that kind of thing. It's bad. And those symptoms happen in the Backrooms too, but something else happens as well. If a person does in fact get affected with shell shock, they will start turning into something called a faceless soldier, and those are the entities on this level. And the faceless soldiers are split up into two different groups, the Reds and the Blues. The Reds are the ones who stay on the west side of the quote-unquote no man's land, which is the battlefield area, and they wear red clothes. The boomstick, wink wink, that they carry is a bolt-action infield rifle, but they also carry explosives and that kind of thing, and they carry water canteens that are full. They normally don't attack wanderers though, and they're pretty chill, and they ignore everyone they walk past in the trenches, but they will attack you if you hit them or something. And on the east side of no man's land is the Blues. These are on the complete opposite side of the Reds, and they're obviously wearing blue clothes, and they carry M1915s, along with explosives and water canteens. However, these water canteens are almost always empty, or about to be empty, unlike the Reds, who have full ones. And on top of that, these Blues are sickly and thin and injured most of the time, and they'll attack you if you instigate it. They're pretty much worse off than the Reds, like they're getting beat in battle. Both sets of the faceless soldiers don't really do much besides walk through the trenches, but it definitely would be unsettling to see a soldier with no face and with weapons. I mean, I feel like I would have some sort of like existential crisis. To enter this level, you can go into a Humvee on level 35 to be sent here. Those are those military vehicle things. And to exit, there's literally no way to, as of right now, which adds a little bit more spookiness to the level, since you'll be trapped in a war zone with random planes dropping explosives on you. That's scary. But yeah, this is one of the only war-themed levels in the Backrooms, and I honestly find them pretty disturbing because of how terrifying war actually is. Like most of you watching and me, we can't even begin to imagine how scary war is, and this Backrooms level would throw you into that feeling and sensation with no warning and no escape. So I definitely think it's one of the scariest. Plus, you get attacked if you even peek out of a trench. That just adds to the scariness. Backrooms level 50, or the Moribund Highway, is classified as a class 3 difficulty and is unsafe, unsecure, with a low entity count. The word moribund means something that's almost dead, and the level is named that due to the extreme heat that's here and how the level is feeling like it's on its last leg because of how hot it is. There's also random people that walk on the road here, and they're really unpredictable and dangerous, so avoid the people. The level is an infinite 4-lane highway that is split into 2 different 2-lane highways, and on these roads, there are cars that have completely stopped moving, almost like time has just stopped suddenly and the cars stopped with the time. Some of the cars are stopped while they're in the process of changing lanes or passing another car, leading some people to think that the level's time literally did just stop randomly one day and all the cars were stuck in momentum. On top of these stationary cars, there's literally no other sounds on the level. No wind, no animals, no car sounds, no nothing. Just the sound of you breathing and walking, which could make anyone go insane if you think about it. Every single car here has a Nevada license plate, and all of them have the exact same letters and numbers. I-80 L2WV is what every license plate says. The cause for this is unknown, but that's very strange to me. None of the vehicles are new either, and most of them look like models before 2011, and on top of that, most of them are actually old, like pre-2000. And it's also safe to say that most of the cars are not safe to get into because you might get sent to a dangerous level if you get in them. The only actual safe ones are random RVs that are parked, but these are so rare that you shouldn't count on finding one. However, the cars are not the dangerous part of this level, and neither is the heat, really. The true danger is the people who roam this level randomly. Only very few of them have even been seen, and there's only been one person to actually interact with them. And the one encounter that the Wanderer had with a human on this level made that person go insane and run into the desert. It's unknown if the humans are normal, or if they're just trying to scare people on purpose, or if they're entities, or whatever they are, but you should be very wary of them. They're kind of like zombies. There's also been some other strange encounters in stories whispered around the Backrooms. Like one time, someone was sleeping in an RV and woke up to loud banging on the side of that RV, and they went outside to see what it was, and they didn't see anything or anyone that could have done it. So I'm gonna guess that it was the quote-unquote humans that live here on this level, but who knows? There are no bases here, because who would want to live in a desolate desert? I mean, not me. And to enter this level, you can get into an RV on level 35, and then get outside of that RV and you'll be sent here. And to exit, well, there's no known exit of this level, and the people that were here just randomly go missing and really aren't heard from again. Although it is thought that this level could somehow take you to level 69, which is another road-based level, but it's unknown. Just like most things in the Backrooms, this level doesn't really make any sense, and is crazy and is scary, and all of the above. But yeah, this is the level that rounds out my series of going over levels 13 through 50, and I think it's a perfect end for it. So, Backrooms level 51 is classified as a class 4 difficulty, and is pretty unsafe and unsecure, with a medium entity count, and the level itself is very unique. That's what I'll say. It looks like a huge maze of marble hallways that are all decorated in a Greek-type theme. The level seemingly doesn't allow pictures to be taken, and each time someone tries to snap a picture, the image file corrupts and it's blurry and blacked out. So every image you see in this video is an artistic example of what the level might look like based off of several Wanderers reports, because there wouldn't be a video if I didn't have pictures. So yeah, so as I said, level 51 looks like a huge maze, and the style and architecture of this maze looks like something from ancient Greece. The maze's floor has polygon lines on it, and there are baskets and random pieces of pottery and that kind of thing on the floor, as well as some random vines on the side of the walls as well. And speaking of the walls, they also have the same polygon lines as the floor, and the ceiling has really detailed carvings and lines and shapes as well. Now, the ceiling also has several weird holes in it, and these holes can actually lead out of the level to a different one, but more on that later. In these hallways, there's literally no dirt or dust, and everything is perfectly shiny clean. It just looks brand new. It looks like nothing's ever been here. Now, the only normal entity in these halls are rats. Big, scary rats. Love to see that. Now, the rats are not normal because they're weirdly colored and they're massive, but most of them are white or gold, and some are even purple. They eat the random vines that grow on the walls, by the way. And these rats are also eaten by the main entity here, which is the Minotaur. And a Minotaur is one of these things, you probably heard about them before, but they're a giant bull-human hybrid, and there's apparently one or thousands of them on this level. It hunts those who come here through noise. So if you're rattling off a bunch of noise and you're stomping or screaming, it'll hear you and it'll come after you. It's not known if there's multiple or if there's just one because the level is just so large that it would be impossible to tell. But there is for sure at least one because several people have reported it and several people have been seen being mauled by it. Now the level actually is not infinite because there's another part of the level that you can get to from the maze. And this is called the Lost City. Now this Lost City is in an underground cavern ravine type area. And you get here by walking in the maze for a really long time. It's an unknown amount of time, but it's a really long time. People have tried to see how long it takes by timing it, but time doesn't work here. Shocker. But the Lost City is connected to the maze somehow. And the Lost City itself isn't massive, it's kind of small actually, but it's in this cavern cave type place, and it has markets and houses, temples, and that sort of thing. But the good news for you is that the Minotaur entity does not come here. It's never been seen here, and it looks like it either can't enter or it just won't enter. We don't know why. There are other Backrooms entities here, though, that are in other levels, like Skin Stealers and Hounds and Dullers, which are just the most common ones, but they're in this Lost City area too. They're just not as common. In the middle of the city, there is one big temple, and this is a very weird and unique place. It's kind of like the town center area, and it's the safest spot in all of the level for you. Around the temple, there's waterfalls and plants growing all around it, and it's just, a fantastical temple-looking thing. There are Greek symbols on the stones around the pyramid, and there are Greek symbols inside the pyramid, so this level is yet another example of a weird connection with Greek mythology and the Backrooms. Strange. If you walk inside the temple, there is actually a specific hallway that has nothing in it but doors. And on these doors, there are different symbols in Greek, and these symbols and these doors can take you to different levels, we think. We don't know, of course, but they do lead somewhere. A wanderer has described this hallway as sort of an ancient version of the hub level, which I thought was pretty cool. Elsewhere in the Lost City, there's a village where there actually are a few people. They're just called the villagers, and there's supposed to be around 200 of them. They do not understand English, but they seem nice enough. They don't really attack you. They're kind of just neutral with you. The weird thing about them, though, is they won't go near the temple in the middle of the town. They stay all around it in the villages and markets, but they won't go in it. But they seem to live normal lives down here in this cavern city. To enter this level, you can find a piece of pottery on level 34 that's got some sort of liquid in it, and then drink it, and you'll be sent to the maze of the level. It's thought that everybody gets sent to a different spot in the maze, so you just gotta hope you're lucky so you get sent close to the Lost City. And to exit, you can go through one of those holes in the maze's roof that I talked about, or you can go into the temple and find a door with a symbol on it, and then go into whichever door you want. We have no idea where they all lead, so good luck with that. Backrooms level 52 is a massive cavernous expanse with no physical entrance or exit. The level has been given a class undetermined difficulty due to many mysterious properties that are there, as well as some unknown info that we don't really know about. Inside of this giant cavern, there are several different small tunnels and offshoots that branch out from this central location. In fact, the level is just too big to even be measured, so we can't really say how big it is, but it's way over 200,000 square feet in size. The level's chemical makeup is derived of various types of rocks, depending on where you're at. There's things like limestone, dolomite, gypsum, marble, slate, and even granite. The most notable thing about this giant cavern of level 52 is that it appears to be one of the most ancient places in the Backrooms. It's said that Neanderthals from the middle of the Pleistocene epoch used to and still live here, deep inside its bowels. On the walls of these caves and these caverns are primitive writings, as well as the occasional grunt being heard from further down. Around these cavernous hallways, there are torches that are lit and on fire that provide the entire level with a moderate glow. These torches do not run out, they did not get extinguished, they seem to be infinitely bright. There are a few common entities that you might run into while in level 52. These are the Facelings, Smilers, Wretches, Hounds, the typical entities. But unlike their normal counterparts, these ones rely less on eyesight and they go more based off of echolocation and having really good hearing. The entire time that you're in level 52, you'll feel as if something or someone is watching you. There's this constant sense that you're just being stared at. This effect can really wear down your sanity if you let it happen. As I mentioned, as far as entrances and exits, it's very hard to do so. No one really knows where they're at, but it's thought that you can no-clip into a large rock over on level 445 to be sent here. But I don't know why you'd go all the way back from 445 to here. Whatever. And to exit, you can rarely do this by finding these caverns or caves that lead out of the main one. These could lead to things like level 11 and so on and so forth. This is another simple level, pretty basic, just a cavern with some weird Neanderthals that live deep inside. So Backrooms level 53 is written in a letter format, and it doesn't have a proper description, so in order for me to give you the full experience, I'm just gonna have to read the whole thing how it is. But first, I will give you a short description of the level, so you can kind of get a basic understanding of it. So Backrooms level 53 is one man's house. That's it. The entire level is one guy's house. And this man is named Alan Grady, and he's been trapped inside of his own house since December of 2008. My goodness. So literally 12 years he's been trapped in his own house, and it's thought that it's a Backrooms level that did this. The night before he got trapped, everything was normal, and he was alone in his house, no one was there, his wife and kids weren't, and there were Christmas decorations up, everything seemed perfect. Until one point in the night, he says that everything felt like it started to fall. Everything was falling around him. And then after that, he himself fell, and he hit his head or something, and he got knocked out. And while he was falling, he could still see all of his decorations and furniture falling as well. But when he woke up, nothing was misplaced, nothing was fallen, and everything was in its normal spot. And ever since that night, he has not been able to leave his house. And nothing makes sense. There's just weird things that happen, and I'll explain it all right now. So yeah, that was the basic overview of the level. I'm gonna get into the letter that he sent to Meg officials, and it's titled Attempt 53, which apparently is his 53rd attempt at emailing someone. Anyways, here it goes. Hello to whoever is reading this, if anyone. My name is Alan Grady, and I'm a 37-year-old male of average height. I'm writing this because I'm trapped inside my own home. I don't know how to get out, and this is my latest attempt at outside communication. I guess it's best just to start where it started. It was December 2008, almost Christmas. It was just me in the house that day, alone. I don't remember much, but I remember my entire house falling, if that makes any sense. I still have the decorations up right now as of writing. Well, then I woke up after being knocked out cold for who knows how long. I woke to see my house how it normally should be, though some objects and glass shards were on the floor from what happened. I looked around to see the outside world was still outside my windows. I realized that this wasn't the case soon after. I thought things could still be normal after all that. I tried opening my front door, but it just led me back to my house. I froze in fear. I didn't understand what was going on, nor do I really want to know. It all happened too fast. I jolted back to the corner of my wall and sat down with my back leaning against it. Just sat there in shock and deep thought, what will I do now? I looked around to explore the house itself. Everything there was normal, for the most part. All the bedrooms, the bathrooms, the kitchen, my devices. It was all there, even the basement. Here's an image of the kitchen, if you were wondering. Well, days had passed, then the days soon turned to months, but the sky outside the window never got dark. It was always early in the morning, like 7 a.m. maybe. I can't really tell anymore. The clock still works, and it's 4:23 a.m. I haven't gotten much sleep since I got here, but I never felt like I needed it too often. The food is edible, and the water is drinkable, but only from the fridge, and I need to use a filter pitcher soon. I thought I ran out of things to eat, but when I went down into the basement, there's always a pile of food on the ground that can last me a few days. I always have to grab it all and run to the fridge and cabinets to make sure some of the food stays fresh. It doesn't restock at a certain time though, it's always completely random. One time, it wouldn't restock for weeks. I have no clue how I was able to survive that long and feel normal. It wasn't until that very last week that I started to feel very hungry, as if all the days previously that I hadn't eaten came back to haunt me. That was until I looked to see if the basement had restocked, and it did. But I noticed that most of the packages were ripped open and broken. I then saw movement, so I slowly walked towards the small food pile to see what was inside. Turns out, a little mouse had gotten into the food pile and was having a good old time eating it. Must have been there before the house fell. I carefully trapped the mouse in a jar, brought him upstairs to a small cage from a previous hamster pet, and I made him my little friend. I named him Louie, and I feed him daily, but honestly, it doesn't help the fact that I am still alone from other human beings. Well, soon after, years had passed, and during those times, I'd get visitors. Still do. However, they are not human. They're more tall and slender, and they have no face. They don't seem to be any danger though. They just aimlessly wander my house, either sitting at the table or the couch or just looking out the windows. Sometimes they sit down next to me as I watch TV. Surprisingly, TV still works normally. Wi-Fi also works. Although it's practically terrible, there isn't much to do, so I took cooking as a hobby. All the kitchen utensils work, so I cook whatever I can with my random assortment of foods. I make a really good steak if you ever want to come by and try some, whoever you are. Even though my food restocked my basement, it's always on the concrete floor and in the middle of the room. I have to go and wash it off every time after moving the food so nothing gets infected. Meanwhile, I noticed I was getting a pile of food every few days to a week, which was much more than I could eat. I started to save my food to make sure I would have enough to last me a few years, and it worked out for me. I got my own cookbook and everything. Well, a lot of time has passed now, and I recently made many attempts to escape, including breaking the windows. It has always shown a nice neighborhood and some people walking around outside. I would always stare at them or even scream to help, but no one did anything. Well, besides one time when there was a whole group of people just staring at me from afar through the window. I really couldn't sleep after that. I made my efforts to break the windows, but they wouldn't budge until one of them eventually broke. Although my efforts were for nothing, as it just led right back into my house again. So now I'm just here. There seems to be no way out, and it seems like I'm stuck for the rest of my life here. You know, I just miss people. I miss my family. I miss my life. I was working in a very well-paying job as my wife took care of my kids. I just wonder why I was brought down here. Everything happens for a reason though, right? Please help me, your friend, Alan Grady. So at the bottom of the page, there's actually a Meg report, and apparently this note, Attempt 53, that I just read you, was found by a Meg officer in level 9. And the note itself was found on a red-painted wooden door of a very small house. The Meg officers broke down that door, entered the building, and they found Alan Grady, and he was successfully rescued and brought to a Meg base. And since then, he's been taken back to that house, which apparently is his house, and now he can leave and enter it at will, but he still is in the backrooms. So yeah, if you didn't get all of that, pretty much this guy got trapped in his own house from real life, but he's now in the backrooms. So somehow the backrooms collided with reality, took this guy's house into the backrooms, and he's never gonna be able to go back. It's pretty sad, man. So Backrooms level 54 is classified as a class 2 difficulty and is generally unsafe, but it has a low entity count, so it'll be alright. The most dangerous thing here is yourself, because you could go insane if you aren't careful. As I said earlier, the level is made up of a huge stairwell, rather, a bunch of huge stairwells that go down in a hypnotizing spiral pattern. The actual chairs can change in appearance the further you go down them, so the colors and patterns can change slowly, but overall, they just look like old staircases. The walls at the start are a weird blue color, and they're old and peeling, and it just gets worse and worse and more wet the further down you go. There's black mold in the corners of the stairwells and the walls, and the entire place is just damp and grody, man. There are also cracks in the walls that water drips through, and everything here is just old and decaying, and the very air you smell smells like rotting wood and dust. So it's all gross. The stairs themselves are all wooden. And of course, they're going to be decaying and breaking and rotting, so just be careful when you're walking and stepping down so you don't just fall down a bunch of flights of stairs. Now sometimes, you can be walking down these infinite stairs and you'll see a door on a landing area. If you open that door, you'll either walk to another staircase or you'll walk into a hallway that leads to more staircases. If you do run across a hallway like that, then there's a pretty good chance there'll be a room or two
to on the left or right side of it that you can get to. And these rooms are pretty empty, and they usually have a random table or bed or something in them, and they're all rotting and woody and moldy, and everything's just gross, just like the rest of the level, man. Which leads us to believe that all the stairs and hallways and doors are in the same building, since it's all the same type of decay. But if that's the case, then the building would have to be infinitely huge, so who knows. Now, besides those weird things, the level has a few more strange quirks, and it's that everything here is a shade of blue for some reason. Like the walls are blue, the lighting in the hallways is blue, there's a random blue orb that's been seen floating down the staircase that drips water. It's only been photographed once, and this is the only picture we have, but the person that took this picture says that they just felt weird by this orb. But everything's blue. We don't know why. Let me know in the comments why you think everything's blue. Some of the rooms and the staircases will actually have a window looking outside. Now, some of those windows are actually thought to be Entity 2, or window entities, but the ones that are not usually have a weird environment outside of them. Specifically, they have a deep blue ocean right outside the window that you're looking down on. And this blue ocean casts a blue glow into the stairs. It's shocking. Everything's literally blue. It's also pretty weird that this building is just by itself in the middle of an ocean. That's strange. If you walk down these stairs far enough, then you're likely to go to a connector hallway or room or set of stairs itself that's full of water. And it's often said that if you're near these waters, a person can hear strange whispering noises. So that's not fun. Mostly the level is safe from entities, but if you do run into one, it's probably going to be a smiler, hound, or a skin stealer. Although there's been one that's really not common in the Backrooms, but it's a camo crawler, and it's actually a pretty old entity, but they're very rare, but they do live here, and they're big, multi-armed humanoids that can climb up walls and stuff and camouflage themselves to match the colors and textures. They hide in the corners and stalk their prey and jump on them when they're least expecting, so that's another thing you gotta look out for. There's also been a strange crab entity that's been seen walking up the staircases, so I don't know about that. That's strange. To enter this level, you have to be on level 42, and somehow, no clip here, or you can go deep into a hallway on level 17, no clip, and be sent here as well. And to exit, you're pretty lucky, because it's fairly easy. You just have to find a door on the stairway and then just no clip into it to be sent to one of the first 6 levels. Check out the full level page in the description below for all the exits, because there's a ton of them. But yeah, a level that's made out of infinitely connecting staircases and decaying wooden hallways and decaying wooden rooms too. It's like a big game of chutes and ladders, except there's no ladders, there's stairs. You know what I mean. So Backrooms level 55 is classified as a class 2 difficulty and is unsafe with a low entity count, but it can be pretty dangerous. And I'll explain why later on. It was actually discovered last year on May 3rd, 2021, and the level itself is a massive supermarket that is filled up with only freezer aisles. Like there's no fruit, no deli, just freezers. Just freezer sections. The actual supermarket is an unknown size, but each aisle has been measured and they're all exactly 55 feet long. And this level's number is level 55. Coincidence? The aisles themselves look different though, because they all look like real-life frozen sections from stores, except they resemble actual stores from real life. Like one section could look like Kroger, one could look like Walmart, one could look like Tesco or Woolworths, and they all look like stores from real life. But that's not the only weird real-life coincidence. The other thing is that every 5 aisles, the stuff in the freezers changes based on a decade. So there could be an aisle that has food from the 1970s, you know, old retro design type stuff. And then 5 aisles down, it could be the 1980s or 1960s. It'll go up or down a decade every 5. There's been no maps made of this level, simply because of how big it is, but the decades changing every 5 aisles has been pretty consistent, so that's a way you can keep track of where you're at. It's also hard to navigate this level in general because of all the non-Euclidean properties that a ton of Backrooms levels have. This level just has it really bad. Very rarely, there will be an out-of-place wall that breaks up the freezers. The whole place in level 55 has an odd effect on all the food that's in the freezers,
and it's that none of it decays and none of it rots. All the packaging, all the food, everything stays perfectly fine, no matter how old it is. You can have a really old 1950s looking frozen meal, and it will be fine to eat. Have a 2022 meal, and it will be fine to eat too. The only problem with that is that it might be dangerous to eat the food here. And that's because people who have reported weird effects happening to them after they ate. Now, eating a small portion of the food won't do anything to you, but if you eat a lot of it, or if you're stuck here for a long time, a few strange things will start to happen to your body, and it gets pretty gory. Some people say that eating food causes you to have auditory hallucinations, so you'll start hearing things. And after that happens, if you eat even more food, you'll start to see things, like weird creatures and entities in the freezer aisles. Sometimes, even historical figures, like old presidents or old politicians, will start walking towards you and talking to you, and these weird malformed humanoids will walk towards you as well. To enter this level, you can go into a grocery store on level 11 called Frivolous Frank's Fabulous Frozen Food, and you should be sent here. Or you can find a freezer on level 5, open it up, and be sent here as well. Exits, you have to find one of those walls that I mentioned earlier. These walls are rare, but they appear randomly in between the freezer aisles. So yeah, this is a huge supermarket with only freezer aisles and weird food that never goes stale, but if you eat that food, you can be turned into a human popsicle. Nice. So Backrooms level 56 is very dangerous. Of course it is. But it's classified as a class 5E difficulty, which means that it's unsafe and unsecure, and the climate itself is very dangerous. The level is actually made up of a cave system that's made up of rocks and ice. The actual cave layout is kind of a circle swirl type shape that leads to a larger center area. It's a pretty simple concept. The closer you get to this center area, the colder and more dangerous it gets. The ice here on the cave is smooth, and it's all a light blue color. There's actually a light coming from an unknown source that shines behind it, so the light will then get diffused by the ice, and then it'll cause there to be a bluish glow on the floor cave. And on this floor cave is where most of the rocks and puddles are, and everything here is just rocky and wet and cold. When you first spawn inside the level, you'll start in the outer section, which is of course at the very beginning of the swirl. This is the part that you'll likely survive pretty easily because it stays around 32 degrees Fahrenheit or freezing, but it can get so unimaginably cold the deeper you go in that the lowest it's ever been is recorded to be negative 459 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's in those sections where stuff could get real dangerous if you're not careful. The most dangerous thing for humans here is frostbite, because the level just gets colder and colder as you get deeper into it, and you won't really realize how freezing you are until you're a human popsicle. Things like heat lamps and stuff have been tested to see if they work, and anything that gets over 150 degrees just stops working and it won't ever work again. It just turns itself off and doesn't turn back on. Another strange quirk of the level is that there's a bunch of elements in their liquid form on the ground here. Things like nitrogen, helium, oxygen, and even liquid hydrogen have been found dripping from the ceilings and walls and puddling up on the floor. Obviously, it's not really good to get these chemicals on your body or to breathe them in, but since this level is drippy, wet, and closed in, you have no other choice but to be exposed to them. But whatever you do, do not drink the liquid in the puddles on the floor, because it's not water, my friend. It's chemicals. There are these old-looking rinky-dinky crates that have been found in the level that seem to have some kind of supplies in them. It looks like people left them here when they were trying to explore the level, but they had to leave quickly, and so they just decided not to pick them up on the way out. Sometimes in the crates, there could be a cold suit or two, or sometimes there could be food or supplies or weapons and that kind of deal, which leads some people to believe that other groups of people or creatures have attempted to explore this level, but have had to quickly leave. What do you think? Comment below your theories on that. Like I've said this whole video, the closer you get to the center part of the level, the colder it gets. And when you do start getting closer, the ice will start to compact and get smoother, and instead of the floor being rocky and soily, it'll start to be completely like an ice rink. The ceiling of the cave will have these huge bumpy icicles and sharp icicles in some spots above you, and these icicles have fallen before, and you definitely don't want to be under them since You don't want to get impaled by one. But when you're walking, make sure you look up to see that there's nothing above you. Now, almost no one knows what's actually close to the center of the level, since you literally instantly freeze if you tried to go with no gear. But someone did get pretty close to the center, and they said the air itself started to freeze. Like, all the liquid that's there freezes instantaneously in the air, which means it would be pretty hard to breathe. But the very core of the level has a large, open, circular room, and this room has been nicknamed the Singularity. Supposedly, only a handful of people have even seen the Singularity and lived to tell the tale, and they got here by using a huge puffer jacket thing that they found in a supply crate. Now, the roof in this Singularity is pretty strange because there's holes in it, and it lets some kind of light in, and it makes the entire room weirdly lit. It's thought that the room is like a vacuum in a way because it's absolute zero here. Like, there's no temperature, it's just so cold that it's absolute zero. But who knows? I wouldn't want to figure out. The entities in this level are actually pretty rare, and they can be found in the cave, and if you are seeing one, you're going to see one pretty far out in the caves. Death wraths and death moths are pretty common as well, but each of them have a thick white fur on them instead of the usual brown color, so they must have adapted to this cold environment. There's also a pretty strange spider entity that lives in the center Singularity of the level. There's no information about it, but people have seen it slowly and creepily crawling on the ceiling above them before. Okay, to enter the level, you can no-clip into a cold part of level 8's cave, or you can walk into a cavern on level 93 to be sent here. And to exit, you have to find a noticeably wide part of the cave that leads off into a more snowy, calm tunnel, and then walk through that to get to level 57, which I'll be going over in tomorrow's episode, so stay tuned. Backrooms level 57 is classified as a class 0 difficulty, and it's safe, secure, with no harmful entities. The level physically looks like a big open art gallery, and it's made up of 2 distinct parts. These 2 sections are the studio and the gallery. The first one you'll be in is the gallery, which just looks like a normal art gallery. The walls are big and blank, and the lighting is ambient and chill. You know, like just a relaxing walk-through art gallery. The problem is, there's no regular art. Like, you're not gonna see a Mona Lisa, no Salvador Dali. Instead, the paintings you're gonna see are paintings of Backrooms levels. Now, the paintings are insanely accurate and detailed, and they literally look just like the levels they're based off of. Even the smallest details are there. There's also paintings with floor plans and layouts of different levels, including this level, level 57. It's kind of like a little map. So if you get lost here, find that painting, and you'll be able to see a rough outline of everything here. Even though there's this map, the level is known for being large and kind of confusing to follow, so you're probably gonna get lost. Just have fun with it. Sometimes an entity called the Artist can be seen touching up the paintings and fixing errors and that sort of thing, but it seems that this Artist is the only thing that can actually touch the paintings. Like, if you try to touch the paintings, you won't be able to because it's like a mental block barrier. Your brain physically will not let your arm move to touch the painting. It's so strange. And so far, no one has been able to resist this effect, which means no one knows what happens if you did touch one. The next part of the level is the studio, and you can get here by following the level map painting or just by getting lost and finding it somehow. It looks like a set of metal double doors, and to get to it, just walk through that and you'll be in the studio, which itself is just a big open area filled with tables and art supplies and paintings that are half done, that type of thing. It just looks like a regular old studio from real life. The only weird thing is that it changes when no one is inside of it because it looks different if you go back in. So if you do find it, you walk in, you see what it looks like, then you turn around and walk out, and then you come back in again, it'll look differently. Its layout will be all changed. Another weird thing here involves the half-finished paintings, because these paintings are not Backrooms levels, and are actually paintings of real-life places and people. Like, there could be a half-done painting of a meadow, or a landmark or something like that, but these paintings are never seen outside in the gallery, then they're only seen in the studio, which I think is weird. Let me know in the comments why you think that's the case. The only entity here is the artist entity, who's a very passive, chill one that looks like a young woman who's of average height and has long brown hair. The artist never leaves the studio unless she's fixing a painting or making a new one for the gallery. But that's not the weird part. What's strange is that even though she's seemingly painted hundreds of Backrooms levels and entities on the walls for the gallery, she actually has no knowledge of them. Like when somebody asks her about the Backrooms, she can't answer and she says she has no idea what they are. So how does she know what they look like? She's painted all these levels. How though? I have no idea. Let me know in the comments how you think she knows. I have no clue. To enter the level, you can no-clip through a randomly appearing painting on level 0 itself, and to exit, you can convince the artist to lead you to the exit, which will be inside of the studio most likely, and this exit seems to only lead to level 21. You can also try to no-clip into a painting in the gallery, but if you do that, it'll randomly send you to a level, and it won't send you to the level that you're looking at, so beware of that. So yeah, this is just a chill art style level with an artist entity that paints pictures that she has no idea what it means. Sounds cool to me. That's it for the video. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for watching until the end. If you are still watching, comment Artist Brugly, and I'll heart everybody's comment that I see. Also, while you're down there, check out the merch in the top link if you're interested. I know y'all are probably sick of me saying that by now, but I mean, it's pretty cool merch, let's be real. Also, check out Brugly 2 and my SCP channel, Spoogly. Tons of content all around for everyone to enjoy. Hope you find something you like. Thank you for everything. I love and appreciate all of you, and I'll see you in tomorrow's episode for Day 7. Peace. So Backrooms level 58 is classified as a class 1E difficulty and is safe, secure, and has a few tiny hazards that I'll get into. The level as a whole looks like a really modern house from real life, and it's split up into several different spots. All of it is liminal and uncanny. It just feels too good and too pristine to be real. The actual building on the level is pretty small, and it's split into 3 areas. The front open area, the middle house area, and the back open area. There are a couple more. We'll get into them later. The first open area is the front of the house itself. There's a white front door that you can go through to get to the inside. There's also a white garage door that you can barely see since it blends in with the house. And there are 2 green trees sticking out of the white flooring. It's pretty simple here. You can just walk in or stay out there. The middle area is the house part, and this is where you can relax and be outside of the sun. You don't want to be out there for too long, and we'll get into why in a few minutes, but for now, we'll talk about the inside. You actually spawn in the level in the inside of the building when you get here, so the middle area is where you'll be. And this middle area has 3 parts to it. Room 1, Room 2, and the central room. Now the central room is a perfectly clean, white, sleek, modern looking place. It's got white furniture and tables and chairs, and it's enclosed by walls on the left and the right. But the front and the back are glass, so you can see right out. There's nothing too weird about this central room, except the couch's fabric can't get wet. Like, it's completely hydrophobic. If you drop water on it, it just won't get wet, it'll slide off. The next part of the central area is room 1, and this is the second smallest part of the level, and it's connected to the central part by a little tiny hallway. This room 1 is a regular looking room with black furniture. It also has a couple of bookshelves and desks with supplies on them, and interestingly enough, the desk here has a globe on the side table, and it's a globe of real-life continent shapes, but there's no names or labels or anything. It's just empty. Strange. The last part of the central area is room 2, and room 2 is right next to this other room, room 1, but room 2 is pretty much a bedroom. And this bedroom has a white bed and a white bookshelf. Very non-cluttered, very simple, very liminal. And the bookshelf only has 1 book on it, and it's a copy of Owning Liminal Space.
which is a real life book too. The book itself is pretty strange, and it's probably the first weird part of the level, because if you take the book away from the shelf and just lay it down, it'll teleport back to the bookshelf. Other than that, room 2 and room 1 are pretty normal. The next part of the level is the back area, or the open area, or the backyard. And this is where the pool is. There's a few strange things here as well that I'll get into right now. The first thing is that the sunlight is not good, because the longer you're exposed to it, the lower a person's sanity will become, and you'll start to hallucinate and that kind of stuff. It does only happen after long exposure, but you don't want to be outside and go insane, so make sure you stay in the shade as much as possible. The second weird thing out here is that the pool is filled up with almond water, which itself isn't weird, but whatever you do, do not get into the pool because the water is ridiculously hot and it could burn you if you just even touch it. The pool looks like it's only a few feet deep from the outside, but it actually goes down forever. And it's like the really only dangerous spot on the level since it's so hot, but if you don't actually touch it, it's still chill to look at. Now, there is a scenario where you can get in the pool and can touch it, and that happens if you see all the water randomly disappear, and there's just nothing there except an empty void. After that happens, after you see it happen at least, it'll slowly fill up from the bottom, and then the water will be a normal temperature. Just for a while though, because it's going to end up getting hotter again, so make sure you get out the second it starts to feel hot, so you don't get burned. So there is actually another part of the level that I kind of hinted at earlier, and it's beyond the walls of the level that you see. This area is called the Outside. Creative name, I know. But the outside is just a seemingly infinite field with trees spotted in it, which just adds another liminal and uncanny vibe to it. I mean, why is this perfect house in the middle of a field? Strange. The sunlight effect that makes you lose your sanity doesn't actually happen out here, which is pretty cool, but I still would rather stay inside the cool house than out here. Now, you might think that's it for the level, but it's not. In the spirit of Christmas, this level gives us a gift of a secret sub-level, except it's a dangerous gift, so it would suck, but oh well. So yeah, there's a secret third area beyond the house, beyond the outside grassy field. This one's actually underground, and it's called the Underground, and it's classified as a class 3 difficulty. This spot looks like a huge open hallway with rooms on both sides. The entire thing is infested with faceless entities, and it's pretty dangerous down here for a couple of reasons. One is that the light is actually shining down here somehow, even though it's underground. Like, the sunlight is still shining and it still makes that sanity effect happen to you, so if you stand in it, you'll go crazy soon enough. But not just crazy, because if you get exposed to the sunlight down here, it can actually turn you into a faceling yourself. So you can get turned into an entity by being in the sun. That's not cool. It's not listed how you get to this underground area, but just don't go there. I mean, just stay in the chill, normal part. That's all I gotta tell you. To enter this level, you can break a TV on level 57, and to exit, you can no-clip into the pool to be sent to level 37.1, or you can try to rip and tear the book from earlier to be sent to level 59. Nice. Backrooms level 59, or the Backway as it's been named, is classified as a class 4 difficulty and is very unsafe and unsecure with a medium entity count. I'm gonna be honest, it's best that you just don't trust this level and just try to avoid it if you can. The level itself was first documented as a maze-like subway system by a small group of wanderers a few years ago, but it was first officially added to the Meg database recently. News about the dangers of this level spread very fast when 4 injured Meg personnel escaped the level after losing over half of their team to the monsters within. So let's see exactly what makes this level dangerous. Also, my nose is stopped up, so sorry if I sound weird. The description. Level 59 takes the appearance of an infinite underground railway system. The level is very, very labyrinthine and maze-like and confusing, which of course means it's hard to map. The entire area that's been explored is split into 2 specific parts, the stations and the tunnels, and I'll be going over both of those parts in the video. But before I talk about those sections, I think it's important to note that there are literally no supplies in this level and no easy exits. So if you get stuck here, or if you have to come here, bring your own supplies and get ready to be lost for a while. So first I'll explain what these stations are. The stations look like
subway stations from real life. And they all take different appearances and have different characteristics. Some of them look clean and modern, with white marble and metal and cleanliness, and some look gray and old and abandoned and dingy, like an old New York subway system. But all of these stations always feel empty and dangerous and dark, and you just feel really isolated and alone when you get here. A weird anomaly inside of these stations is that there's always wind present in them, which is pretty weird since the level is underground. How is there wind underground? And it's not just a light wind either. There's gusts of wind that can be so fast they can almost knock you over. And these wind gusts tend to correlate with one specific thing: the sound of trains off in the distance. Now, this is strange for a bunch of reasons, but the main reason is because when you feel that wind gust and you hear those train sounds, you can't actually see a train. Like, there's just not anything there. There's no visible train, but you hear it, which is very weird to say the least. Are they phantom invisible trains? Or are you hearing things and hallucinating? But now back to the physical stations themselves. They're comprised of hallways and corridors and staircases and railways. There's also some electrical rooms and these weird offices that are spotted in the hallways. But pretty much everything here is just very empty and lonely. And all the places give you that vibe I was talking about, that dark, scary feeling. The staircases and hallways are also very enigmatic because some of them stretch out for thousands of miles and some of them dead end randomly. There's literally no way to map it out, it's just completely random. On the pale, empty walls of these stations, you'll also see advertising posters. All the posters seem really random and really jumbled, and they don't make any sense, but they all look like they could be real life posters. You just can't read them. They're in some weird language and they just look very strange. And as far as we know, they don't mean anything. But alongside these posters on the wall, a very important map might appear for you to escape the level, but I'll explain all that in a little bit. As far as the entities go in these station areas, there are the usual hounds and death rats and facelings, and all of those tend to hide in the darker areas and deeper in the staircases and hallways. But there's also another type of entity that's pretty rare to see in Backrooms levels. These entities, of course, are the clicker entities. These things take the appearance of strange typewriter creatures that roll around randomly and make a bunch of random clicky noises that seem to not make any sense. You almost never see these things in levels, so it's weird why they're here. Now, with all that said, these stations are by far the safer parts of the level. In fact, they're where you should stay if you do get sent here, simply because the only danger is the rare entity that you might stumble on. Or if you somehow fall down the stairs, or if you somehow do something, I don't know, if you hurt yourself somehow, that's the only real danger. The actual danger in the level is in the next part, which is the tunnels. So the tunnels are accessed by the rail system that runs through the level. Most of the tunnels are dark and dank and empty, but some of them are dimly lit with weird soft lights. When you're inside the tunnels, you'll notice that there's a never-ending smell of corroding, rusting metal, and a sort of wet, stinky odor. You'll also hear the distant sounds of moving trains, and maybe even the weird footsteps of unknown creatures. The deeper you go into the tunnels, and the further away from the nearest station you get, or the further away from lights, the darker and more isolated you will be. And the chance of encountering an entity increases exponentially. And that's because these tunnels are pretty much infested with creatures, specifically ones like skin stealers and smilers and hounds, and even crawlers. The most common one being smilers. But there's also been reports of strange, unknown creatures lurking deeper into the darkness. Creatures that don't make sounds when they approach you, and you don't know they're there until it's too late. Wanderers have reported seeing weird hands and fleshy faces staring back at them when they pan their flashlights in front, and weird giant creatures at the end of tunnels. We don't know what these creatures could be, just watch out. Now, the actual train tracks that run through the tunnels also make things more difficult because they're a tripping hazard. And if you trip while you're trying to escape, there's also a really weird phenomenon where wanderers have reported seeing people deep inside the tunnels, but they aren't actually people. They look and walk like us, but they give off really bad vibes and they seem dangerous, and they're obviously just not all there in the head. The main thought is that these people might be a crawler in the first infection stages or a skin stealer that hasn't fully grown out yet. The labyrinth of tunnels often connect with other tunnels, and they also randomly turn and segment and dead end, which makes it a crapshoot if you're trying to explore them. You'll just have no idea where it's taking you. The best case scenario, if you're in a tunnel or if you get stuck in a tunnel, is if you somehow run into another station or a staircase that leads out of the tunnel. Because if you don't do that, you'll be stuck in a maze of infested tunnels forever, which obviously would not be fun, especially since there's weird creatures there. But to enter level 59, you can go into the subways of level 11 until you find an empty station that look like the ones here, or you can no-clip from level 77 to get here as well. And to exit, you have to find a specific tunnel that leads to the train station on level 158. Now, most people find this tunnel by complete accident and it's just luck, but some claim to follow something called the map that they found on the wall in a station, and they say that the map leads them here. According to Wanderers, this map manifests itself as a large subway map on the wall of the station, and they can look at it and they can see where the exit is. Apparently it's really rare and doesn't just appear to people, and sometimes it's also wrong and it doesn't actually map out the level. So yeah, not much is known about it, as you can see. My advice is to just try to find the tunnel that says level 158 on it, and that'll lead you out of the level. And hopefully you get out before something eats you from the darkness, obviously. But yeah, that was level 59. Hope you enjoyed. So Backrooms level 60 is classified as a class 5 difficulty and is unsafe, unsecure, and very dangerous due to its environment and other things, which I'll explain in a few minutes. The level physically takes place next to the ocean, and it's made up of different segments of a pathway. That's why it's named the Baywalk. Now, the pathway itself is well kept in some spots, and broken and destroyed in other spots, and it's all slightly lit up by dim street lights. Some of the lights are broken, and some of them are just off or collapsed, so there's not much light here, so don't expect to be able to see much. On top of this, the level is always dark. It's always nighttime, and the sun has never been seen here, which means that this is a perfect place for smiler entities to be. And trust me, they're here. But more on that in the entity portion of the video. The pathway along the water gives off a very relaxing feeling to anyone walking on it. And overall, it makes anyone who comes here pretty calm, even though it's very dangerous. There's a light sea breeze blowing, and the sounds of waves crashing probably helps with you feeling relaxed. Although this relaxed feeling isn't good because it's the level trying to make you let your guard down. If you're chill and not stressing about anything on this level, then it leaves you more open to entity attacks, which apparently is what the level wants. Now, as I said earlier, the level is split up into a couple different segments. The first segment is called the upper area, and this place is the main part of level 60. The pathway here looks pretty new and well kept. The floor is concrete and it doesn't have any cracks or any breaks or anything. And most of the lights here don't work. There are huge swaths of complete darkness. And this upper area is also the most dangerous part of the level due to those big parts of darkness. And it's in those dark areas where the level tries to make you feel calm by having a nice breeze and a nice calming sensation from the water. And that effect has been nicknamed the Painless Death. And since there's less lighting, there's more smilers. So good luck. The next area is called Segment 2, or the lower area. Now this is where most people who get sent to the level spawn. This pathway is made out of dirt and is physically located below the upper area. In this section, everything is unfinished looking and kind of grimy. This part also is way closer to the water, so if you aren't careful, you could fall into it. In some rare cases, you'll be able to find a staircase that leads up to the upper area. But these aren't common, so yeah. And even if you do find a staircase, you should not go up them because of the smilers and the darkness up there. The good news about the lower area is that there aren't any creatures down here hiding in the shadows. It's pretty safe. But you do have to stay on the lookout when you're walking so you don't trip over something and fall into the ocean below. Speaking of the ocean, it's got some pretty strange behaviors, to say the least. Now, the ocean for the most part is like the ones from real life, but instead of it being, miles deep like the ones we have, it's only 4 feet deep, which doesn't seem bad at first, but trust me, it's bad, because this ocean area is pitch black. Like, literally no light comes down from the lamppost here. which means, of course, that smilers have infested this shallow ocean. So if you fall in, you're pretty much falling into a smiler pit. The ocean also seems to be able to be no-clipped through sometimes, because people have been seen falling off of the lower level into the ocean and then just disappearing. So that's pretty cool. But this no-clipping effect doesn't always happen. On top of this, sometimes this ocean will randomly and unexplainably disappear, and the only thing that will be there is the black sand at the bottom where the ocean used to be. To enter this level, you have to get into any body of water and drown. That's right, drown. And you'll have a chance of being sent here, although I don't think I would come here and risk literally doing that just to be here, because I like living. And to exit, you can either jump into the ocean and hope it's in a no-clipping phase where you can be sent out, or you might be able to no-clip through the upper level to be sent to the next level, which is 61. But both of those exits are not 100% real or 100% proven, because no one truly knows what happens to people who fall into the sea. Who knows? Not me. So yeah, this is a level of a nice liminal boardwalk next to the beach. Some spots more dangerous, some spots less dangerous, but overall, I think it gives off pretty good vibes, and I enjoyed it. It's levels like these that are actually my favorite kind of levels in the Backrooms, because of the juxtaposition between the level looking safe, you know, this level takes place on a boardwalk next to a relaxing beach and ocean, but it's actually not safe, because, you know, the factors of the ocean teleporting you away, or there being smilers in the shadows. Those are the things that makes the Backrooms great to me. How it's so unpredictable, and how you can't ever see what's about to happen. Even though you might think you're safe, you're probably not safe. In fact, you're not safe. But levels like these are the ones that I do enjoy a lot. And I hope you do too. Level 61 of the Backrooms has been given the totally comforting classification of a Class 4 difficulty, which means the level is unsafe, unsecure, and explain. Also, there's a medium entity count too, which I'll go in depth about in the entity section, so just wait for that. The main level takes the appearance of a series of trains and train cars on an infinite track. The entire level is infinite, and it seems to randomly generate new data as it moves along. When you first get sent to the level, you'll be at the front of a train, where the train conductor might be in real life, you know, the very front. You'll notice that the train doesn't seem to be too old. In fact, it looks clean and sleek and really fresh. And since you started here at the front, you're probably going to want to start to explore the other train cars behind you. But you should be very cautious about doing that, because crossing between train cars is extremely dangerous, and it could lead to you flying off the train and landing outside of the train. The only way to cross is this tiny little path. Just go for it at your own risk. The train itself is moving very fast, and with one wrong step, you could miss and slip off and fly into the surrounding void of the train, but more on the outside part later. But if somehow you do manage to get to the next car behind you, you can explore it. The first car you'll get to will look like a normal passenger train car. There are seats and benches and tables and bars to hang on to when you're standing, and typical train stuff. The floor is clean and sterile smelling, and everything feels empty and completely clean. Almost to the point where it all feels fake, like AI generated or something. For the first few cars of this infinite train, they'll all be similar to this one. Just really clean, normal looking train cars with seats. But further back, the cars will start to turn into sleeping quarters and other rooms like dining rooms and bunk rooms. The bunk rooms have small beds on either side, and sometimes there are bunk beds too. And the dining areas typically have a bench seating style with a table in the middle. Again, in these areas, everything seems spotless and like brand new, almost like it's never been touched before. It's very clean, very empty, and very liminal. There are also less windows in these deeper places like the bedrooms and the dining rooms than there are at the front. After you get past those sleeping quarters and the dining rooms, the level starts to lose its clean charm, and things start to look weirder and more dangerous, and they kind of get older. In fact, the level seems to go back in time the further you walk back into the train. And what I mean by that is the actual train itself, like the decorations and all that, will slowly age to an older time period the further back you go. The front of the train where you started is new and clean and fresh and all that stuff. But the further back you go, it'll start to look older and ancient and that kind of thing. Now, it's actually unknown if time itself goes back when you venture further on the train, or if the train itself just changes. We're not sure. These older areas that look almost abandoned are very rough and dark and uncomfortable to be in. They're loud and they're dirty, and you can really feel how fast the train's moving in these areas. It's also inside of these older areas where the most dangerous entity of the level lives. These entities are called camo crawlers, and these are ones that have been in the Backrooms lore for, I guess, 2 years now. They're extremely unsettling. They take the appearance of a very vague, large humanoid shape with 4 spindly arms. They have the ability to blend in with any changing environment that they're on, just like an octopus or a chameleon from real life. They can change their skin color and shadows to match perfectly with their surroundings. They have massive white eyes on their face and huge ear slits that they use to hear the prey coming, and they almost rely fully on those ear slits for hunting. These camel crawlers can range anywhere from 3 to 8 feet tall, and they really like to attach themselves to the roof of things and then drop down onto prey. So on this level, they hide in the dark corners of the train cars on the roof and wait for unsuspecting wanderers to walk back and sit down or fall asleep or something. Then they'll jump off and they'll pounce. The good news is, they seem to be pretty rare and they don't really attack that often, but if you do run into one, you're more likely to run into an occasional hound or an occasional smiler as well. Both of those are dangerous, but by this point in the Backrooms, you're probably used to them, I would assume. But as I said, the train is literally infinite, so you could just walk back forever and never reach the end of it. But what happens if you fall off the train and end up outside of that train? The outside area seems to be randomly generated when you're inside of the train. Like, you'll be able to look out the window and see almost like it's loading new chunks from like a video game. You know, on Minecraft, when you're loading a new part of the world and the chunks are loading, that's what it looks like when you're looking outside from the inside of the train. But when you fall off the train and are on the outside, you'll see that everything is actually black, like a void. Your entire surroundings are blacked out, as far as you can see, and the only light is coming from the trains that speed past and random street lamps that are there as well. But when you're out here, you'll not only notice that black void, you'll see other trains speeding past you, going the opposite direction. You'll notice that the trains don't look as big as they feel, they just look like normal-sized trains, but when you're inside of one, they go back infinitely, which is just another thing of non-Euclidean spaces in the Backrooms. The floor of this void outside area seems to be some kind of black concrete that just goes out for infinity, with these railroads just inside of the concrete. It's just a black infinite void with trains running through it. Not many people actually see the level in this state though, because oftentimes when you jump off the train, it'll cause you to no-clip through the ground to another level. You have to fall off just right to be able to see it like this. But of course, I'm Brugly, so I can tell you all about it. But yeah, the natural form of this outside area is just a void with trains driving for eternity in all directions. To enter this level, you need to sleep inside of the upper segment of level 60, and you can exit by jumping off an old part of the train, or you can wait for a train to stop randomly, and then you'll be sent to level 11. But the train stopping is really rare, it almost never happens. But besides the camo crawlers and falling out of the train, the real danger is just the trains themselves when you're trying to make your way around them when you fall off one. They're moving so fast, you kind of have to parkour your way around and just try to survive, I guess. But yeah, hope you enjoyed that. So level 62 of the Backrooms is classified as a class 2 difficulty and is unsafe with a low entity count. Now, I wouldn't trust that level classification at all, and you'll see why later, but the level's document is very interesting because it's marked with a warning that says, quote, "This file is only accessible to personnel authorized by the current senior archivist. Unauthorized access to this file will result in an automatic self-censorship of the file's contents. We will also not hesitate to take direct action if needed," end quote. So yeah, it's pretty strange to start off a level like that, but hey, apparently some of the information is secret, but that's what I'm here for. The level description starts like this. Level 62 takes the appearance of a backyard. specifically the backyard of an older, abandoned-looking house. This entire yard area is surrounded by a weird wall that's really overgrown with vegetation. The vegetation is thick, and you can't really see through it or over it because the wall's too tall. Inside one corner of this backyard, there's a well-maintained doghouse that's just sitting there. Kind of gives you an uneasy feeling because the doghouse sticks out. It's new and clean, and the house that it's behind is old and abandoned. So why is this doghouse clean? Anyways, that's the first part of the level. Just a strange liminal backyard that's surrounded by a fence with thick trees and grass growing over the top of it. The next part is where the level really starts to show its true colors and get just weird, to be honest. In another corner of this wall in the backyard, there's a broken out piece of wood and brick that's just big enough for someone to fit through. This broken hole actually leads you to the next part of the level, the part beyond this backyard. The area behind the wall takes the appearance of a deeply vast jungle forest. The forest itself isn't really that special, it's just a massive, dark, thick forest with trees, but you can't see the trees from the start of the level since you literally cannot see over that wall. But it's not the forest that's creepy or weird, it's what's hiding in the jungle that's creepy and weird. The forest also has several psychological effects that it deploys on things inside of it. We'll get into all that in a second. But apparently a ton of people have gone missing inside these trees somewhere. And it's been a massive thing because so many people have gone missing that people are like searching to find them. Like Meg is literally sending people to find them and it's not working. It's believed that some type of entity is attacking people in these woods. There's been huge claw marks seen on trees and massive branches snapped as well. I mean, to me, it sounds like a big creature. I'm no expert. The rest of the level is archived into these audio logs between two people who discovered the level and discovered how dangerous it is, and I'm gonna read it right now. The two people's names are Juanita and Tala. Now, didn't you say you upgraded some things with their communications and tracking system? Yes. Donnie said that the signals here get cut off easy and interferes with how we find people. So I tweaked the emergency alert of the communication device, and it now sets off when your device loses signal or when you press it manually. Right. Do I still need to report to you every 30 minutes? Of course. That emergency alert can only send a distress signal to headquarters. I would still need your most current whereabouts prior to the alert setting off. Alright then. Currently 10 minutes have passed, and I'm about half a football field away from the house. You are 360 feet away from base. Have you found anything? No, I've mostly found death moths. I've seen some scratches on trees, meaning I might be close to the bodies. What about the house? Have you checked it out more thoroughly? The doors are blocked from the inside of the house. I might have to break a window or two. I'll just add whatever I find into the report. Carry on with your exploration. Tala, it's been 30 minutes now. Any new updates? No response. Tala, did you hear me? No response. Tala, are you okay? Loud beeping from the tracking device can be heard. Recording ends. Archive log 2. Okay, so Daga is on his way. I did not like this. I shouldn't be worried. It's fine. It happens all the time. Whatever. Tala will be back in a few hours when Daga finds her, so I should just focus on looking around this house. The house is falling apart. There are scratches everywhere. Right, the report. So there are 3 bedrooms in the second floor of the house, as far as I can see. Honestly, the second floor is in worse condition than the first floor. It looks like something got in here and just ravaged the entire place. Obviously, I haven't yet found anything on the dead family lost from our system. I'll go check the bedrooms if there's anything to report. The other rooms don't have anything notable other than the photos of the deceased, which we already have in our system. But the last room on the second floor is jammed. I think it's locked from the inside. Fumbling can be heard, muffled sounds of a door being kicked in can be heard, a loud grinding sound can be heard. A broken window? Wait, did something attack the family? Ugh, smell in here. What's that stain? The door creaks slowly and soft growling can be heard. Recording ends. Approximately 20 minutes after the distress signal was sent, Daga had found both Juanita and Tala shaken, but with only mild injuries. The device Juanita had broken on impact, sometime probably after the last recovered log we had found was automatically sent from the device to our system. Tala found the remains of the family in the jungle, which seemed to interfere with our tracking system the deeper she went. As with whatever the thing was that attacked Juanita, it was a hound that she had killed. We found a collar on it with the name Sunny on the tag. I believe this might give you a good theory on the effects of the level, Gani. End quote. Yeah, those are some pretty insane logs, I would say. If you didn't get it or you skipped through it, I'm going to summarize it really quickly what happened. So the family that used to live in that old house at the start of the level seemingly was found not alive in the woods. And a hound entity that seemingly used to be the dog in the doghouse of the backyard was the reason for this attack. We don't know if it's the reason for all the other attacks, but it was for this one, it seems. So the forest behind the house and behind the wall seems to have the ability to drive people insane and give anyone inside it these hallucination effects and other things like it. These effects aren't really understood, and we don't know why it happens, but we do know that the deeper you go into the forest, the seemingly worse it gets. The more you morph, and the more you change, and the more you go insane. It's thought that in a weird way, this forest calls people to it and kind of attracts them to it. And for some reason, people continue to walk deeper and deeper. Even though it's thought that deeper and deeper into these woods, there are creatures that haven't been documented. These weird creatures might be the other explanation for the disappearances or attacks on other wanderers and people, but we don't know. My advice is to just not go back there. Pretty simple, I would say. It's also thought that this level somehow turns the humans that go into it into insanities eventually, if they go deep enough. So whatever you do, that's why you should never go into the woods behind the fence on this level. Because it's either being attacked by some weird creature or being turned into an insanity. So, I mean, you pick your poison. To enter this level, you have to walk into a shed on level 37, and to exit, you have to stay alive in the forest area for over a week, and it's actually thought that if you do this, you'll be sent to level -4. Or you can go inside a shed that you find, and you'll be sent back to level 37. But yeah, a level with a forest that makes your sanity go away, and it drives you deeper and deeper until you're not even human anymore. Sounds like a pretty fun time to me, to be honest. Level 63, which is classified as Class 0 and is safe, secure, and has no entities at all. This level is a very popular go-to level in the Backrooms for meditation and relaxation purposes. Physically, the level is just a vast blue sky with these big white puffy clouds everywhere, and there are wooden bridges and platforms that are suspended in an unknown way that connect everything together. There are walls of big green vine-like structures that come out of the void and form walls from far away from the paths, just to where you can barely see them, but you can still recognize that they're vines. These walls constantly shift and they form patterns every minute or so, and they aren't studied very well, and little's known about them or why they behave the way that they do, but they're peaceful. So the collective thought is that level 63 is very high up in the sky somewhere, because the atmospheric pressure is low and you're on the same level as the clouds, so it's obvious. The temperature here is a constant 18 degrees Celsius or 64.4 degrees Fahrenheit, making it extremely comfortable and perfect for meditation. There is something a little weird about the sun on this level, and it's that the day-night cycle still happens, but the light from the sun never goes away. Even though the sun goes away and you can't see like the actual orb, the light never goes away, so it's never dark. And it's unknown why this happens. But like I said earlier, the level is completely devoid of living things except for vines and wanderers. And overall is very, very safe and secure. And for these reasons, the level has earned a reputation for being a good place for meditation, relaxation, and respite for travelers. A place where your mind can finally rest, after you just got hunted by 3 hounds. There are also things on this level called meditation points. These are platforms that the wood bridges sometimes lead to, and they're really far away from the main parts of the paths, so they're a little bit more secluded. And physically, they're circular wood platforms with a bench in the middle. And when you enter these platforms, the noise of the wind and the ambient sounds from this level dissipate, and it becomes really quiet inside, which again, makes it perfect for meditation. That's why they're called meditation points. This level has a very high wanderer attraction rate, so Meg makes sure that no one tries to profit off of this. And there are no actual outposts here because it was collectively decided that a settlement would take away from its relaxation purposes, so the level will always remain resident free. But like I said earlier, tons of wanderers come here, and that's okay. To enter this level, you can walk through an old oak door in the wall on level 797, or you can no-clip through the stairs on level 39. The only way to leave this level is to jump into the void below you, which will cause you to fall unconscious and you'll wake up in a safe level somewhere.
yeah, this level is definitely a spot I would frequent, especially the days where I just want to clear my head. So I'll keep that in mind when I visit the Backrooms next.
Backrooms level 64 is classified as a class 3 survival difficulty and is unsafe and unsecure with a very low entity count. Specifically, there is one type of entity here that I'll touch on in the entity section, but mainly it's the level and the level's properties that are going to be dangerous to you. The level in its simplest form takes the appearance of an infinite house with very dysfunctional lighting, and that's just a fancy way of saying that it's dark. The level has many rooms and hallways and staircases and stories to it, and it seems like a house of horror that you might go through in your dreams. No matter where you go, there's going to be another door or a staircase leading to another brand new part that you haven't seen before. It just keeps going and going. The walls of the level have decorations on them, like ones you'd see from real life, you know, paintings and portraits and that kind of thing, and everything seems like a house. Now, as I said, the entire level is very dark, but it's not that there's no lights that work. I mean, there's lights in the ceiling. It's just that the darkness is like a real thing. It's an effect, and it absorbs all light sources, which leaves the level in a kind of dark glow type thing. If you try to use a flashlight or your phone or something like that to light your way, it will not light up very bright. And unless you can see really well in really dim and dark situations, you're not going to be able to see much. The structure and layout of this house changes when no one is looking, and the document specifically says when no sentient being is looking. So that means that when anything that's alive is not opening their eyes or looking around, the level will change its layout like a giant Rubik's Cube. And it's not just the layout, it also changes its decorations and design and everything. And this effect will cause wanderers to feel mass amounts of anxiety and paranoia, and you kind of just feel like something's watching you from the darkness every time this happens. This level also often induces the feelings of nyctophobia, which is the irrational fear of the dark. And even if you don't have that now, when you get to this level, it'll probably give it to you. The furniture inside of the level seems to be pretty normal compared to real life, and the only really different thing is that they're all covered in mold and rot. Everything is just decaying, it seems, and it gives off a really disgusting smell to the whole level. There's also dust all over every surface you touch here, and even when the level layout changes and it shifts how it looks, there's still dust. The hallways in this level are pretty small and very strange, and they often lead to other empty, strange rooms. Some parts of the level are completely 100% dark, but in other parts, there's this kind of dark glow that lights everything up just barely. Like when you squint really hard, you'll be able to see. But most of the level is fully dark. There's also some weird anomalies with the nature of this level, and you'll start to notice them when you walk around and try to escape it. Specifically, the geometry, of course, is very non-Euclidean, as a lot of Backrooms levels are. Some of the hallways have been reported to be upside down, as well as some of the staircases upside down, and many of the fixtures have been seen on the ceiling, and everything's inverted of how it should really be, and it's just very confusing to be in. Nothing makes sense. And it makes even less sense that everything changes when you go in a fully dark spot and can't see, or when you blink and look away. If you physically cannot see anything, the level's changing right before your eyes. There's also sections of the hallways in this house that appear to be voids. Like the hallways themselves are voids that you can walk through. Black voids. So this entire house in general is very dangerous because you could get trapped in these dark spots and have to just feel your way around. Kind of like how level 6 is completely dark, except this level you're confined to these houses and rooms and hallways. The only entity that's been seen on this level is one that's been nicknamed the Lurkers, and in an essence, these are large humanoid worm-like creatures that are around 6 feet tall. Kind of a cross between a human, a worm, and a centipede. Some of them have been reported as being 20 feet tall, which is a little crazy, but who knows? It's the Backrooms. Lurkers have a ton of little legs on the bottom of them that kind of help them walk up and down and crawl on surfaces that you wouldn't think would be possible. And they hide in the extremely dark spots in this level. The good news is that they're pretty rare to find, and they only attack if they see you. It actually seems like they cannot hear at all, like they don't have ears or anything, so they don't use sound to hunt. They use some sort of nighttime vision in their eyes, like dogs and cats have in real life, to hunt their prey. And if they see you, they will attack on sight, so just be wary of that. But yeah, that's the only entity that you might be able to see. If you avoid the pitch black areas, you should be safe, I hope. Now, the level's effects of changing and shifting aren't just for you, they also are the same for these entities. So if you see a creature and then you look away, the level will shift and you won't see it anymore because it'll be moved. The only problem is you will also be moved and your entire surroundings will look different, and it's going to be really hard to explore when you have no idea where you are. So through an unknown means, level 64 can actually transform itself back into a normal-sized house that's not infinite at all anymore. And it does this completely randomly without any warning, like it just shrinks down to a regular house. And it never lasts for long. But this is the most important stage of the house's shifting, because during this stage is the only opportunity you have to make your exit. As far as bases go on this level, there are actually several ruins of old abandoned bases that are inside deep hallways and deep basement areas from previous groups that have tried to put up camp and stay here, but because of lurkers attacking and the level changing so much, they had to leave. But to be honest, I don't know why you would set a base up here. That doesn't seem like a good idea. To enter this level, you have to go into an elevator on a random level, and you'll have the opportunity to be sent here, or you can go into a cellar on level 98 to be sent here as well. So to exit the level and to avoid being eaten by a giant worm human, you actually have to wait for the level to go into its normal shrinking state, where it's regularly sized, and then you have to walk out the front door as fast as possible, but this only lasts for a few seconds. And when you walk out the front door, you'll seemingly be on level 9. But yeah, a shifty house with non-Euclidean features and strange inverted void geometry, and a weird human worm creature that stalks from the shadows. Oh, and don't forget the fear-inducing effects and crippling anxiety that the level gives you. Sounds pretty fun to me. No, it doesn't. Never mind. So first up, the document starts with an exploration log that was found on this level. The log is between two explorers, and the two people are wandering through the woods of the level when they come across an apple tree. But the apple tree just looks off to them. It's bigger than apples from real life, and it's leaking some kind of strange juice. Thinking nothing is wrong, one wanderer just bites into the apple, and after that, they knew that they did the wrong thing. The apple tastes off, and it starts leaking that weird substance. The wanderer then starts to convulse and to purge repeatedly. She falls down and her skin starts to split apart, and her bones start to shift and multiply into multiple legs and arms. Her face starts to morph and distort, and she grows pincers and legs. The other wanderer that she was with watches in horror at what's happening to their friend and freaks out because their friend just turned into some kind of human centipede creature. So he drops his apple, runs away as fast as possible, and he's almost in the clearing until he trips. And you can guess what the centipede does next. So yeah, that was the intro log. What a great way to start off the level. You know, I definitely want to go there now. It seems really safe. Now it's time for the level description. Level 65 of the Backrooms is the 66th level, and it's been classified as a Class 4 difficulty, being very unsafe, very unsecure, with a medium dangerous entity count. The level itself has been split into 5 specific parts: the main area, the apple trees, the mouths, the centipedes, and the stump. So first I'm going to explain the main area so you can kind of get a sense of what we're dealing with. Level 65 is a constantly foggy and misty forest that has a bunch of different types of trees scattered throughout it. The trees seem to all be a reddish color, and their leaves are also dark red. Across this forest landscape, a thick, humid fog stagnates through the level, which makes it really hard to see out in front of you or really hard to see above you. There's no other weather besides a cool breeze that blows through the forest, which keeps the temperature at a nice, chill, fall-like temperature. The trees inside this level are not regular trees because they seem to be carnivorous. as in they literally eat meat. What kind of meat do they eat, you might ask? Well, it's specifically the meat of individuals who don't make it out of the level. Their corpses being absorbed into the ground by the tree's roots. So far we have giant centipedes, weird poisonous apples, and carnivorous trees. Nice. Speaking of the ground though, it's littered with red leaves and those oversized centipedes, some of which have been measured to be over 6 feet long, which is totally not horrific. No, it's totally fine. Anyways, that's the main part of the level, a red-colored, misty forest with cannibal trees. Now, I'm going to talk about the apple tree section. So the blood apple trees on this level manifest themselves evenly in evenly spaced rows. Each row is approximately 15 feet apart from the other row, and from the outside perspective, they just look like an apple orchard with red trees and apples. Nothing too crazy. But it's when you start looking at the actual apples that you notice something is off. The apples on the trees are very anomalous, and like I said, they seem to leak this red, vicious liquid. The liquid is very similar to stuff that comes out of our veins, but it's thought to be from animals. But just know that you should never eat any apples that you find on this level. Don't touch or bite or lick the apples because, well, you saw in the log what would happen. You'll start to turn sick, and you start convulsing, and you'll eventually crack yourself into a centipede shape, and then you'll be a person, but you'll also be a centipede. Pretty scary to think about, to be honest. But once a person eats an apple or touches an apple and starts to purge and throw up, that's when they're completely lost, and they can't be saved, no matter how hard you try. Not even almond water could save them there. The next part of the level is the mouths. Yes, the mouths. These are really rare areas in the ground of the level that look like large, fleshy pits. They're around 9 feet in diameter, and they're an unknown depth, and they take the appearance of a circle, and it looks like a mouth. From far off, the openings just look like cave openings, but when you get closer, you'll notice that the mouths are covered in a flesh-like material, and sometimes you can see bits of matter swirling down their esophaguses, or esophagi, if you want to be fancy. Now, it's obvious that you shouldn't go near these mouths unless you want to fall in and never be seen again. The origin and the purpose of these fleshy pits are unknown, but there are some theories that have emerged that could explain them. One theory is that the level feeds directly through these mouths, and just like the trees that feed from the ground here, they soak in human bodies into themselves to somehow fuel the level. Others think that the level is some sort of giant super creature, and the mouths are just openings to its insides. Either way, it is pretty disgusting to see a biological mouth in the ground, in the woods. That is pretty terrifying. Some other weird things have happened surrounding the mouths as well. A common occurrence is to hear screaming coming from inside the mouths. Now, the screaming is either disembodied or it could be from somebody who fell in. We don't know, but hearing echoing screams through flesh mouths in the middle of the woods is definitely nightmare fuel. So moving on past the mouths to the next part of the level, which is the centipedes. Now, these can be normal sized, like a few inches long, to, like I said, up to 6 feet long, and they are very aggressive entities. They'll chase you the second they see you. They're also very quick, and they can climb things, so you're pretty much screwed if one sees you. In a gross twist of fate, some wanderers have actually managed to unalive a centipede in self-defense, and they've noticed that the inside of the centipede, inside of the skin, is a full human skeleton in the shape of a centipede that's been morphed into that shape, which is absolutely disgusting. But I guess it makes sense because it happens when you eat the apple and that red juice inside of it. Again, it is unknown how this happens, why it happens, or the biological process into how the humans transition into centipedes and how the bones crack to take the shape. We just don't know. All we know is that it's extremely dangerous to encounter these creatures. The last part of the level is known as the stump, which in and of itself is a very deep area inside the level. It looks like a cleanly cut black stump that has a bunch of anomalies that surround it. For example, when you get close to said stump, you'll experience sensory issues, and things will start to look distorted and broken. You'll be really disoriented, and you'll start to panic. After this, you'll begin to hear auditory hallucinations and see visual hallucinations pop in and out of your peripheral vision. And of course, literally, no one knows why this happens, but some people have even reported seeing silhouettes of dark human figures crawl out of the ground near the stump when the hallucinations start. Again, it's not known if it's a hallucination or if there are actual shadow creatures there. But when these hallucinations start, everything around you begins to turn a deep crimson red. The trees become black silhouettes, and everything becomes this derealization effect of this red horror. So if you encounter the stump, the best thing you can do is to instantly run the opposite way so you don't get trapped in its circumference of hallucinations. The stump itself seems to call wanderers to it and kind of lure them its way, which is why it's really hard to escape once you're there. Because of these attributes, this has led people to believe that the stump is sentient somehow, or maybe the core of the level. Other than a few theories, no one knows why the stump does this, or how it does this. It's just one of those things in the Backrooms that we'll never understand. So Backrooms level 66 is classified as a class undetermined difficulty because it's just too weird to give a regular classification. It has environmental things that change with it, and some unknown and undocumented entities perhaps. It's a mess, but we're getting into it right now. The level itself resembles a huge walk-through aquarium. It's probably infinite since no border has been found yet, and this whole thing is just weird, but we don't know for sure. The level is normally dark and has a hot and humid feel to it, kind of like how a summer day in the forest would feel. The floor of the level is made out of some kind of rubber, and there are fake rocks set up along the path, and fake trees too, to give it kind of a tropical ocean vibe, which isn't working very well because it just looks unnerving and creepy to me. The ambience of the level is actually kind of relaxing though, because you'll just hear a soft bubbling and dripping sound in the distance all the time when you're here. The tunnels on this level are made out of some kind of tempered glass that holds back all the water in the aquariums. This water is the only light source on the level, since the actual tunnels don't have light bulbs or lamps. It's just got whatever light shines through the water. We have no idea where the light comes from. It's just there. Now, the water itself inside of the aquariums is devoid of any life. Kind of. But they all have some sort of marine-themed decorations inside. And the water itself overwhelmingly smells like salt, which makes the entire level smell like a hot, wet, salty tunnel. Also, don't ever drink or touch the salt water inside of the aquariums because it's actually so salty that it can irritate your skin just by touching it. As I said earlier, the level can change its own layout, and this is one of the main reasons that you could lose your mind here. Like one time somebody supposedly ran into a sudden ending in a tunnel, and then they turned around to go back, only to realize the path where they came from was completely different looking. So it's safe to say that there's literally no way to map out a safe route through the level. On top of this level's pretty claustrophobic, and since there's literally nothing except tunnels, combined with a hot, steamy environment and hardly any light, and you've got a recipe for disaster for getting lost and losing your marbles. So several wanderers have reported feeling watched while they're walking through the tunnels. They say this feeling happens throughout all of the level, and that it's coming from somewhere behind the glass in the water, almost like there's a creature of some kind lurking in it, staring at you. On top of this feeling of being watched, it's also common for people to hear footsteps behind them or even beside them, like running up really fast, almost like something's just running right at you. But when they turn around, nothing's there. Also, some people have said they've seen something in the corner of their eye in the aquarium. They whip their head over to look, and there's just sand being kicked up, and they can't see anything else, just the sand floating in the water. Now, I'm gonna have nightmares. Cool. Some think that the footsteps, the weird shadows, and all that stuff are just hallucinations that you make up while being stuck here. But the fact that so many people have reported seeing these type of things makes it seem more real to me, at least. The level is definitely not fun to be stuck on for long due to the hotness and the claustrophobia and the darkness and the weird stuff in the tanks and the footsteps. It's just recommended to try to look for an exit as fast as you can so you don't make your mental health worse by staying here. Now, if you're able to look past all the creepy stuff like the footsteps and whatnot, then it could actually be a pretty relaxing level to stay in. No one's been harmed by an entity yet, they just think they've heard stuff. So technically you could just lay down in these tunnels and look up at the calming water and hear the relaxing dripping of the water and bubbling and just take a nap. You know, you can just relax here. But if you do let yourself go mentally crazy, then it would be awful to stay here. There are no bases or outposts here because it's really just not feasible to put one here since it's so small. I mean, you could if you wanted to. Like I just said, you could stay here and sleep, but yeah. And to enter the level, you can no-clip through a damp patch of dirt or sand or something, or you can no-clip through a puddle to be sent here, but none of those are 100% successful. We just kind of think they work. To exit the level, you have to walk around these tunnels until you find an emergency exit door, and you better hope it's unlocked because some of them are locked or chained shut. But yeah, just find one as soon as you can and it should be fine. Just look out for the tunnels changing their layout because that might make it harder to find an exit. So here's a little example of what the ambience of the level would sound like if you were interested to hear. I'm gonna start doing these like ambience, kind of just like videos of what the level would be like. So this is the first one, and I hope you enjoy it. Level 67 is the 68th Backrooms level, and it was discovered when a wanderer was on level 11 and they randomly started to smell baking bread. So they followed that smell, they found an out-of-place door, and they went inside of it, and they were here. This was their first mistake. The level takes the appearance of a bakery from the 1980s with a very chill vibe and aura. The actual level itself is pretty small, at around 2,000 square feet, so you don't have to worry about getting lost inside, you just have to worry about possibly never leaving. The interior of the bakery changes colors and vibe and layout depending on who is here. It can change itself in other ways also. For example, it'll produce pastries and smells that the wanderer who is in line enjoys. So if you like croissants, then the level will have croissants. This is a really weird phenomenon that happens through a lot of Backrooms levels, and we have no idea how it knows all this stuff about us, but it just does. And as I said at the beginning of the video, the level has been nicknamed the Bakery of Desire. And you'll see what I mean by desire here in a second. Just remember to not trust any of the food here, and don't eat it if you're given food. The rest of the level can be explained into 3 different parts: the waiting line, the counter, and then the eating area. So the waiting line is the part, of course, where you get in line for your food. Now, you're not going to be waiting in line behind other people, you'll actually be waiting behind faceling entities, which are, of course, the main entity here. Now, the facelings here are passive, and they don't really do too much, but they're obviously kind of creepy to look at, and you could make them mad if you try to cut them in line or something like that, so just don't do that. And that's the only rule here. If you do, they'll return to their normal aggressive state and start to freak out and attack you, so just wait your turn in line, and you should be pretty good, I would say. Once you get to the counter, you'll place your order to the faceling cashier in front of you, and then the cashier will actually give you the order in a second. But first, it will try to persuade you to get a certain pastry that they like. Like, they'll give you their suggestion, but try not to take it if you can, because we don't really know what they're made out of. We have an idea, but we don't really know. Now, the actual food on this level has some really strange properties that you should know about, and it seemingly makes people behave weird. Eating food, pastries, donuts, whatever's on this level will cause you to start behaving erratically, and you'll start to crave that food. It'll make people like Squidward was when he figured out that he actually liked Krabby Patties, you know, when he was eating them all and stuff. Yeah, that's what you'll be like. You'll try to eat all the food. And this might be because of the theory that I'm going to say right now. So you'll start to crave these pastries after you eat a bite of one, and if you start to feel this craving, you need to escape the level. Now, the document of the level says, quote, "Note that occasionally the effect of the desire to indulge on those favorites may lead to fellow wanderers in the level acting erratically and make attempts to simply retrieve those pastries without waiting in line. It is best not to interfere. They will promptly be disposed of subsequent to the event." I'm not really sure what disposed of means, but it sounds like they get rid of people who get affected by this. Now, how do they get rid of people, you may be asking? It makes me kind of think that these pastries might have a secret ingredient in them, if you know what I'm saying. A secret ingredient that may or may not be meat. Not animal meat, though. Maybe just wanderer meat. But that's just a theory. A Backrooms theory. After you order and get whatever pastry you did ask for, you'll be able to walk to the seating area, which is a liminal-looking diner place with booths and chairs and calm lights and whatnot, just like an old diner. This area is only visible after you pay for your food and after you order, and before you pay, you physically just can't see it. And in order to pay for your pastry, you have to give almond water to the cashier. So I've explained the level layout, I've explained what might be inside the food, but now I'm going to talk about the possible side effects that you could get from eating the pastries with the secret ingredient inside of them. The effects in this level will vary from wanderer to wanderer, and before you eat anything, you should know what these effects are. So if you order your favorite pastry, which is the pastry that the level thinks that you like the best, if you order that, it is the worst one you can do. It is the most deadly. Because when you're closer than from a foot away from that pastry, a nearly irresistible urge to eat the pastry will flood you. You just get this huge impulse to just dig right into that delicious food. You have to deny this impulse because once it's ingested, certain effects will occur as follows. In the first 5 minutes, you'll start to inflame and you'll start to get a sore throat. And 10 minutes after, you'll get gastritis. 12 minutes in, you'll get extreme erythroderma. 20 minutes in and after, you'll just pretty much go into cardiac arrest. Eating a donut can give you cardiac arrest in the Backrooms. Heard it here first, folks. Now, it's important to note here that after a person succumbs to eating their favorite pastry, one of the workers that works in this bakery will come out from behind the counter and drag the wanderer to the back room where the kitchen is. And when this happens, the clerk and the worker that dragged the body back will vanish into the back kitchen. And we don't really know what happens back there, but we can assume that your body's being used for something. Now, if you eat a neutral pastry or something that you kind of like, but you don't really like, then nothing really bad will happen to you. You'll not feel this impulse to eat it, and you won't have any negative effects if you do. So try to find something that you kind of like, but don't really like at the same time. The only problem is these pastries are really rare because normally the level tries to give you the ones you like. But yeah. Then there are the least favorite or hated pastries, and these are actually the safest options to eat. And if you want to get out of the level, you have to order one of these that you don't like and then eat it because that is the only way out. But it should be noted that the effects caused by the pastry that you don't like can lead the wanderer to believe that the smell and the look and the taste of the dessert is actually far worse than it seems, like there's something hidden inside of it. Some have reported to have the smell and taste of rotten flesh when they eat these pastries. It'll take a really strong person to overcome these thoughts. You know, you're eating flesh, but you have to do it to get out of the level. But yeah, that's kind of like the duality of decision making there. But the second you eat a pastry that you don't like, even though it's got some kind of rotten meat inside, you will be transported to either level 11, level 31, level 57, or level 98, and you'll just be slightly sick. So yeah, if you see someone unalive, or if you somehow unalive yourself in this bakery and a worker comes out to get you and drags you to the back room, you probably know what's gonna happen, because the level document pretty much confirms my theory from earlier that the things inside of these pastries might not really be pastry stuff. It might be, well, you can infer. I can't really say. I mean, I hope this isn't the case, but why else would they take wanderers to the back room where the cooking is done? My full theory is that eating pastries causes you to go insane, which it pretty much confirmed it in the level document, and it's because of the rotten flesh that is integrated inside of them. It causes you to crave more and more until you eat too much and there's no going back. After this, the level will trap you in it, and once you unalive, you yourself will become part of a beautiful pastry, and you'll get dragged to the back kitchen, and, you can infer. I don't know though, that's just my theory. Let me know what you think in the comments below. I'm interested. To enter this level, for some unknown reason, you have to do what they did at the beginning, and you have to smell bread baking on level 11, and walk around till you find the door to get here. Now remember, that's the way that the level lures you here and traps you, is that bread smell, so try to avoid that if you can. So how can you escape? You actually have to eat the pastry that you hate, as I mentioned, on purpose. Even though it tastes like rotting flesh, you have to eat it, and then you'll get sent out to one of the levels that I mentioned earlier, level 11, 31, 57, or 98. If you don't do this, you'll be stuck here in a cycle of eating, becoming more insane, until you become one with the pastry. Nice! Level 68 of the Backrooms is classified as a Class 3 difficulty, and is very unsafe and very unsecure. But it has a low entity count, but it's not the entities that you should be worrying about. The level itself seems to take the appearance of a massive movie theater that sprawls out for a long while. It's just one massive complex with different parts of that same theater. The entire level doesn't feel like a theater though, it almost feels organic, like it's alive or like it's an organism that you're walking around inside. There's things like fungus and grass that grow up in the darker hallways, and mushrooms sprout from random areas as well. There are also corridors and hallways and rooms that intersect to this massive theater, and they all lead back to this one large theater room. Now, the room is full of theater-style seating and chairs, all made out of a reddish, dark gray fabric, and at first glance, it seems pretty innocuous, pretty normal, until you examine it closer. You see, these seats seem to be coated in some kind of saliva material, making them a gross and sticky mess. Now, despite them obviously being a soggy, disgusting, nasty chair, they seem to draw people in and lure them to sit down on top of them. Like, even though it looks disgusting, you want to sit down. It's almost this irresistible urge. And when wanderers do sit down, they describe the chairs as being abnormally comfortable. Like, more so than any other chair they've ever sat in, this is the most comfortable, even though you're sitting in a soggy chair. You see, once all the people inside the theater are seated in a chair or they choose to sit down, the chairs themselves seem to release some type of chemical enzyme into the fabric of the chair and the saliva that's coating it. This enzyme has one function and one function only: to rapidly melt the skin of the thing sitting on top of it. Which is, just great as it is, but it doesn't just stop there. The enzyme melts and re-solidifies clothing and skin to the chair fabric itself, virtually fusing the skin of the thing sitting in the chair to the fabric of the seat that it's sitting in, causing whoever's sitting down to melt directly to the chair and be unable to move. Nice. Now, while this is happening, the victim doesn't really seem to notice anything, and they're distracted by something else. There's a ton of theories on what distracts people. Some think it's a pheromone or an enzyme. Some think you're just losing your mind. I don't know. Now, once you're successfully melted directly to the chair, the screen at the front of the theater will start to play a movie. How nice. The films that are played here are random, and they don't seem to correlate at all with anything from real life. There's not been one single movie that's known. Now, it's unknown if the Backrooms itself made these movies, or if somehow they're being played from an alternate reality that's like Earth. We just don't know. But the movies do tend to be really gory and really graphic, and wanderers are just physically stuck in the chair watching this gory graphic movie, unable to move and unable to run away. Hey, did I mention they're melted to the chair? Once the movie that's playing ends and the credits roll, the people who are stuck inside of the chairs start to shake and convulse violently, eventually succumbing to the shaking. Think of the scenes from Stranger Things Season 3, where the victims start shaking and then they turn to that jelly-looking stuff, and you've seen that before. That's kind of what happens here. Anyways, you're no longer there, if you know what I'm saying, after the credits roll of the movie. The chair you were sitting in will then break down the tissue and dissolve it via digestive enzymes, but, it doesn't stop there, because this level just doesn't know how to. Surprise! After the flesh is broken down by the chairs, it will then be sucked into the chairs to never be seen again, almost as if it's consuming you for lunch, or dinner, or breakfast. It's consuming you. The chairs are eating you, which is not very fun, I gotta say. It doesn't sound too good. Now, the reason this level is so scary, besides being melted to a chair and digested by it, is that from a quick glance, it seems like a safe theater level. There are several safe theater levels scattered throughout the Backrooms, and many of them play as sort of a home base for wanderers, or a destination for them to get to because they're so safe. So victims of this level might think that they found one of those safer levels when they get sent here, only to sit down and realize that they've walked into their own grave. Now, survivors of this level are few and far between, since the level can somehow warp your mind into this false sense of security. It seems that the only way that people make it out alive is they somehow notice what's happening before the chairs release that enzyme to you and consume you. Now, if you can get out of there before then, you'll be okay. Now, I bet you're asking, if I do get out of the chair fast enough, if I do, it's luck, where do you go to exit? How do I escape? I don't know what I'm doing. I was trying to segue this into the exit portion. Let's just go to it. So to enter the level, you have to walk into a theater on level 11, and you seemingly have a random chance to be sent here. Just completely random, you could be on level 11 chilling, and you'll be sent here. Which again, is terrifying, because level 11 is a widely known safe level, and the fact that you could be sent here from a safe level to be digested by a chair is pretty scary. Now, to exit, you have to get up before you get stuck and run to the movie screen at the very front of the theater and then proceed to no-clip into it. Or you could also run into a hallway that's here and find a door that looks like this to be sent to level 74. Either way, you gotta get out. And the only way to notice what's happening before it's too late is if you sit down and you start to feel your arms getting sticky and harder to move, and you'll kind of get uncomfortable. Now, this happens randomly because, like I said, most people who sit here think it's really comfortable and really relaxing. And this mainly only happens to people that are wearing short-sleeve shirts, since their skin is touching the seat directly. So if you're wearing a hoodie or something, you can't feel the fabric of the chair, you're probably going to be consumed by it. Sorry. But if you feel yourself getting stuck to the chair, you gotta get up and run to the screen to get out, or you'll never be seen again. Level 69 looks like a dark and empty, infinite highway that has fog rolling at all times. Each side of the highway has massive concrete walls that seem to be infinite in height. And there's literally nothing else here. That's it. The level is apparently so dangerous that you have to stay in the car when you spawn in. When you spawn in on this level, you'll spawn in the car that you passed out in level 3 to get here. That's the entrance to this level, more on that later. But if you stay in this car, you'll pretty much be safe. But if you leave the car, it's dangerous. Level 69 has a very low visibility because of the fog and the darkness that's on the level since it's constantly nighttime. In order to see anything at all, you have to use either the headlights from the car or a flashlight or something. This level is pretty unique because there are specific ways that you need to navigate it. And the start of the level is pretty much the same for everyone across the board, because you wake up in the car that you passed out in from level 3. Even if you somehow get here without passing out in a car on level 3, you'll still wake up inside of a random car whenever you enter the level. But whatever you do, like I said, do not leave the car since, it's dangerous and stuff. The fog and the entities that live here seem to be kind of scared of cars, except for one entity. So it's pretty much a good way to scare off things if you just stay in your car and keep driving. Now, your car itself might have broken glass or broken AC or something like that. It's really just depending on the luck of the person there. So if you have bad luck, then you might have car problems, and if you have good luck, you won't. Driving this car physically is pretty much just like driving a car from real life, so you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. You also don't have to worry about running out of gas, because these cars don't even have fuel tanks. Nice.
So you can go full speed for as long as you want, since there's really nothing in the road. You can just fly down the road at max speed. But there is always a risk of crashing into an entity or something like that. So pretty much you can either drive slow and waste a bunch of time, or you can drive really fast with a chance of perishing, so pick your poison. There are also hardly any supplies on this level, so the goal is to leave as soon as possible so you don't starve. The main normal entities here are Smilers and Wretches, which are extremely hostile on this level because they don't have anything else to eat. So when they see you, they start drooling and get really aggressive. Wretches are considered to be extremely dangerous here because they can break into your car if you're parked or something like that, or if you crash into one, it could cause your car to fly off the road into the concrete wall. Just try to avoid them. Like, imagine sitting in your car and trying to take a nap, and then you wake up and see one of these things. Nice. Now, this level also has a level exclusive entity called the Beings from Above. These are very mysterious and dangerous, and they're pretty much one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, that you should not get out of your car. Their exact body description isn't known, but their legs, or arms, look like spider legs or crab legs. You can't see them from the ground, obviously, because you'll be in a car. But if you were to get out of your car, a leg might fly down from above and spear right through you, and then pick you up and carry you up into the darkness. It's kind of like that thing from King Kong, if you've seen that movie. There's only been a handful of survivors from an attack, and they say that the legs feel cold, slick, and completely solid. Oh yeah, and these entities literally cannot be taken down at all. People have tried bullets, explosions, knives, nothing works on them. So, this level also has a weird phenomena that happens called the Whispers. Now, this might be an entity or just a weird occurrence that happens here, but pretty much they're these negative thoughts that go through your brain while you're on the level, and they try to break down your mental health. So, watch out for that, I guess. The easiest and most common way to enter this level is to pass out in a car on level 3, and you'll just wake up here. To exit the level, it's pretty simple. You just have to drive really far on the road, and eventually you'll run across a tunnel that's carved into one of the sides of the concrete walls. Now, you want to make sure you're either on the right or left side of the road, because if you're in the middle, there's a chance you might miss this tunnel, and you don't want to do that, trust me. So once you find the tunnel, just drive through it, and you can only drive there for exactly 17 hours, because then at that point, your car will break down and stop working. After it stops working, you just have to get out and you have to walk through the rest of the length of the tunnel. But don't worry though, the tunnel's safe. There's no fog or no entities or anything like that. Just a normal tunnel. And this tunnel will lead to level 11. So it's pretty much worth it. There's also one unconfirmed exit as well. Some people have said that if you pass out while being attacked by a being from above, that you'll wake up in level 0. But I'm not gonna stick around and try to test that theory. So yeah, you got an infinite highway with huge concrete walls on each side and giant spider legs that come down from the sky to attack you. Love to see it. Backrooms level 70 is the 71st level in the catalog, and it takes the appearance of a huge depot-like sprawl of hallways and rooms and corridors. It's been classified as a Class 1 difficulty for being safe and secure, but with a minimal entity count. Overall, it's actually one of the safer levels in the 70s range, because some of these are about to get crazy, but this one is relatively safe. The level's depot rooms are connected via brick and concrete hallways, and the entire level has this smell of dust in the air. It just feels and smells and has this vibe of abandonment. The main hallway of the level is lined with storage containers on each side, each of which are labeled with a number from 0 to 999. Those numbers will come into play later. You'll start at the beginning of that main hallway, and from that hall, the level will shoot off into numerous other hallways and rooms, and all of which go out for a long time. Some of the halls have random doors that can either be opened, or closed, or locked, but all of these doors have a really dusty and abandoned vibe, just like the rest of the level. The storage containers in this level are the only places that aren't completely empty, because most of the hallways and the rooms and stuff are empty with nothing else in them. But these storage containers have stuff inside. The storage rooms themselves are very enigmatic, and they have several strange properties.
One of them is that whoever opens the storage unit actually matters, because the items inside of the storage unit will appear and be from that person's childhood. For example, if you had a childhood doll or a game or a basketball or something that you used a lot as a kid, and you open up one of these storage units, it might appear in a box inside of it. And these objects are going to be very nostalgic, and they're going to give you these feelings of your childhood, but you shouldn't touch and you shouldn't interact with any of them in any way, because these objects have been classified as something called nostalgia traps. Nostalgia traps are areas or rooms, or more specifically objects, in random levels that seem to possess parts of wanderers' childhood. These places and objects are used to lure these wanderers into themselves and trap them, and eventually consume them for food, or whatever other reason, we don't really understand it. Even if you just touch one of these objects or walk into a nostalgia trap room, you might become a victim of that nostalgia trap. Not every one of these containers is a trap though, and that's exactly why it's really dangerous to open up a bunch of random doors here, because you genuinely just don't know which ones are which. So to play it safe, try not to open a storage crate if you can help it. So besides these concrete hallways, random storage halls, and all these office rooms spread out, there's not much else here, to be honest. This level really isn't infinite, and it seems to be confined to a few miles in size, but in these miles of hallways, there are a few entities that you might have to worry about while you're running around and exploring. The main entity that stalks the halls here are dullers and then skin stealers. You might see a death moth or two inside a storage locker if you open it. But dullers are strange, gray-skinned humanoids that have no prominent features. They're usually very shy and very skittish, and they actually run away after anything makes noise. So if you see one and they like slap your hands together, they'll run away. But they're actually more dangerous when you can't see them. And that's because of the method they use to hunt prey, which is you. You are the prey. They hunt by being in a hallway that is parallel to the hallway that you're in, and they'll wait until you're next to them on the other side of that hallway, and then they will no-clip one of their arms through the wall that's separating you and it, and then they'll subdue you and grab you and drag you back through that wall to its side of the wall, and then consume you. I just said wall probably 500 times, my bad. And obviously that's really dangerous for this specific level, because this entire level is hallways that parallel each other. Like, that is the entire area of this level. It is hallways that go side by side with storage lockers and offices. So dullers are very dangerous. But if you want to scare off a duller, you just gotta look at it, because they're little scaredy eggs and run from you. But you need to also be aware if you can slightly hear anything paralleling you across the wall from you. The other entities here are the skin stealers and death moths, which I won't go into because you already know about them probably. And if you don't, you're a fake fan. But those are the three entities that you will see in this level. Just make sure you be careful when walking around. That way you don't get grabbed by an interdimensional arm and dragged back through a hallway. There are no bases and no outposts inside of this depot, and if you want to enter the level, you can only access it by being on level 2 and finding a door labeled number 70, walking through that door, and you will end up in that main storage room hallway of this level. And to exit, you can open up one of the strange storage doors that has a number from 0 to 999, and you'll have a small chance of being sent to the level that corresponds with that number. But it's pretty rare, but it does work enough to where you could try it. I mean, theoretically, you could skip from level 70 all the way to 999 if you get lucky, so I would try it. But the easier way and more consistent way of exiting this concrete hallway level is to walk to the end of that main depot hallway, find a blue door, open it up, and then you'll walk to the next level, level 71. But I honestly don't know if I would recommend this because 71 is quite dangerous. And speaking of level 71, I will see you all tomorrow with that explanation. Level 71 of the Backrooms is the 72nd level in the catalog, and it takes the basic overall appearance of an infinitely sprawling basement complex. Now, it's been given a Class 2 difficulty and is generally unsafe with a low entity count, although, depending on how long you stay here, you'll probably think it'll get dangerous than a Class 2, and trust me, it'll get worse. The deeper you go into the level, the more likely you are to physically and mentally fade away and never be seen or heard from again. Supposedly, this level has claimed thousands of wanderers' lives, and going here is a huge mistake because of that. So let's see why that's the case, why this level is so dangerous, and where these thousands of people have gone. The level's page itself is glitched, and some of the data here has an error message or an unknown thing, meaning that whoever or whatever uploaded this level uploaded it from a corrupted device, or a bad internet connection, or too deep inside the backrooms to get the full thing out. But nevertheless, level 71 looks like a huge, unfinished basement complex. And all that unfinished means is that it's got a rough concrete floor and walls that are not complete. There's also rooms and areas and corridors that might not be fully furnished. The level is thought to be infinite and has no ending in any way, except right behind you where you spawn in the level, there is a concrete wall that goes out in each direction, but other than that, right in front of you, there is nothing on any side except an infinite expansive basement. Scattered throughout this basement, you might find a few random wooden beams or half-finished rooms, like I was mentioning earlier, and these are the only landmarks or guides that you might find while exploring, so make sure you pay attention to them, because if you see them, that is literally all the direction help you're going to get. There are also absolutely no working lights inside this level, and there's no bulbs or anything, so the only way you're going to get to see is if you bring your own flashlight. Even with your own flashlight, the level has another strange and very anomalous effect that happens to every wanderer who comes here. The effect turns everybody's vision into a grainy black and white view. So you'll see normally before you come to the level, but you come here, you open your eyes, and everything you see will look like an old black and white movie. This effect happens throughout the entire level. It's really not outright harmful to humans, but it does become annoying after a while, and it kind of lessens how far you can see because it's black and white. Now, an interesting quirk about this level is that the images that you can take here are actually in full color if you use the flash, which I think is weird, but whatever, I don't ask questions anymore. The infinite dark basement has some other anomalies as well, such as a big one called auditory hallucinations, and these auditory hallucinations come in the form of echoes. So the level itself is obviously a huge concrete expanse, which means these echoes will bounce off of every surface here and echo and reverberate for a long time. The specific sounds that you'll hear with these echoes and auditory hallucinations will vary, but depending on where you're at and who you are. But all of the sounds normally are faint whispers of good memories from something that happened in your childhood. Think of your childhood laugh, or your family singing you happy birthday, or your reaction to getting a present on Christmas Day, something like that. The source of the sounds is unknown, since no speakers or anything like that have been found that could produce them, and it's also unknown how this Backrooms level knows these memories from your mind. Like, how does it know what they sound like? Either way, I don't ask questions anymore. This is just the Backrooms, bro. Traveling further into this infinite sprawl of level, you might find more unfinished rooms and bathrooms that look half complete, and you'll need to watch your back when you go to these areas, because entities might lurk here. You also might run across a rough kitchen or living area too. It really just depends. All of these areas are accessed by walking through doorways, hallways, corridors, and just in general out in front of you. This means that there is no non-Euclidean geometry here, and it's all just a normal jumble of level that's confusing and all that. I guess it's kind of nice that you don't have to worry about non-Euclidean geometry. That stuff messes up everything, bro. But you'll still be lost in a dark basement, so I don't know. There are actually a few entities that call this basement home, and you'll need to be extra careful when encountering them since everything's dark and you can only see in black and white. They could probably sneak up on you easier. Entities like hounds and skin stealers are the main ones you'll run across, both of which hide behind those unfinished wooden beams or old rooms and wait for you to walk through for an easy meal. You can also see a smiler or an insanity here as well, and insanities are decently common. These used to be wanderers that went to this level, got stuck too deep, and then went through the wretched cycle due to dehydration and lack of food and sunlight, and they pretty much turned into this subhuman zombie type thing. There's also a very rare entity that's been seen down here, known as the businessmen. Now, these creatures were actually first spotted back in level -1, but they've been sighted here on 71 recently. Another strange connection that this level has to -1 is that that level also has a black and white grainy filter that every wanderer sees through when they go there. So because of this, some people think that this level and level -1 are connected somehow or are near each other. I don't know how that would work, but be my guest and try to explain in the comments. I have no idea. Maybe level 71 takes place on top of level -1. I'm not sure. Anyways, these businessmen are tall, slender humanoids that wear dark suits. They have pretty much no facial features or anything that's very discernible about them besides being different heights. Some are tall, some are short. It doesn't really matter. They're just weird looking humanoid shadows with suits on. Now, they're not outright aggressive, and they're actually not even a threat at all, pretty much, because their motive is unknown. We don't know what they do. They kind of just walk around. Some theories think that they are the cause of those echoes. Some theories think they control the level. We don't know. That's all the information we have. Now, under the Bases and Outposts tab on this website, it says that there are only 3 outposts that are, quote, supposed to exist, end quote. Meaning that they don't really exist, but underneath that, it says these groups at the moment are unknown, no, end quote. So, whatever that means. Sorry, they can't be good though. Now, theories on that cryptic message range from there being a cult down here that kidnaps people, or there being a presence of a strange entity that does the same thing, or that somehow the businessmen are tied up in all this. We genuinely don't know what that means or why this page is corrupted, but I'm sure the businessmen have something to do with it. To enter the level, you do need to find a basement on level 4, then walk down into it, and you'll end up here. After you walk through the door, it'll disappear behind you and you'll be stuck in this basement. So, sorry. To exit, it says error, no possibility. So it looks like you're going to be trapped here, but even further under the exit section, it says a bunch of stuff and it pretty much descends into utter madness. It says things like, quote, SH4DY or shady, which is referring to the shady gray. Then it says things like, it's so dark, I can't feel my arms, my body, who are you, what am I fading into the past, a gray shadow engulfing the light, layers of reality start to collapse, the dust, the sand, fade into the shade. I can't breathe, I'm fading. And then the last thing the page says is, help me, with this photograph attached of some shadowy humanoid. Whatever that means, I think it's going to be cool. I think the shadow humanoid definitely has something to do with this weird effect here and the auditory hallucinations, but let me know what you think in the comments below. So with all that said, it is safe to say, don't ever come here unless you want to have the same fate as the poor author of this page. On that happy note, level 72 of the Backrooms is the 73rd level in the catalog, and it's classified as a class 2 difficulty with an environmental difficulty of 2 out of 5, an entity difficulty of 2 out of 5, and an exit difficulty of 3 out of 5. Although you'll see why later, why that really doesn't matter, because it's actually really dangerous here. Definitely more so than a class 2. The level consists of a large island smack dab in the middle of a shallow ocean. The island seems to take the rough shape of a crab, so its design is kind of like in a crab shape. And the level gets its name from that shape, and that's where the level gets its name, Call of the Crabs, from. The ocean surrounding the island is virtually empty, with little to no life in it. It's just water. And it goes out in all directions for as far as your eyes can see, specifically around 3.7 miles or 6 kilometers. At the edge of that 3.7 miles, the distance of the ocean instantly just drops off into a waterfall that drops into a void. So think of this as like a floating ocean with an island in the middle, and on the edges, it just drops off into a void. The actual island itself is a sandy island, and it's comprised of several sand dunes and palm trees and bushes and pieces of coral and seashells and all those kind of things. And there are also some other things here that I'll talk about later, just know that it's not that safe. The level itself is also very hot constantly and very humid. It stays at literally a solid 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 38 Celsius at all times, and it kind of feels like you're in an oven. The water here is also salt water, which means that the constant breeze that's blowing the air on the island will make your skin dry out and you'll get very dehydrated since it's going to be salty air. You pretty much look like Patrick and SpongeBob underneath the heat lamp. Now, randomly, around every 2-ish weeks, the level seems to produce rain clouds through an unknown means, and it'll rain for a few minutes at a time. This is all of the fresh water that can be attained on this level. So if you're trapped here and you can't store that fresh water or grab it somehow, I don't know what you're gonna do. You're screwed. Now, ironically, underneath the island, there are hundreds of freshwater aquifers of different sizes. The bigger ones are deeper underground. These aquifers are pretty much impossible to get to for every wanderer who comes here because no one brings shovels or equipment. Like, why would you bring that stuff while you're exploring the backrooms? But anyways, if you don't have that kind of stuff, they're just down there. But these aquifers are where the plankton and other organisms like crabs come out of on this level. And the crabs that live here go down to those aquifers for the food source, which are the plankton and krill. Now, speaking of crabs, there are thought to be 8 species of crabs that live on this small island. Now, there's only 8 species, but there are supposedly millions of crabs crawling around. There are Dungeness crabs, flat-top crabs, ghost crabs, gold crabs, hermit crabs, Pacific mole crabs, red king crabs. All of these are real-life species that are found here. And those are just the recognizable species. There are other ones too. Each one of those crabs tends to only eat the krill and the plankton that's below the island, but they're also seemingly genetically coded to eat themselves and their friends. Like they'll eat each other. They will literally cannibalize one another. That's right. Got a little crab on crab crime going here. Now, these crabs that I just mentioned are typically pretty safe. They're not that dangerous. The only reason you'd have to fear them is if you have a fear of crabs, because there are literally, hundreds of thousands of them crawling around the small island constantly. But there is a level exclusive crab that isn't safe at all. Like, it's completely not, and you should be afraid of this one. The Aurora crab behaves pretty similarly to a poison dart frog from real life, because this crab is very colorful, it's very bright, and it's very unsafe to be near. Its shell and body are this wonderful array of shiny colors and pigments, but it's the colors themselves that are the danger, because they seem to be some kind of toxin, because if you touch that toxic color, you will get a severe reaction or rash to whatever part of your body touched it. But it doesn't stop at a simple rash. Of course it doesn't. You see, the rash is just the beginning. After it starts, your blood from the inside of your body will start to seep out of you in different orifices. Like literally right out of your skin pores, it'll just start dripping out. Think of somebody wringing out a wet washcloth, except this is your body being wrung out, and it's not water coming out of you, it's the red stuff inside of you, if that makes sense. Now, ironically, the Aurora crab is actually pretty safe and docile, as in it doesn't attack people outright. Its shell is the only dangerous part about it, and it only is dangerous if you touch it. If you see something bright, don't touch it unless you want to literally get drained of all your juices. Now, even beyond that, there are whispers from people who have been to this level that say beyond the ocean, where it waterfalls off into that void below, there is a gigantic crab-like creature that's been seen stepping out of it. All that's been seen is the giant black silhouette at nighttime of huge crab legs slowly walking around the ocean. We're not sure if these reports are real or if it's just a tale to get people not to come here, but as you can see, that would be a terrifying sight to see when you're just kind of like sleeping on an island. You see giant stick-shaped legs walking around. That's terrifying. So to summarize, this level is an island shaped like a crab in the middle of a shallow ocean, which itself is floating in the middle of a void. And the only things on this island are millions of crabs sprawling around constantly. There's one species of colorful crab that if you touch it, you'll pretty much leak your insides. And there's thought to be a giant crab-like creature that walks around at nighttime randomly doing whatever it does. We have no idea. So yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Love it. Now, there's supposedly a community here on this level called New Crabland that just has around 20 people. Apparently, they're pretty friendly, and they just chill on the island most of the time. To enter the level, you can be on level 75 and find a roasted crab and consume it, and then you'll wake up here. And if you want to exit, that's where it gets pretty tricky, because you really and truly can't. Essentially, you're trapped on this island, you're marooned. If you were like a pirate, you'd be marooned here on this crab-infested place forever, slowly running out of fresh water until you either get cooked by the sun or consumed by that giant crab or something along those lines. So if you find the exit, tell everybody, because that'd be a nice thing to do, right? A lot of wanderers get to this point and they can't get past it. So be warned. Level 73 of the Backrooms, or the Redlands, as it's been nicknamed, is a level that is extremely dangerous, and I cannot state that enough. It is extremely dangerous. It's been given a Class 5 difficulty for being unsafe and unsecure and infested with scary entities. And I'll get into all the entities later on. In fact, the first single line on this document says, quote, "Do not go searching for level 73," end quote. But let me tell you all about it anyway, so you can figure out why you should never search for it. The levels article was written and uploaded from deep inside a castle that's located in the middle of this level. The people that wrote the article, they ventured through the various parts of this level to get to their current location, so they have pretty decent knowledge of what the level looks like and the dangers that lie within, and their description of what the level looks like is what I'll be going over in this video. Level 73 is the 74th level inside the Backrooms. It's most commonly known amongst wanderers as the Redlands because of its dark, red-stained grass and sky features. The level takes place on some sort of island with a large ocean surrounding it. The island, as of right now, is the only accessible and searched-through part of the level, since the ocean part around it has not been explored yet. Apparently the water should not be touched or entered at all due to deadly aquatic anomalies. But the island part of the level is so hard to explore, and it's just a very volatile place to be, mainly due to the entities that call this place home. The island itself is a dark red grassy island in the shape of a large circle. Scattered across the island along the red grass are trees and small shrubs that look dead and decayed. The trees and the grass and the shrubs all are circling the island, and in the middle of this circle is a large stone castle. Now, the entity density on this level is estimated to be one entity per 35 square feet. Let me repeat that. One thing every 35 feet. So pretty much there's going to be constantly entities around you somewhere in your eyesight. But I'm sure you're asking, what kind of creatures actually live here? Why is it so dangerous? There are smilers, death moths, clumps, dullers, hounds and skin stealers, and camo crawlers. Even death rats have been seen jumping through the grass. These are the most commonly reported ones, but those are just to name a few. There are also strange unknown creatures that have been documented to be here, like strange tall skinny humanoids that run ridiculously fast, like 50 miles an hour, and just snatch up wanderers without even seeing what they are. Again, no idea what they are, but now you know about them. Obviously, all those entities are dangerous in their own right, so when you get sent to this level, the second your feet hit the ground, you need to run as fast as you can through the field to get to the castle. Level 73 is pretty much in a perpetual state of darkness, and there's no day or night cycle whatsoever. The only light you actually have here is a full moon that casts this reddish glow across the cloudy sky. The moon itself never moves and never changes in its light intensity, giving the sky this fake, uncanny type of vibe. Now, right under what I just said, there's a sentence that states this: you do not want to use an artificial light source, and that you do not want to see at all until you get to the doors of the castle. And I'm sure, as you can tell, being on an island with entities, you don't want to turn a flashlight on because that would just signal that you're there. Like a moth to a flame, they would just run at you and devour you. But I love how it says you do not want to see, because that's so scary, If you can't see, then I'm sure the entities can't see as well, but the second you turn that flashlight on, they'll swarm you and they can see you. So like I said, you get here, your feet hit the ground, you sneak around and run in a straight line until you get to that castle. The silhouette of the castle is visible the second you get here. It's shrouded in that reddish moonlight glow. And it is imperative that you do not deviate or move from a straight line, and that you do not stop running because of the entities. When, and more likely if, you do reach the doors of the castle, you need to bang on them as loud as you can, and then it'll automatically open up for you. It's unknown if the castle is an entity itself, or if it just has sentience, or somebody's watching. We don't know. The castle has been named the Silver Castle, and it is the only known building on this red island. The way it was built, or who made it, is unknown, but it's a rather expansive, Gothic-style castle that is fully furnished and fully lit with candles and stuff like that. The castle has cold stone hallways and rooms with beds and huge halls and that kind of thing, And overall, it's pretty lavishly decorated for being in the middle of an entity-infested island. It even has a main dining hall and these 6 huge bedroom areas. There are 3 floors to the castle and an attic area, all of which are accessible except the attic. And that's because a level exclusive creature made that area off limits. But I'll talk about that in a second. There are windows that look out to the island from inside the castle, but the article says, do not look outside in big bold letters. So I'm assuming you should listen to that. There are freshwater wells and barrels of food and grains located in the kitchen area here, and overall it seems to be a place that you can stay for a while and relax. Even though there's, horrifying things happening outside, you can chill inside here. Now that level exclusive entity that I mentioned lives inside this castle, and its name is Coran or Coran. Coran is how it's spelled. He is a large entity in a humanoid shape that is very muscular. He has thick black hair and 2 horn-like appendages sticking out of his head. One of his arms is gone, and in its place is a chain that is just shoved into his stub, which sounds pretty dope, I'm not gonna lie. He's very nice to wanderers, and he seems to be a protector in a way. Now, in a morbid twist of fate, he's missing both his eyes due to a large scratch across his face that he got from fighting off an entity. So instead, he wears a black bandana around the missing eyes. Apparently, his goal is to eradicate all entities on this level, which is pretty cool, but I think somebody might need to help bro out. I mean, it's like 1 versus 5,000 right now. I don't know if he's doing very effective stuff. If you want to enter this horrific level for some reason, whether you're crazy, whether you lost your mind, or whether you just want to put this level as a notch on your belt, some have reported being on level 14 or level 6 and no-clipping into this field here, randomly. But remember, if you do no-clip into the field, you have to run in a straight line to the castle. And do not hesitate, do not deviate, run. And to exit, this is where it gets pretty sad because you simply cannot. There has not been an exit found, and I'm sure if someone finds it, they'll put it on the website, but as of right now, you either will get consumed by the entity horde, or you will live out your days in the castle. The 74th level of the Backrooms is classified as a Class PSI, which is this logo, and if you know anything about this logo, every level with it is very unsafe and unsecure because of the mental hazards at play. This level is intrinsically very similar to level 444 that I've already gone over from the fandom, but there are several striking differences that you'll see later in the video. Both of them are theaters, but this one and that one are completely different. The level does take the appearance of a large stage-like theater with seating up the side. There is a strange interconnected hallway system behind the stage and to the side of the stage as well, and I'll get into all of it in a second. There are exactly 22 rows of seating in this theater, and there are exit doors placed at each 5 row on each side of the aisle. And there are exit doors placed every 5 rows on each side of the aisles, which if you know math, there are 8 total doors. The stage in the front is easily accessible, and it can be walked up to via 2 staircases on each side of it. The stage floor itself seems to have some kind of heating mechanism that keeps it warm, and alongside that, there are several trap doors lodged in the floor as well. Opening these trap doors will lead you to a strange interconnected hall of insulation. But again, more on that later. The hallways that are accessed behind stage or by those doors outside of the aisles resemble the theater in the overall vibe of them. They have tiled or hard carpeted flooring and stone or brick walls, and they have a quiet atmosphere. Occasionally in the halls, you might run across a various popcorn machine or a movie poster on the wall, and these are just adding to the ambiance. The movies on these posters, though, are never from real life, and they're not recognizable from any brand or business, and there are other posters here that actually have various Backrooms levels on them. Some of the levels being unknown and undocumented. The hallways are very, very expansive and will often lead to staircases or elevators or something like that, and 3-way intersections, but all of the hallways, no matter what, you can go up or down, left or right, they will always dead end inside of the theater at one of those doors. It's unknown as of writing this really how this happens, but it's believed that it's not because of non-Euclidean geometry. It's actually instead somehow the level making your subconscious choose the paths that loop back without you being aware of it. When you re-enter the theater, the seats will be full of humanoid-shaped figures. The figures will, for the most part, be shadowy or unrecognizable, but some of them will share a strong resemblance to people from your real life, like a parent or a friend or a grandparent, or someone you knew from Earth. The people will pay no attention to you or what you're doing, or they won't even acknowledge you really, and they will just blankly stare at the stage in front of you. The stage itself will then become full of unrecognizable people in white masks. These masked figures will dance and move in these grotesque and unnatural ways, and they seem to recreate strange events like car crashes or fights or chase each other around and that kind of thing. The entire ordeal is just very uncanny and unnatural because there's no noise other than the noises they're making when they're running or talking, like it's just completely silent. The longer you watch this performance and stay in the theater, the worse the level becomes, because approximately 2 hours after being here, all of those figures that were in the seats that you saw will disappear out of sight. They won't walk away, they'll just vanish, and the sounds coming from the performers on stage will begin to get louder and louder and more distorted and confusing. Soon after these noises will grow loud and disorienting, the performers themselves will disappear behind the curtain, and the curtain will then close, and you will be completely and utterly alone in this theater. For a few moments, there will be absolutely no noise, just the noise of your own breathing, empty theater, an empty stage, and those doors on the walls. But then, you'll start to develop a feeling that someone or something is watching you. Now, you won't be able to shake this feeling at all, and it'll just get worse and worse. Minutes will turn into hours, and you'll feel alone and trapped. You'll probably try to run for one of the doors to get out to the hallways, but you'll realize that the doors are locked, and that's when the noises start. The noises now are coming from behind those doors, scuffling and rustling and gargling and running and banging and knocking, and things like this can be heard outside in the hallways. But you're not in the hallways, you're trapped inside the theater, in the middle of it all. These noises are believed to be some kind of entity that runs around the hallways searching for wanderers trapped inside, but this is unconfirmed. All we know is that there are some pretty freaking weird noises coming from outside the theater inside the hallways. There's no way for you to see in the hallways because the windows are like blurry, you can't really see, but you might see a silhouette of something trying to look inside. If you're still in the level after all these noises start, for some stupid reason, then even more weird things will start to happen. You might witness an effect where the walls look to be closing in on you, or the seats in front of you start to expand and get wavy in infinite directions like an ocean wave, or the sounds of those entities outside will get louder and louder. You might even see a dashing shadow or two in your peripheral vision while sitting down. The good news is, these are all thought to be complete hallucinations and not actually real things happening to you, but we're not for sure, so don't quote me on that. But this level seems to infect your brain due to the isolation that it gives you, and some people have actually spent months stuck inside this theater without even noticing. The level has definitely some weird time loop things. But let me know in the comments what you think is running around the hallways making all those noises. Is it real? Is it a hallucination? Let me know. To enter the level, you can only be on level 117, find a red door, open it up, and you'll end up in the hallway part of this level behind the stage. To exit, you have to go up to the stage and open a trap door and be taken down to a level called the Insulation. But in order to escape the theater, you have to be there for approximately 2 hours. So you pretty much have to wait until all that weird stuff starts to happen and the dancers leave the stage to go up. If you open the trap door before the 2 hours, you'll simply see a small insulated room and not the Insulation level. But after the 2 hours, you can jump down and you'll be completely in a new level, the Insulation level. From there, you can escape to wherever you want. Nice! Level 75 of the Backrooms, or the Gallium Caves, has been given a Class 5 survival difficulty for its very unsafe and unsecure environment, but it is devoid of entities, which is always a nice thing to not have to worry about. But the layout of the level is dangerous enough to where that doesn't matter. The level was discovered on March 3rd, 2019 by a now deceased Meg operative, and the description of it reads as follows. Level 75 is a massive group of narrow, interconnected caves made entirely out of gallium. Now, gallium is a chemical element, and in this level, it takes the appearance of a bluish gray metal that is very soft. In fact, it's soft enough you could cut it with a knife. It's solid at room temperature, but when it's heated ever so slightly, it'll melt into liquid metal. I know you didn't click on this video for science class, but all of that was important, trust me. So gallium is the only material on this level. There is no stone, no dirt, no rocks, no fiber, nothing else that would be in a normal cave is here. It's all gallium. And as of right now, only approximately 10 kilometers of the level have been discovered, but it could be far more expansive, we don't know. The temperature inside of the cave here varies from 50 degrees Fahrenheit, or 10 Celsius, to 95 degrees Fahrenheit, or 35 Celsius. And it typically drops and rises in temperature every 3-ish hours. That's important because the melting point of gallium is approximately 86 degrees Fahrenheit, or 30 Celsius. And since the caves heat up and cool down, they are in a continuous cycle of melting, solidifying, and melting all over again. Just you being in the enclosed space of these claustrophobic caves with your radiant body heat is enough to start the melting process. Since humans' body temperatures are hot, like over 95 degrees, we radiate a lot of heat. A lot of heat comes off of us. And if you're touching this gallium with your hands or your knees or your feet, it'll inevitably heat it up to above 86 degrees Fahrenheit and it'll start melting. The good news is that not all areas of the level are heated and cooled at the same time, which is nice, I guess. But if you are crawling through the cave or you're walking and you start to feel gallium dripping down on top of you, you've already sealed your fate and can no longer escape. Because by that time, the cave section you're in will melt into a soupy, hot metal goo, ultimately suffocating the wanderer under literal tons of metal. When the gallium then cools down and resolidifies, it'll be in a completely different shape. Since it always drips and melts in different ways, this means that the layout of the cave constantly changes and can't be mapped. It also means that there are wanderers alone trapped inside of the walls and floors of this cave, entombed forever in these metal graves. Whoa, that rhymed. That's pretty cool. They unalived alone, unable to scream for help, just slowly sinking deeper and deeper into this melting gallium liquid. Okay, with that wonderful thought inside your head, let's move on. As I said, the shape of the cave system changes because of the metal dripping and cooling in different ways, but it also does because of the strong wind inside of the level. This wind is what heats and cools down the specific sections of it, and since gallium is very bendable under heat, when the warmer air blows through the cave, it'll warp and change the tunnel's directions into completely different areas. The tunnels here are still very small, and they're typically no wider than 5 meters and no taller than 2, which at maximum means they're no taller than 6 feet tall and no wider than 15 feet wide. You might have to crawl around in several parts or hunch over if you're tall. And that's where the danger is, because you really can't move fast if you're crawling. You can't sprint on your hands and knees, but yeah, just good luck. The entire time you're exploring the level, you will experience pitch black surroundings. And if you don't bring a flashlight with you, you'll be crawling through melty metal goo with no way to see, which would probably make it even worse. This level is the only known source of gallium in the Backrooms in its metal form, which theoretically it could be used for conductors or electronics or even weapons in some regard. So some people have come here with a goal to mine the gallium and take it with them to make that kind of stuff, but most of them end up getting too cocky and not making it out of the level before it melts, and they sink down, never to be seen again. Since the environment here is so harsh, not even entities can live here, which is, I guess, like I said, one less thing you gotta worry about. But on that same note, there are no colonies here either. So if you do manage to come here, you are all alone in these claustrophobic caves with no map, no tools, nothing to help you get out. You're on your own, dude. To enter the level, you can choose one of 5 methods that have been found so far. The main one is you can be on level 8, which is a cave level in and of itself. You probably already knew that, but you can find a silver cave, like a silver passage in that level, walk through it, and at the end of it is a pathway to get here. Or you can pick one of the others that's listed, but those are much, much harder to achieve, and to be honest, they're not really worth it, because you gotta be like way on level like 400 to come back here, which why would you do that? That's dumb. But more importantly, to exit the level, you need to find a patch of orange gallium and touch it to be sent to level 16. Now this is the most common method, but there are 3 other ones that you can try to use that involve finding specific hallways and specific passages passages to get deeper into deeper levels, but those also require you to get deeper into this level. So that wouldn't be very smart. Don't recommend that. Find the orange patch and you're gonna escape. I think this level is genuinely such a good and terrifying concept. And it's terrifying in practice. I mean, imagine getting sent and stuck in a level where you have to crawl around on your hands and knees while every surface around you heats up because of your body weight, and it eventually starts dripping on you and forming puddles of this metal that you simply will get stuck in like glue, and you'll start sinking and sinking the longer and more you struggle. I think that's horrifying. Leave a like if you enjoyed it too. I think it's a great addition to the lore, and I think it's an example of a level that does not need entities or something like that to be dangerous. Just the environment here of this level makes it very, very dangerous. And I know that there's a ton of cave levels inside the Backrooms. You know, I've gone over like 3 of them myself, but this one is so unique that I think it stands head and shoulders above the other cave levels. I might even like it more than level 8. But anyways, I don't want to get on a tangent or anything. Those are just some closing thoughts. The 76th level of the Backrooms, or the Boundless Sewers, is classified as a Class 4 difficulty and is very unsafe and unsecure, with a medium to low entity count. Also, I just wanted it to be known that this is like the 5th level in a row that's a Class 3 or higher. Just goes to show you how dangerous the 70s levels are. Anyways, level 76 consists of a seemingly infinite sewer system with a multitude of different tunnels. Their lengths and their heights are inconsistent, as some of them are taller or skinnier than the others. The texture, appearance, and vibe of the tunnels and the walls and everything are also known to change depending on where you're at. For example, some wanderers have reported the tunnels having the appearance of a factory drainage pipe, or an old mine, or an old mill. Others have reported the tunnels appearing as a calm, clean hotel pool or spa area, or even sometimes a pool rooms type area. And some people have reported the halls to be horrifyingly gory, with weird flesh and juices all over the surfaces. It all just depends on how deep you go, what directions you take, and how far you want to wander. All of these different appearances and different vibes are still in a tunnel-esque shape, which makes it even weirder. They're all in kind of like a cylindrical circle shape. Throughout the different tunnels, you actually might find different resources and supplies, and this is all dependent on what appearance the tunnels take. If you're walking through a pool tunnel, you might find snacks or a flashlight or something like that. If you see a movie-themed tunnel or subway type hall, then you might find weapons or ammo or something. It really just depends. And for some reason, the resources seem to correlate with the section that it resides inside of. That's what these different areas are called. They're called sections. And each section appears to be its own kind of scene, almost like it's from a TV show or a movie, because they all look so vastly different. The lengths of each of these scenes can be miles long, a few feet long, or a few inches long, but each corridor will look different. But again, all share the same basic sewer shape. The one rule of thumb for this level is that if you're walking along and you start to smell a foul sulfur type smell, then you need to turn around and run back the way you came as fast as you can. This is because that smell is coming from a very dangerous set of halls where the level's only creature lives. The entity is only known as the Eyes in the Dark to wanderers in the Backrooms, and it's a horrifying creature. Descriptions of this monstrosity vary depending on who you ask or who you bump into, but the main identifying feature is that it has 2 bright white eyes, a long dark blue body, and an ungainly spider-like appearance with long spindly legs. These legs propel the creature to run really fast through the different sewers. The entity is very aggressive, very ravenous, and it seems to patrol random sections of this level's tunnels constantly in search of food, which is you. It's mainly only spotted deeper into the tunnels where there are a superiority of darker themed sections of tunnel, but it's not out of the question to see it sooner than that. The entity is so horrifying and unnatural to look at, and most people who encounter it tend to not make it out alive, and if they do, they're scarred with PTSD or something like that. There's actually a colony in these tunnels that's about 40 miles deep into them. Its name is Dendraga, and it's a massive settlement. It's one of the biggest ones. It's a very diverse group of people too. It's located at a cross-section of tunnels that all lead off into different directions, north, south, east, and west. Food and shelter are always provided to wanderers that make it there, but it's expected that you somehow contribute to the group in order to pay for what you take. Maybe you could work in the colony defense, or you could be on a supply mission for a few weeks or something. Just you have to do something to balance whatever you take. The base here is heavily guarded in order to keep the eyes from the dark entity out. They track the creature based on its nasty sulfuric smell, and they often lose members every day to the eye's dangerous appetite. It's important to note that when exploring these tunnels, directions like the ones I said, north, south, east, and west, are all arbitrary. They don't matter. And the main way to navigate the level is just by trial and error. And you just gotta see where the different tunnels go. There's no real way or scheme to do it. Throughout the tunnels, you might see a random carved sign or arrow that's been put up by the Dendraga colony, but they might be hard to find. And it's recommended to only travel in this level in a straight line and to not detour on any left or right path or tunnel that you see. Try to go straight as possible, except if you run into the eyes in the dark, then don't. Run away, please. Save yourself. To enter, you can find any level with a deep body of water, swim down to the bottom of it, and you'll find a metal hatch that leads directly to a pool section of the tunnels here. Because this entrance is so weird, it's thought that these tunnels in this level might physically take place underneath actual Backrooms levels, and that's why different sections look different. Maybe they're mirroring the level that's above them since they're below. You know, the pool spa might be underneath the pool rooms. The theaters might be underneath level 74, and so on and so forth. I don't know if that's true. It's just an interesting thought and theory that I had. To exit, you have to get pretty lucky since the exits randomly appear, and they come in all forms of different appearances. You might see a random hatch in the roof of a tunnel, you might see a ladder that leads up, you might see a hallway that ends in a brightly colored room or something like that. Just something that looks out of place is what the exits look like here, and if you see one, you need to take it ASAP because you might not get the chance again. They disappear as quick as they're seen. So yeah, let me know in the comments what your theories on this level are. I like the theory that the tunnels take place underneath the Backrooms physically, and that's why each section of the tunnel takes a different appearance. But let me know what you think. So level 77 of the Backrooms is classified as a class 3 difficulty and is unsafe and unsecure with a relatively low entity count, but that's actually only because the level is kind of small. There's actually a good amount of entities here. It's widely considered to be one of the shortest levels in length and in width of the Backrooms, and also one of the quickest ones that you can escape. Again, with all that said, it's pretty dangerous still. Like, don't overlook that. The level takes the appearance of a passenger train. Its overall design looks like a London Underground train, for example, from real life. This train lacks any markings or any decals from any real life brands. There's no noticeable features. The train is also located in some sort of underground railroad, and you can tell so if you look outside the windows. You're not going to be able to see anything except darkness. The only thing you can see is if you get up where the conductor is and look forward, you can see train tracks in a tunnel. The entirety of this level isn't actually just one train car link though, as there are several different sections that you can walk through by going from door to door and seeing where it leads. These sections are where the level's danger really begins, so you're gonna need to tread lightly and be careful of what doors you actually open. One notable feature about this level is that there is a position sign inside of each train car. Now these signs would normally tell you what destination you're going to on a real life train. So if you're going from, Washington, D.C. to Charlotte, North Carolina somehow, it would say Washington to Charlotte. But here in this level, the sign says unknown position, and that's all it says, which kind of adds to the eerie factor of it all, in my opinion. The level has actually been called boring by many wanderers who don't explore it, and they think since it's so short, there's nothing to do but walk between the different train cars. There are some other forms of entertainment you might find here in this level, such as newspapers or magazines scattered about random tables, and these newspapers are actually enigmatic in and of themselves for a few reasons. Firstly, all papers have headlines only. There's no dates or times or anything like that, just big bold headlines. Secondly, after the first 2 pages of the paper, the rest is always blank. There's no words, nothing at all, it's just blank. It's almost like it's a prop for a movie or a TV show. The articles on the first 2 pages are also most times very graphic and disturbing. They're often talking about brutal injuries or car crashes or kidnappings or something like that. It's unknown why they're this graphic, but you can leave it up to interpretation. When you spawn inside of this level, you'll be inside of the train near the cockpit, which is assumed to be the front. Right inside the cockpit, you'll notice a faceling, which seems to be controlling and driving the train, even though it's going in a straight line forever. I don't know what he's doing, but he's driving it. The faceling is always unresponsive and non-verbal, but its motor functions and reasoning skills seem to still be there. You really can't get its attention, you can talk to it, and it's just like a brick wall, but it still moves its arms around and touches levers and knobs and stuff. This is where you'll notice that the train cars here all possess a similar hum buzz that level 0 does. And besides the noise of that buzz and the train on the tracks, that's all you'll hear for the first few miles of your journey. But once you go through enough doors, you'll realize that the level is split up into several different sections. The first section you might encounter is a maroon section. These are typically inhabited by something called crawler entities. However, it's pretty rare to actually see one of these creatures since they're normally pretty skittish and hide. Crawlers are a small fungus-like spider entity that inhabits roofs and attics and basements of some levels, or in this case, they inhabit the maroon train cars. They're not very dangerous unless they touch you, so all you gotta do is not let that happen. Continuing your journey through another door, it might lead you to the black section, where wretches tend to live. Now, y'all know about wretches already, but these sections are pitch black and they're devoid of any light. Even if you have a flashlight, if you turn it on, that's a death sentence. They're just gonna come running at you. But inside this black section, the wretched cycle tends to happen very quickly. The wretched cycle, of course, is the slow breakdown of your mental and physical health due to lack of water, lack of food, and lack of human interaction, but it all happens quick here in these train cars. And for some reason, the black sections here have a very high number of wretches. It's unknown if the wretched cycle starts when you get to the level, or if it only starts when you get to a black section. Whenever it happens, it's quick. If you somehow make it through that section, pink sections are next, and these are the home of faceling entities that are wearing typically pink dresses. The lighting inside these cars are bright in some spots and dim in others, and the design of the actual train car is more old school themed, like there's big armchairs and tables and that kind of thing. But don't be fooled by these facelings' calm appearance, because they're very dangerous and they'll attack right on sight if they notice you. Most of the facelings in these cars are young girl looking ones, and they kind of look even creepier than normal. Again, they're facelings, so they have no face, but they're wearing like really weird haunted doll outfits, so if you get creeped out by that, you're gonna be scared here. The beige section of train is the next one, and it is overrun with huge instances of the clump entity. Clumps, of course, are disgusting amalgamations of arms and legs and hands and feet that run around at high speeds, attempting to attack anything they see. And they are huge in this beige section of trains. They physically are bigger, and they're way more aggressive. And since the entities are bigger, the beige section actually has bigger walls, and the train itself seems to grow here. The beige sections are very dangerous because you don't actually notice that they're inhabited with entities until you see a clump. And if you know anything about clumps, they have one long arm that can reach out and grab, so it's important that you see it before it sees you. Moving along through the beige section, you might open up a door into a brown section. Now, these brown sections are randomly placed through the level, and they are the only parts with no entities reported. They're just your typical modern train car, and the only thing here is that buzzing sound and the sound of the train tracks. Lastly, there are gray sections, which are inhabited by a very rare entity known as this. I forgot how to pronounce it, but it's Nguithr''Xurh. They take the appearance of a very large spider with over 16 legs. They hide on ceilings and spit down chemical saliva at prey to subdue them, and that means humans too. It acts as a sedative, and it'll put you to sleep if you get in contact with it, and when you wake up, you'll be inside of a large web, doomed already, because they're devouring you. They can be anywhere from 8 inches long to 3 feet long, so it's not very fun, and you should avoid gray sections at all costs. Honestly, these are probably the worst sections, even worse than the wretch and the clump ones, to me at least. To enter this level, you'll need to be on level 72, find a very long train, get on it, and walk all the way to the end of that train, and open the door at the end, and you'll walk into the cockpit here. To exit, you can pretty easily do so by no-clipping through any of the car doors to get sent back to level 72, or you can just walk in the cockpit and no-clip through the control panel to get sent all the way to level 125. That's the only good thing about this level really, is how easy it is to escape. The danger comes when you find yourself too deep in the middle of one of these train cars, because the very air itself is so enigmatic and inside seems bigger than it actually is. You can get lost easily and you won't be able to find a door to no-clip. So don't do that. Let me know if you could survive all the way through each of these different sections of the train. I'm interested to see who we think could do so. Level 78 is classified as a Class 2 difficulty, and overall it's pretty safe. It has a low entity count, and there are some things that might be dangerous, but in the long run, it's alright. It looks like a huge space station, and it looks to be in like an outer space type area. Apparently, the halls inside of this space station look really similar to the real-life International Space Station, and the only difference is that this level's halls seem to go out in infinite directions. There isn't any gravity on this level, so you'll just be floating around wherever you're going, and on every surface here, there's a ton of technology, like buttons or levers or screens, you know, like that typical spaceship console looking thing. The weird thing about this tech is that there isn't any power source or electricity that even turns it on, so they're just kind of useless. Another weird thing about this level's layout is that some of the walls have actually changed to be the level 0's wallpaper instead of the space station wallpaper. That's weird. On each side of the halls, there are rooms and corridors that just jut into the middle of the spaceship. Most of these rooms are dilapidated and falling apart, or are just nasty in general, but they're all separated from the hallways with these airlock doors. You know what I'm talking about, right? Those doors that make that hiss when they close. They're in Star Wars. Inside some of these rooms, there are these garden things that grow these weird plants that don't even seem to need sunlight, and these plants take over entire rooms in some spots. There are also random bathrooms at the end of hallways, but these bathrooms are all really disgusting and they have floating excrement in the air, so don't go in there. Sometimes on the level, there are these zones called the pod bays. These are circular rooms with padded yellow walls and these harnesses on the wall sometimes, and if you're really lucky, there'll be just space jumpsuits floating around the area. However, most of the time, these jumpsuits are either broken or torn, or they're just useless, but they're there. They're pretty cool. Around the entire level, there are these porthole window things on the floors and ceilings and looking into those corridor areas. They're legitimately unbreakable, and people have tried to break them, but they can't. If you look through them, most of the time you can see stars, but that's it. No Earth, no planets, no moons, no sun, just stars. People that have stared at the stars for too long have actually reported weird blinking and flashing light patterns, and the sudden urge to get closer to the stars. Okay. Sometimes people that do this are found not moving and floating around the level with all of their oxygen missing from their body. And sometimes those same people that get fixated on the stars actually turn into wretches and guard that specific porthole. So they pretty much are so addicted to looking at those stars that they just stay there until they become a wretch. Weird. There are no bases or outposts here, probably since there's no gravity, if I had to guess. And as far as entities go, there actually are some here, but they're pretty rare. Clumps live in the bathrooms, dullers are sometimes floating around the hallway intersections, wretches are also floating around, which is terrifying. Just imagine a wretch floating directly at you. And there are actually a bunch of combines walking around too, which if you remember from my Backrooms Creatures video, those are pretty much giant hairy centipedes. Ugh. There's also death moths that fly around too, except they can't fly very well and they get really disoriented because of no gravity. And that goes for any creature that's here that can fly. They all seem to struggle with the concept of no gravity, but to me it sounds like a skill issue. To enter this level, you can go through an airlock door on level 56, and some say there's a door that's almost exactly the same as this one on level 5 as well, inside of the boiler room under the hotel. And to exit, you can enter one of those airlocked rooms,
and you'll have a chance of being sent to level 11, because sometimes the porthole that's locked onto the airlock room that you can look in, it'll actually show the streets of level 11 rather than looking into the stars or whatever else you see out there. So if you see a porthole with level 11, walk through the nearest door and you'll be sent to level 11. Simple as that. Wouldn't it be crazy though if like the Backrooms was sort of like outer space, in the fact that they're both kind of non-Euclidean, meaning like neither of them obey actual physics or geometry, and they don't really bend to what we think should happen. Like in space, in real life, there's no gravity, there's no wind, there's none of that stuff. You're kind of just floating around up there, if it's even real, but that's a conversation for another day. But imagine being in the Backrooms and being in space at the same time. Like, your mind must be tripping out. Because from reality, you would obviously remember there being no talks of space, but you literally just got sent to a different universe or a different reality, which is what the Backrooms would be. But you're also in a place that you never thought you would be in real life, which is space. So you're in two different places in life that you literally never thought you would ever be in. And neither one of them seem real to me, because like I can't fathom the idea of actual space existing, much less the fact that I have like a 1 in 7 million chance of falling through this void into the Backrooms and landing in this space area. It's just crazy to me that to think that like, what if that happened? Like, what if you actually did that? Like, real science shows that there's a, so-and-so chance of people phasing through actual material. I mean, it's like 1 in 7 million, but there's 7 billion people on the world. I mean, it's possible, right? I mean, who's to say someone hasn't done it already? Welcome back to year 3 of the Brugly Summer Spectacular. If you're new here, you might not know what that means, but if you're an OG, you do. Essentially, every summer, I have a series on this channel where I go over the Backrooms levels in numerical order. My goal is to make individual videos about every single level that's on the Backrooms Wikidot. Like, literally every single one. Now, I have over 500 channel videos, but most of those are random or enigmatic levels or something like that. Brugly Summer Spectacular is where I go straight down the list from 0 on. And I actually have a playlist on my channel of the first 78 levels. So if you want to watch level 0 to level 78 in order, check that playlist. So for this July, I will be going over the next 10 levels in order of the lore. So levels 79 through 89. This July is going to be insane. If you're ready, and if you enjoy Brugly Summer Spectacular, please leave a like if you're hyped for it, and also leave a like if you're hyped to be out of school and on summer break. I'm super excited to show you all this series this year. This is number 3, and third time's a charm. You know what they say. Thank you for watching, and let's get into it. Level 79 is the 80th level of the Backrooms complex, and it simply consists of a watchtower type building inside of a strange field of grass. The entire level is quite small, only reaching about 100 meters squared, which is about 1,000 square feet. And the main focal point, of course, is being that watchtower in the middle. When you first get sent to the level, the immediate thing you'll notice is its safety and its small size. You'll wake up in a grass field and you'll stare up at the watchtower, and you'll see that there's nothing that could go wrong. You almost like celebrate after getting through so many terrible levels to finally experiencing a good one. From the outside view of the tower, it looks to have 2 floors with staircases connecting the two. You get the sense that this tower is abandoned because there's no sign of anyone that's been living in it. There's no shoes, no clothes, no food cans, just a tower with a field surrounding it. Walking inside the tower, you'll also notice a few things. First, you might notice a small kitchen and a couple of bedrooms. There's also a bathroom with a toilet and a sink, and there's also water that comes out of all the faucets here. The water itself is not regular tap water, it seems to be almond water, and the source of it is unknown since normally watchtowers don't have tap water. Other than those things, the inside of the tower is just basic. It's a simple tower, kind of like the one from the video game Firewatch, just very simple inside, a few beds, a few sinks, a few countertops, and that's it. About 100 meters from the front of the tower, the grassy wheat field begins. Except it's actually not a grassy wheat field at all. There's no actual plant or wheat or anything there, it's all fake. You can't actually walk on the field, because if you do, you will no-clip right through it and fall down into the void below. Now, the grass seems to be some kind of projection or hologram of some sorts, and there's no actual organic matter there.
After a while of falling down into the void, you'll eventually just wake up on the first floor of the watchtower again. So there's no real danger to it. It's not like you're gonna get sent to the void level. There's just some mysterious void here that connects you back to the watchtower. On the back side of the tower, there is a forest that leads off for a few hundred feet. This is where the exit is located, and you can actually walk on the ground here. You're not going to fall into a void. But keep that forest in mind for later. Like I said though, the entire confines of this level are really small, so it feels like kind of a world box of sorts, like a video game creator made it or something. The sky above everything seems fake and plasticky, and the clouds seem like they're cotton candy, and the grass also is fake, literally. Everything just seems really artificial. The good news is there's not many entities that roam around the level at all. The only ones that you might see are out in the field or the forest, and they can actually walk on the fake grass somehow, which that doesn't seem fair, but whatever. But a strange connection that these entities have is that they seem to be connected to the entities from level 10. There are worm-like creatures inside the ground, as well as smilers and hounds too, but the only other level these worms are seen are in level 10. So who knows if these two levels are connected? We don't know. So this level seems really random, right? It seems very fake, very video game-ish, and just not organic. So let me show you a little bit of the backstory that's been put together for this level based off of the specific items that have been found in the watchtower. So on the very first floor of the tower, there is a photograph of a man that's hanging on the wall. This is just a normal looking man, and his name seems to be Alan. Now, if you remember and have a great memory, Alan is the name of a man who no-clipped into the Backrooms a long time ago, and currently is stuck in level 53. Remember that weird house that you're trapped inside of and there's no outside? Yeah, that's Alan, the same Alan. And it also seems that this level and level 53 share more than that when it comes to connections and similarities. For instance, Alan's house on level 53 has no guest rooms. There's no extra bedrooms. And this tower has several rooms that appear to be guest rooms inside. Maybe these are where his house's guests used to sleep? There are other decorations and paintings on the walls here as well that match the house in level 53. They're the same style, the same colors, the same vibe, and everything. And it seems like Alan either lived here in this watchtower one time, or decorated it or something, and then got trapped in level 53. We don't know. That's it. That's literally all the weirdness about it. Other than that, it's just a calm watchtower in a sunny field. But let me know your opinion in the comments below if Alan somehow maybe created this level, or maybe it was the first person sent here, and that's why the two levels share so many similarities. There are no bases and there are no outposts here. There could be, I guess, I don't know. But this level is known to be one of the safest levels in the Backrooms, and since it's so peaceful, it's often used as kind of this resting safe place for people who are going over into the 80s levels and beyond. Since typically levels do get more dangerous the higher up you go, this is a good kind of chill zone you can go to. To enter the level, you can be on level 9 inside of a grassy field and lay down in that field for about 5 minutes without moving, and you'll no-clip here right in front of the watchtower. This level was originally found accidentally, by the way, by some random wanderer who wasn't Alan, which I thought was pretty funny. So it seems like this level must have been originally located by accident, since how would someone figure out that you would no-clip here by laying in grass? That seems kind of fake and weird, I don't know. But imagine just being that random guy on level 9, taking a little nap in the grass and waking up at a random level like this. To exit, you need to go behind the watchtower to the forest back there, and you need to walk inside of it and no-clip inside the ground there somewhere, and you'll be no-clipped to the pool rooms, which is pretty fun. This is actually a pretty decent way to get there. But this level is just really chill. It's a relaxing place. It's a calm atmosphere where you could kick back, drink some gamer sups, and look over the field for however long you want. Even though there's no crazy entity or anything here, this level's still a banger, I can't lie. Sometimes less is more when it comes to Backrooms levels. But anyways, hope you enjoyed it. Backrooms level 80 is the 81st level in the lore catalog, and it's been classified as a class 0 difficulty due to it being safe and secure and naturally devoid of entities and creatures, kind of. The level appears as a 2-lane highway that stretches out in both directions for a long time. eventually looping back onto itself after a random distance. Now, the distance of this loop will change depending on what person is sent here. Sometimes it can take around 8 miles, sometimes it's just 1 mile. It really depends. Now, the road actually doesn't physically loop. It's not like a big racetrack or anything. It's completely straight. The way it does loop is its strange geometry will send you back to the beginning where you started after a certain amount of time. Traveling beyond this looping point is possible, but very unlikely, and I'll touch on more of that later. The road itself is located in the middle of a very cold and sparse desert basin. There is no human or other infrastructure in sight. No shacks, no telephone poles, just a flat, straight asphalt road going on forever. Entering the highway, walking on it, and staying there for an unknown amount of time, you'll notice off to your right or left, the Himalayan mountain range will be visible. And these mountains are very far away, estimated to be over 25 miles away, and you really can't get to them, but they are there. And this is when the first strange thing in the level occurs. So if you enter this level from a place that puts you directly on the road, so that means if you take an entrance to this level that, puts you right on the road, you will see the mountains to the left side. But if you take another entrance to the level that leads you through the desert, the mountains will be on the right side of the road, as if they move or something like that. It is unsure how this phenomenon works, and it's unsure how it even knows what entrance you take, but the level seems to be sentient somehow. The desert area itself is very sparse, very empty, and very dry. In fact, it's all those things so much that no plants even grow. Thus, no natural entities can survive here. Now, there have sometimes been seen entities walking around, because any entity can no-clip like a human. If you didn't know, that's possible. You could have a hound at level 100 and it just no-clips here by accident. So that's really the only thing you have to worry about as far as something trying to attack you. The level cannot be explored though, except for slightly off of the road sides, because the mountains and everything off in the distance can't be reached. No matter how far you walk out towards them, you'll just keep looping and clipping back to where you started. The level has no day or night cycle, and is stuck in a perpetual daytime zone. But even though it's the desert, and even though it's dry and barren in daylight, it is not hot at all. It is actually really cold. Freezing cold, to be exact. Temperatures frequently get down to negative 26 degrees Celsius, which is negative 15 Fahrenheit, and they never get hotter than 1 or 2 Celsius, or 34 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's always right at freezing temperature, or it's right below freezing. And the temperature can shift almost instantly. It happens every so often, every few hours, and this makes it even more uninhabitable for people. Now, the level is not just this highway part or the mountains or this desert road thing, because about 2 miles into walking on the highway, if you're chosen, or if you're lucky enough, you'll likely come upon an abandoned settlement. Now, a signpost for this little town reads Negdel, Negdel, and the text on that sign is painted in an unknown red liquid. I'm not sure if it's blood or it could be Kool-Aid for all I know. I don't know. The settlement itself is made up of different yurt and caravan style housings. So wagons and white little tents and that kind of thing. That's actually pretty unique for the Backrooms as far as it goes, because usually the abandoned towns you see and the shacks you see, they're not in this style. That's pretty interesting. Inside these yurts, though, lies some tragic stuff. Over 40 decomposing corpses have been gathered from this small community, and even more have been fully skeletons. All of them are in different stages of decomposition as well, which means it's really hard to see or say when they passed. Various items have been found around these yurts as well and inside the caravans, most of which seems to be very personal or very valuable to these people. These artifacts can be anything from a locket from the 1980s to things that have been estimated to be from the 12th century, which is weird because how could things thousands of years apart be right next to each other, right among these rotting people? What we do know, though, is that these artifacts and objects seem to have the look and the overall design as if they came from real-life Central Asia. So this level seems to be connected to Central Asia somehow. The corpses here have to be avoided at all costs. Even though they're not alive, they've been decomposing, or some of them are even skeletons, you just don't want to catch any sicknesses or diseases that they might give off, and you don't want to spread them to others. So if you smell rot, if you see rot, and if you see these people, it is advised to not explore any further, as you don't want to find a body. It seems like the people are in a constant state, in a constant cycle even, of unaliving here inside this little town, since some bodies and skeletons are much more new than the old ones. It's unknown where the bodies come from, if it's directly from real life, but it's assumed that that's what happens. The following excerpt is from the Lost Colony inside of the Backrooms, which essentially is this group of people that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years inside the Backrooms, and their civilization is kind of advanced alongside humanity. These people know a lot, and they seem to actually have a big understanding of the Backrooms history, and this text from them is about this level. It appears that you have found the aging path. It was a secret we kept long hidden, removing it from our history, but alas, it came back to haunt us. We helped the Ancient Ones settle this place, not knowing what it could do. Even a part of us you never knew settled here. It was a grave mistake of ours. Do not make the same mistake as us, lest you face death once more after so long. So I guess that's the answer. This level somehow causes you to repeatedly pass away over and over and decompose over and over. And that's like a purgatory type thing. That's horrifying to think about. I'm just gonna move on. Still, if you want to continue walking through this level, even past the town, that's when the loop happens. You'll get right past the town, you get looped back to the beginning, and you'll have to do the process over and over, ending and beginning over and over, getting trapped in this loop of time forever, where the level will age you until you end up as a skeleton on the ground. It's unknown how this level even possesses those properties, how it's that strong, or why it even does this. I don't know, and no one knows. But what we can assume is that it's very sentient or something is controlling it. To enter this level, you can be on level 9, and you can find a road that looks more dry and barren than usual, and walk onto it, and you'll end up here. To exit, you need to try to walk off the road towards the desert and no-clip into the border that you'll hit, and you'll be sent out directly to another level. Nice. Level 81 of the Backrooms is the 82nd level in the lore catalog, and it's been classified as a Class 2 difficulty due to it being generally unsafe but secure with a low entity count but a high animal count. The level's main and overall appearance is that of a large cluster of office buildings. The entire level consists of many different buildings and many structures that resemble offices and office annexes from the front rooms. The interior of these buildings vary and are very unique in their own ways though. However, some similarities between all of them have been noted, and I will get into all that as we continue. The walls of the buildings here can be anything from brick to wallpaper to concrete blocks to tiles, and they can come in many different colors. The floors are pretty much the same. They can be carpet, they can be tile, concrete, whatever it is, it all depends on where you explore. However, most of the level has a very empty, very dark vibe to it. There's many liminal corridors that look like they're from office buildings with doors that shoot off to other complexes as well. Some places in the level have no working light sources, and others have very dim and very buzzy light sources. It's all very inconsistent. When you first enter the level, you'll notice that it's very quiet, almost in a creepy way actually, and there's no ambience or anything. It's just dark office buildings, specifically the inside of those buildings. But after a few hours of walking around and exploring, you'll start to notice the smallest, ever so slightest, light buzzing sound. The air conditioning will begin to kick on, and you'll start to hear other noises as well. And of course, you'll start to hear animal noises right after that. Yes, I said animal sounds and noises. That's because many animals from real life can be encountered here while exploring these empty offices. Things like horses and pigs and dogs and cats and birds and cows and goats and all those kind of animals can be seen while walking around the inside of these offices. There's also a very small chance that you could run into more dangerous creatures than that from real life. I mean, cows and pigs and stuff aren't that dangerous, but you might even run into a bear or a lion. These both have been seen in this level, so you shouldn't approach anything at all unless you want to risk getting attacked. These creatures seem to be in different states of anger and aggression and behavior. Some of the animals seem very confused as to where they are, and some are very angry and they want to eat your face off. And others are just kind of vibing around, like the dogs and the cats. But the leading question is obviously, how did these animals get to this Backrooms level? And more importantly, why are there so many different kinds of animals here? The leading theory that most people believe as of right now is that level 81 acts as almost a sort of level 0 for all actual animals from real life. You know how people from real life, they typically glitch out of reality and they'll end up in level 0, and that's their starting point. But if people can no-clip, logic would say that animals can also no-clip. And this theory says that instead of them going to level 0, they end up here in level 81, which is totally unfair because they get to skip 80 levels. Some of the hardest levels, they just get to skip right over, but whatever, I'm not gonna complain. Anyways, any type of animal can be seen here. It doesn't even matter what species there are. There's millions of them infesting the place. And even though there's so many animals, it's actually pretty rare to see them inside of these buildings. You'll notice that they're there, but you'll never be overrun by them. However, it is not just these horses and cows and bears and stuff from real life walking around these buildings. Of course, there are some Backrooms exclusive creatures like Smilers and Skin Stealers and Hounds and Death Moths that lurk in these offices as well. As they do with every other level. We can't escape them, I know. These entities don't actually seem to interact much with the animals here, which again is unfair. How come they want to rip my arms off, but they ignore like horses and stuff? I don't know. It's not very fair. Makes me kind of sad. The overall structure and positioning of the buildings here is considered unnatural, since it's also very unstable. Many rooms have been seen glitching into each other, and some of the hallways go straight up, or they go straight down, and they completely shift the gravity while doing this. Some rooms you actually come across could be so completely flooded with almond water that there's animals from real life living in it. Like sharks and stuff like that. You might run across a shark inside of a building, inside of the Backrooms. The entire complex of offices and buildings is connected together by skinny, empty hallways. These hallways are very, very claustrophobic to walk through, yet they are very passable. The outside area and whatever is beyond is not accessible to walk around in normally. You might find a rare exit out there, but if you look out the windows, you'll be able to see what it is. It's just a courtyard type area with some sidewalks and a few trees. Nothing special. Think of this level as if an entire office building sector from real life got crumbled up together like a tin can, folded on top of each other, and then animals were put inside. And that's how this level's laid out. You could be walking down one hallway, open a bathroom door, and you could walk into an office, and not a bathroom. You could walk into a stall inside of a bathroom, and you'll be walking to the hallway that you just came from. It makes no sense. The hallways in the rooms that don't have animals in them are very sterile and clean and empty, and they have this strange melancholy feel to them. It's almost like that feeling you get when you go to school after it closes down or after it closes in general, and you walk around the hallways alone. That's exactly how this level feels. Almost like you're not supposed to see it. There are not any bases here, but it's definitely possible that there could be some. And to enter, you can find an office-looking door inside of a barn on level 10, open it up, and you'll walk right into here. That's the main entrance, but there are others. You can check them out below. To exit, you really have a ton of chances. This is a very accessible place, but the main one is to find a room that is full of birds or bats and walk into it, and you'll be sent to level 30. You can also find an entrance to the sewer tunnels in the basement of a complex, and you can crawl that in there to get sent to level 41. But again, there are a ton of other exits. The main draw to this level, this is where, real life animals go. It's pretty cool, actually. You could tame a dog or a cat or a bird or whatever, and people have wondered for a long time where the animals from real life actually go, and this is the answer. Now, it's unknown if the animals here are unalive ever from starvation, or if hunting patterns with carnivores exist. We don't know, but no signs of any unalive creatures have been seen, and the animals aren't really fighting each other, so it seems like they might have like a dulling effect. I don't know. Anyways, if I got sent here, I'm totally gonna find a horse, and I'm gonna tame it, and I'm gonna ride it around the rest of the Backrooms. Let me know what animal you would try to find. Backrooms level 82 is the 83rd level in the catalog of lore, and it's been classified as a class 1 difficulty for it being decently safe and decently secure with a very high entity count. Although I would venture to say it should be a class 2 difficulty because of how dangerous it can actually be. The level's environment takes the appearance of a never-ending indoor market type area that has a very, very strict opening and closing schedule. The entire place is indoors. There's no sky access or anything, and there's no access at all to the outside. It's this giant indoor market. It's absolutely massive. There are multiple floors, multiple levels, and the ceiling is very tall. Speaking of the ceiling, there are these massive window panes that look out to the cloudy sky above. There's no visible sun, but light does shine through the windows, so it has to come from somewhere. The design of this level is sort of like an old Victorian market mixed with modern day mall type thing. It has modern amenities like light bulbs and electricity and that kind of thing, but it definitely feels older, like it's not from the modern day. Inside the market, there are shops that shoot off into different hallways and directions, and the majority of the shops here are very large. Some can be very packed and small the closer you get to the center of the level, but for the most part, it's pretty expansive. And this is the main part of the level. It's these markets. There are countless tightly packed together market booths and stalls here for you to explore. Inside the markets, you can find a variety of items, from different kinds of foods to different kinds of waters and drinks to clothing, anything you could think of. All of these markets and tents and everything can be explored and walked through as well, and you can actually barter and trade inside. Things like technology and baked goods and donuts and everything can be found. Your wildest desire. And like I said, the level is infinite, so you can just keep going forever and ever. Now, I'm sure you've been wondering though, like, who actually controls the stores here? Who mans the stalls? Who does the checkouts and everything? Who stocks the shelves? Who works here? And that's actually a weird answer, because inexplicably and strangely, all the market stalls are run by entities. All of these entities are regular old Backrooms creatures like smilers and hounds and bursters and dentists and animations, just to name a few. And typically the more aggressive entities actually run these stores. Although it does seem to be that they do have the level 11 effect that makes them more dull and less aggressive. These creatures still move around and have aggressive mannerisms, and they look scary, but they don't outright attack people while serving them or while trading with them unless it's past closing time. Speaking of which, currency and trading in this level has very, very loose rules, and it typically goes by a case-by-case basis. Because currency doesn't really exist in the Backrooms. There's no US dollar, there's no euro or anything, so people kind of just trade based off of equal things. But if you want to trade with an entity that works one of these shops, you'll have to walk around and find a tent or a market that you want something out of, go inside and bring an item from inside the market to the desk, tell the entity what you have to trade, and they will either confirm or deny the trade. And you can get whatever it is, or you won't. Things you could use to trade are items like royal rations, almond water, and things of that nature. The entities that do these trades are usually pretty relaxed and lenient, as they're under the level 11 effect, but this is only during the daytime hours. They're only calm and passive then. Although they don't like loitering or standing around inside their shop, so don't just take up space. And if you do want to end up trading something, make sure it's a swift transaction and never ever try to haggle or swindle the entities down on prices or try to get a better trade. Don't try to connive them or anything, because they know. They will attack if they find you doing it. There's actually a notice on this level's page that I'm about to read that specifically warns against haggling and swindling. Quote, "Under no circumstances should anyone attempt to swindle, con, or lowball the traders behind the stalls. Whilst acting in a predominantly docile and almost harmless state, the fact that these entities act under such parameters under their own free will has led to the discovery that these entities can switch off these behavioral differences if the individual they are trading with are attempting to scam or push a trade on the entity that they have deemed insufficient. Level 82's entities will kill any individual at a moment's notice and will promptly return back to their next station moments later, usually leaving behind the corpse of those they executed in front of the stall. So you've been warned. That's all I gotta say. So on a daily basis, level 82 goes through something called closing time. This is an event that happens every night, and that's what I mentioned at the beginning that kind of makes the level a little more dangerous than the class 1 difficulty it has. And you're not going to want to mess this up, so make sure you listen closely. During this closing stage, the vendors of the stores and the markets will close the businesses by shutting down the metal doors in front. You've all seen like the metal shutters that go down in front of malls and stuff. That's what happens here. And the entities there will lock up and close up the shop for the night. All of this happens within a few minute period. All the lights in the doors will shut in under 1 minute, and the darkness overhead will start to creep in. The lights will go out, the sun from above will stop shining, and it'll be completely dark inside. This is what the closing time starts as, and the second the doors start shutting, you need to find an exit to vacate the level instantly. Because after all the doors are shut and all the lights are off, all the vendor entities will go on a routine of removing patrons and starting to chase them towards exits. This is when they're starting to lose their cool, and this period will last for about 30 minutes. And during that 30 minutes, you can get chased or eaten by a creature that wants you out, because they consider you trespassing since it's past closing time. After that 30 minutes, it's about 9:30 local time, and the stores and the markets here will not open again until the next day at approximately 7 a.m. local time. So during those closing hours, you should never be in here during those closing hours. If you're in here, you will probably get eaten by some weird creature. All entrances and all exits to the market are closed down during those times as well. So even if you were trapped in here, it's pretty much impossible to hide because all the entities are constantly chasing you around. Nice. So because of the aggression from the entities, there's no meg bases or outposts that can be established here. Since apparently people don't like being eaten by entities, it's not a good place to set up a base. But during the daytime, it is pretty safe. The entrances and exits to this level work very differently than the usual Backrooms entrances, as these entrances are one way only. Usually in levels you can kind of go wherever, but you have to go to these specific ones to get here. The main way to enter is by going to level 55 and going to an empty store aisle, and then no-clipping through the aisle there, and you'll be sent here. And to exit, remember you have to do so before that closing time event starts, that way you don't get eaten, and you need to find one of the following ways to exit. The main one is by running around until you find a set of spinning and revolving doors at the quote-unquote front of the building, and once you go outside those revolving doors, you'll be inside of level 159, the Forgotten Mall, and you'll turn around and the level you just came from won't be there. So you have to go in one way and you have to go out another way. Make sure you know where the entrances and exits are, that way you don't get trapped during the closing time. But yeah, that was level 82. It's a market that you can barter and trade things with, and entities run it, and you can only be there from 7 to 9, and if you're not there from 7 to 9, you might get, well, eaten. So, hope you like. Backrooms level 83 is the 84th level in the catalog of lore, and it has been given a class 0 safety rating for it being safe and secure, with the presence of passive entities. This is another safe level in the 80s range, which is pretty unique because we've had like 3 now, but I'll take it when I can get it. Level 83 consists of a sunken nuclear submarine named the USS Ace of Spades. Now, this Ace of Spades is not a real ship, that is just what the name is in the inside of the ship in the Backrooms. So we don't know where it comes from, but that's what it's called. And this submarine is in the middle of what appears to be an endless ocean. The part of the level that you'll be inside, of course, is the submarine though, and the sub itself seems to be sunken in a rocky valley of sorts on the bottom of this ocean. It sits at around 600 meters below the surface, which is just around 1,970 feet. And the reason we do know how deep this sub is because there's a bathymeter inside of the control room that says how deep it is. However, the sub's other controls, like the steering and throttle and everything, they don't work at all. They're non-functional. So you just can't drive it around, which sucks, but yes, that would be awesome, I know. All the appliances, however, inside the vessel work as they should. So lights and kitchen appliances and such, they all work. The level, of course, is very cramped, as you would expect for the inside of a submarine to be. The ceilings are low, the halls are skinny, and of course they're almost 2,000 feet underwater, just to add to it. So if you struggle with claustrophobia, I don't think this level will be for you, but if you like a cozy little environment, you might like it here. There are several different areas inside of the sub that you could explore, like the sleeping areas, the control rooms, the hallways, the kitchens, and things like that. All of these areas smell clean but old and almost like metal. It kind of feels like you're in the middle of a tin can. The nuclear reactor that controlled this vessel at one point seems to be fully operational still, even though its hull is worn down on the outside. Walking through the submarine, you'll notice a few different things, like refrigerators with bottled water, as well as food in the kitchen, like sandwiches and pasta and veggies and fruits and eggs and various things like that. These foods are all edible, and they can be cooked using the submarine's stove and butter and everything like that. The cool thing about this stuff is that the level has a strange effect. Whenever something is taken away from the fridge, it will automatically restock itself, which means that this level is essentially an infinite supply of food and water. When you no-clip into the submarine, the first place you'll be at is inside of the sleeping quarters. This is where you're going to find several empty mattresses that you could take a fat nap on and relax on. There's also a few small tables and chairs in the same area, and the bunks totally could hold 140 wanderers at the same time, which means it's actually possible you might run into another person while exploring the level. A lot of other Backrooms levels have this weird enigmatic feature where you just can't see anyone, but not here. You can run into people here. If you are wondering what specific type of submarine this sub is, its layout is identical to that of a Los Angeles class submarine, which is a specific design from real life. There's only one small exception though, and that's the fact that there are observatory windows on the outside of the sub that look directly to the outside of the ocean. If there's no sub in real life, it's going to have windows on the side. Obviously, that is a structural integrity issue, but that's what this sub is, and this sub has it. Looking from these windows, you'll see the blue oceanic expanse, and and if you're lucky enough, you might see a new fish or a squid or something like that swimming by. But what lies beyond that and beyond the sub cannot be explored, meaning that the ocean itself literally has never been looked into. We don't know what's there. We never will. We can basically only guess that it expands out forever. There's also a theory that the sub is located somewhere in level 7, since that's a common place to no-clip to when you leave here, but that's just a theory. Alongside the fish you can see here, other strange flashes of movement have been noticed looking out the windows of the submarine. Unnerving, black, skinny shadows have been seen flying past the windows, or trying to look through the windows. Nothing else of note has been documented outside though, so that's all you should worry about. Inside the cramped, quiet corners of the submarine, several personal items have been found that kind of spice things up and make this entire level more interesting. A bunch of crumbled up notes, sticky notes specifically, have been found taped to various appliances. Each of the notes depicts a horribly drawn image of a girl that's kind of like a stick figure with a blue suit on, a purple hat, and an eye patch. Now the girl is drawn in pirate poses, and there's pirate sayings written on the post-it notes, like "arr" and stuff like that, you know what I'm talking about. Each of the drawings are signed by somebody named Kira, and one of the notes Kira left says the following: "Playing pirate is boring now. I'm gonna go make a jungle or something. Might come back, but for now, just take the sub. I'm not gonna use it anymore. Have fun with it, I guess, you big-eyed weirdo." So that's quite strange. What a weird thing to write down. But other than the notes and the food restocking itself and the fact that you're inside of a submarine in the backrooms, nothing else is weird here. Just an empty submarine. Except what's on the outside of the sub. That's not normal. And I'm referring to whatever is dashing past these windows outside. An entity known as the Great Observer is the creature that is responsible for these weird dashings. This is an entity that takes the appearance of a colossal squid, yet it is estimated to be 2 times the size of a colossal squid, which is massive if you didn't know. If you look out the window from anywhere in the sub, you'll likely see the observer swimming outside, and it's so large that just by it swimming around, it'll shake the submarine and kind of have it bend and creak from the currents it makes. The observer's also been known to touch its tentacles to the outside of the sub and kind of shake it around, almost like shaking up a can. The main thing the observer does, and where it gets its name from, is that it seemingly enjoys pressing its massive 20+ inch long eye against the windows of the sub and trying to look in at you and watch you, which could be very scary. Like, imagine you're just waking up in the bunk room and you look out the window and you got this massive eye staring at you. But just staring into the eye of the observer can fill a wanderer with terror, because it seems unnatural. It seems otherworldly. It feels like something you should not watch. The good news is the observer does just observe. There's no attacks that have been documented, but it can still be very scary to see if you look into the eye and stare too long. You kind of get dizzy, nauseated, and you just feel weird. Inside the sub, there is one outpost that lives here, and it is the crew of the USS Ace of Spades. And it varies in size from like 20 to 100 people, depending on the sub, time of year, and stuff. They're cool, they're passive, and they allow you to eat their food, and they just like living here. Seem like a cool group of people, I guess. But to enter the sub, you can only be on level 7, and then you gotta dive down to the point where the light goes away, and then the pressure starts to build up, and you'll eventually just wake up in the submarine. Inside of a bed, actually. But to exit, you're gonna have to find the escape hatch of the sub, undo it, and then swim out into the ocean. Now, you can't really go very far, because you can't hold your breath that long unless you're Aquaman, but you just swim out as far as you can, and then you hopefully will get sent back to the surface of level 7. Now this could get pretty dangerous if you don't do it right, so accept the exit at your own risk. So yeah, that was level 83, little submarine level. Nice. Backrooms level 84 is the 85th level in the catalog of lore, and that rhymed, that's pretty funny. It has been given a classification of a class 3 difficulty due to its unsafe nature, medium entity count, but more importantly, its shifting nature. The level is constructed out of leafy hedges that somehow shift around while you explore the place. They're constantly moving like a big Rubik's Cube. There are safe zones scattered throughout the level where nothing bad seems to happen. It's like it's immune to the shifting. I'll get into that in a second, but the main objective of this level is just surviving these shifting mazes. The level's general layout is that of a very expansive maze with very, very high leafy walls. The maze is not made of solid walls. Instead, large leaves and vines make up the entire thing. Even though they're not solid, you still cannot walk directly through them though, because it just is too thick with weeds. The floor of the maze is some kind of hard, packed material, like a gravelly dirt concrete mixture, and the paths seem to lead to strange places. Sometimes they'll just take you to dead ends, sometimes they'll take you to small living rooms with couches in the middle of the maze, and sometimes they'll take you to kitchens or offices or bedrooms in the middle of the maze. Now that's strange already, but there are also some other weird things that can happen. Like inside of these rooms, you can find furniture and beds and full-on couches and stuff. It's like someone lives there, but nobody's ever been seen. The maze doesn't just seem to be a simple maze though. It seems that it's sentient in nature. It seems like the entire level has a brain and it thinks and it acts for itself. And that's where the danger really comes in. Because walking through this maze, you get the feeling that it's moving to make it as hard as it can for you. Like, it's not making it easier. You can't get lucky here because it always gets harder. The paths shift together and they tangle to become more and more confusing, and it's just really hard to escape. The good news is there are seemingly zones inside of the maze that are not affected by the shifting. These are large areas with concrete statues and patios and trees. They're known as safe zones. Finding a safe zone will allow you to relax for a while and rest your brain, since it's been in overdrive trying to find the exit of the maze. But inside the safe zones, you might find also a random crate or a random spring with almond water in it to restock and resupply yourself. You also might find tools that can make traveling easier. The entire time you're in these safe zones, the maze will be shifting around you, so just watch out for that, man. Since the maze does shift, there's no one right way to complete it. And since that's the case, the only thing I can do is give you tips on how you can escape easier without being consumed or losing your mind. So my biggest tip is that if you have a compass, bring it with you to this level before you come here, because it'll make it so much easier. You just gotta follow one direction, not the band, the actual direction, as far as you can go. And when the maze shifts around you and the paths change, you just go whichever way takes you the exact direction you were going. And on the other hand, if you do get sent to the maze with no compass, your odds of actually surviving become so low. Sorry. My advice, if that happens, is just to go from safe zone to safe zone and try to follow one direction. Maybe find the sun in the sky or the clouds in the sky and follow them. Keep your eyes peeled on things that don't move and follow them to the exits. Also, you might think, well, why can't I just climb to the top of the maze and look where I'm going? There's no point in trying to do that because this maze has a unique feature that doesn't allow people to climb up its walls. You can get about halfway up, and then each person is filled with this overwhelming sense of fear. They're just so scared to keep going that they just fall back down to the ground. It's unknown why this happens, but it's assumed that the level might be hiding something above the maze or on the other side of the maze that it doesn't want you to see. Now, the maze itself is not devoid of entities, which is a scary thing to think about because skin stealers are one of the most common problems here. They can walk through any safe zone, any maze, any wall. They seemingly have full run of the entire level. And it's not just skin stealers you got to worry about either. It's smilers and hounds and that sort of thing walking around the mazes at all times. But specifically, it gets worse at nighttime when the light in the sky goes away and the entities seem to come out in hordes. When nighttime does occur and you're still stuck here, you might be screwed, because the claustrophobic nature of the level makes encountering these entities even worse, since you'll have less room to run away from and no place to hide. If you're trapped in a hallway with a smiler, well, goodbye. There are no bases here since it's not feasible to put an outpost in a moving maze, and to enter this level, you can no-clip into some plants over on level 97, and you'll wake up here on level 84. To exit, you have to attempt to get through the maze and continue to find your way through it until you get deep enough into it where things start to glitch and things start to warp a little bit more, and then you can no-clip through a wall that is glitching and warping. However, this will send you back to level 10, so do so at your own risk. If you want to, get sent all the way back to level 10 and start over again, you can do that. Also, since the maze is moving, it's really hard to find a place that is able to no-clip through. But anyways, level 84 is a dangerous place. It constantly shifts around, its appearance and layout changes, and most people that get sent there will not survive because they just get lost in the maze and because they didn't watch this video, because I just told you how to escape it. Walking through this maze is such a lonely and isolating feeling because you're essentially just trapped with your own thoughts in an ever-changing environment where nothing is solid. You can't cling to one single thing. The maze is also massive, so there's no real way to see truly how big it is, which again makes you feel more isolated. The day-night cycle also makes it feel even stranger because the night seems to last forever. and that's when all the entities come out. So you're kind of just running around a maze, freaking out, wasting all your energy. And if you don't find a safe zone to chill in or something like that, you're gonna be really tired. You're gonna want to sit down, and if you do that, well, the entities are gonna get you. So there's really no way to win. My biggest advice is to avoid the level and just not even risk coming here unless you just for some reason are crazy. I don't know why you want to do that. I know some of y'all are though. But this maze is really like the one from Maze Runner. If you've ever read the books or seen the movies, it really has like a brain to it. It changes based on where you go and how you act. So if you can try to act like you're doing the right thing, maybe the maze will bend to your will and you'll be able to get out faster. There's really no ambience here either. It's just this really quiet and slight breeze environment where the leaves are shaking and the bushes are moving. It's all very strange to be inside of. Level 85 of the Backrooms has been given a Class 3 difficulty due to it pretty much being impossible to exit. The rest of the level has some risk, but mainly the bad problem is you can't get out of it. The level has been nicknamed Brilliant Evermore, and it takes the appearance of a vast, barren, and toxic landscape with extreme weather, harsh sunlight, and very harmful smog. The sky in this level can be clear or overcast at any given time, and rain is uncommon. But when it does occur, it'll happen in these huge sets of storms with high winds, heavy lightning, and usually flash flooding. Pretty much the entire level here is just toxic and dangerous to be inside of. The air throughout this expanse is smoky and smoggy, and it can manifest in a brownish or grayish color in the sky, and this, in fact, is dangerous to breathe in. If you spend an exorbitant amount of time on level 85, your lungs will stop working properly, and you'll begin to get difficulty when breathing. You might cough up some liquids, and you might ultimately pass away from these effects. Because of this, it is not recommended to stay in level 85 for any amount of time. The level itself has many different biomes, and none of them are the same, none of them are consistent. The three main ones that have been found and trespassed through so far are the grasslands, the hills, and the highways. Essentially, this entire level is a giant conglomeration of different types and biomes of places that have been melded and bent together. None of it makes any logical sense, none of it even looks normal, but yet you can explore it and it can act normal. The grasslands consist of these fake-looking grass terrains similar to level 94, and there's literally nothing else present. The hills are toxic, rocky, and dirt-like hills that have been expanded throughout the level beyond the grasslands. These are pretty similar to high desert locations in real life, and there's nothing really descriptive about them. Keep in mind, all of the air here is dangerous to breathe in, and it's smog-ridden. The last known real location is the highways, and again, these are roads that connect to the different parts of this level, and once more, it is dangerous to breathe in here because of how toxic it is. There's also a variety of radio stations that air different kinds of media, like music and podcasts and ads and other strange sounds throughout the entire place. And if you have a radio on you, you can tune in to these different radio stations and listen to the strange things. Some of the radio broadcasts involve people screaming, some involve cries for help, some involve weird languages that have never been heard, and some involve noises that are very loud that can hurt your ears. To enter this strange conglomeration of levels, you have to no-clip on level 6, and you'll have a chance of coming all the way here, and to exit, the level is nearly impossible. That's why it's been given such a high difficulty level. Things like warp berries do not function here, level keys don't function here. The only way that you can maybe get out is by no-clipping, but only if it's done by accident, because intentional no-clippings do not work. It's assumed that basically this level is some kind of representation of Earth, some lesser version of where we live, except it's toxic and old and rotten. And as given such, the level is huge, and as I said earlier, you should not stay here because you're going to develop some symptoms from the smog, and you just generally wouldn't want to be inside the level. Level 86 of the Backrooms is the 87th level of the lore, and it's been classified as a Class 0 for it being safe and secure and devoid of entities. Yet another safe level in the 80s, that's crazy. Apparently, levels 80 through 90 are just safe. Level 86 takes the appearance of inside of an office building, similar to level 4, but with many differences in styles, in effects, and in layouts. The offices here are not enigmatic in geometry to say, but they're very strange in design. The level itself is a regular building with exactly 31 floors. The 31 floors all look differently though, and they have some unique effects to each of them, and I'll explain each of them later. First, I want to get into some things that all of the floors might share. On your journey through the different floors, you could find chairs and tables and cubicles and computers and supplies and office rooms and anything like that. And each level is dimly lit and dingy, and just it seems like an office is not in use. There are also supplies in the break rooms of each of these levels, which you could just eat and relax and vibe with. There are entities lurking around the offices, but most of them seem to be under the level 11 effect, and they're just very docile. So now that you've gotten the basic overview of what each floor might look like extremely basic overview, let me get into the specifics of the level that you might want to know before getting sent to it. The entirety of level 85 can be split into two separate areas, the lobby and the upper floors. So the first out of the 31 levels is called the lobby, of course, and it takes the appearance of an open and modern office building lobby. There are shiny floors with a bunch of different rooms that jet off into different directions. These rooms can range from laundry rooms to workout rooms to meeting rooms and things like that, and the entire area feels very clean, very sterile. There's no dust or anything, and it seems as if no one's ever been here. It's just completely empty. There are warm lights that give the entire lobby kind of a comforting glow, and it serves as a good starting point for you to explore the rest of the 30 levels. And in this specific lobby, there are a few places of interest that you need to take note of. Firstly, in the center of it, there are the elevators. That's where the elevators are, and once you find this location, that is how you will access the floors above you. Taking the elevator on the right will take you right to floors 2 through 16, and taking the elevator on the left will take you right through floors 17 through 31. So you have to get on the elevator that's specific for those levels. Another place of interest in the lobby is a restaurant called Malo's, and this restaurant serves food of an undescribed origin, but what we do know is that it is run by facelings, and it's decently fine dining. Like, the seats are nice, the tables are nice, the ambiance is nice. The facelings are, of course, under the level 11 effect, so they're not aggressive. The last place of interest in the lobby is the left area, which is where the front desk can be found. This is the kind of administrative services area, and there are computers with internet access that you can use to do whatever. The internet actually works here, so you could get on and play Cool Math or Happy Wheels or something, or you could watch a Brugly video, whatever you want to do. So after you experience the lobby, you're going to want to go to the upper floors, of course, and these are the places that are accessed by those elevators, and where the offices are too. At first, in the lower levels, 2 through 17, the offices are small. They're cramped, they're just corporate cubicles, they're empty, they have the soft hum buzz of the lights, and it just is a really depressing, dark area. There are computers with no internet access, there's papers, there's chairs, there's literally nothing but offices and buzzing lights. Now, sometimes the paths and the things about these levels and floors don't make any sense. I said at the beginning they're not enigmatic in nature, and they're not. They just are laid out in a weird way, like an engineer who made this level was drunk or something. Because the office's pathways could be really skinny, and then they could just lead to a dead end. It makes no sense. Facelings might also be seen at desks or walking around these cubicles on these different floors, but just like in the lobby, they're not dangerous. The upper floors, once you get past the first 17 or so, tend to be bigger offices, nicer offices with more decoration, with less hum buzz, and with overall just generally better vibes. But just like in the lobby, there are a few places of interest in these floors. On floor number 5, there is a small art gallery with paintings that are identical to the paintings from level 57. Now, if you don't know about level 57, it's essentially just this big art expo, and the paintings and the vibe of that floor in this level are identical to that. So for some reason, a random floor in a building on level 86 has the identical paintings to that level. I mean, they're obviously connected somehow, but we're not sure how that connection happened. Another place of interest is the 14th floor, and you're going to want to avoid this one at all costs because it's taken over by some hostile group. They're very aggressive to people who come there, and they will literally run you out or attack you. So just don't go. That's all I gotta say. The last place of interest and the most important part of this level, and honestly a legendary part of the Backrooms, is floor 31. This is where the boss's office is located. And essentially, this floor takes the appearance of a very spacious, very well-decorated study/office room. And it's like one of those huge places with books and maps and stuff. But in the middle back part of the room, there's a big desk with a computer on it. And on this computer, on the desktop, there is a folder labeled Info. And inside that folder, there are descriptions of Backrooms levels that are very detailed. But not just any levels, not just level 0, 1, 2, 3. This folder has levels that we don't even know existed yet. Like brand new ones. And these crazy places with weird features that no one's been to or heard about, they are described on this computer in this folder. There's nobody guarding the folder, there's nobody guarding the level, it just seems to be here. No one knows how it got here, no one knows who made it or if they're real, but it's thought that the exit to the backrooms might be located on this computer on floor 31 in level 86, which is like the most obscure place. But it's so cryptic in nature because why does this exist? Like who put them there? It doesn't make any sense. But so many people have spent their entire journey in the backrooms just trying to get to floor 31 of level 86 to find the computer and to try to find the secrets of what it holds. So this level seems just very typical at first, right? It's like an unassuming office building with different designs on each floor, weird facelings dressed up like office workers, and just random stuff like that, right? Almost like a slightly more dangerous level 4. But then you get the information about the hidden folder with the secret lore on the top level and how hard it is to get to this level and how this level is kind of like mythological in many ways. It adds like a few layers of intrigue for sure. It's cool. Some would say it's nice. The only known entrance to this level is finding a cylinder-shaped building over on level 11, which is very rare to see because it's like really hard to find apparently, and you have to walk into that lobby to get into the lobby here. And to exit, you have to go out the way you came. And once you do that, you'll either get sent back to level 11 or level 4. But let me know if you would risk coming here to find out what is in that computer file. Like, I want to know what is literally on floor 31 of Backrooms level 86. What is in that folder? What secrets does it hold? Maybe it has the answer to where my hairline went. I don't know. Let me know if you have any thoughts on that. Level 87 of the Backrooms is the 88th level in the catalog of lore, and it's been given a classification of a class 1 difficulty, which means it is safe and secure with a small entity count. Now, the level and its content was discovered way back in the year of 2004 in the month of May, and it has been described as the following. The level consists of hallway corridors that are miles and miles long, very similar to level 21. The hallways are plain and nondescript here, and even can be considered dingy to an extent, with harsh yellow lighting coming from the lights above. Alongside these cramped, liminal-esque hallways, there are locked doors on either side of the hallway that always seem to be barred or locked shut somehow. But sometimes you might find a key to open the door on a nearby dresser or on the floor nearby. The hallways cross over each other and intersect and run into each other in weird spots as well. On your journey through these empty hallways, you might run across a table or a kind of a side table thing along the walls. These tables have been known to have snacks like chips and other vending machine style foods inside the drawers or on top of themselves, as well as you might run into some bottles of almond water. These dressers are where you could also find keys as well, and they're usually on top of the shelves or inside of a drawer here too. Oftentimes, these keys are either color-coded or named or numbered, that way you can find the correct door that they go to. Now, of course, all that sounds pretty normal. It's just hallways that look liminal. But the weirdest property that this level actually has, and the property that sets it apart from the other levels, is that time and spatial geometry is not linear here. Now, although it is uncommon, wanderers have reported seeing past or future versions of themselves for a few split seconds while walking around this level right before that version of themselves disappears. This can mean you see the childhood version of yourself just walking right down the hallway right past you, and they go into a room and shut that door behind them and you can't get in. Or you can see the future version of yourself sprinting past you. Oftentimes, wanderers report the scarier of the two is running into the future version of yourself, because that version hasn't come to pass yet. It's kind of like seeing a ghost. And these apparitions, these versions of yourself, they are real flesh and blood entities, and they are really walking around. Most times that you encounter them inside of the hallways, they will vanish very quickly or they will walk away very fast in order to not interact with them. But some people actually have managed to catch up to them and talk to these versions of themselves, and they figured out some very interesting things about it. Oftentimes, these interactions are very emotionally charged, especially if you see the childhood version of yourself, because you see this innocent little version of you that hasn't seen the horrors of reality yet. Now, it is possible to give these versions of yourself like items and stuff that could help them survive, but doing this, you might run the risk of causing time paradoxes. The interesting way that this level kind of contains and solves these paradoxes is they create an infinite time loop of these past versions and the future versions of the level that kind of go out over and over again, which offsets the paradox that you yourself just made. And these are the loops that can cause the wanderers to have these strange interactions with their past self or their future self. Interacting, like I said, with these different versions could be very emotional, but it also could be very damaging to your mental health. It'll seem very, very uncanny talking to the spitting image of yourself, whether it's the past or the future, right in front of you. You won't be able to think about it. It doesn't seem real. It's also important to note that these anomalies do not always happen to people while they're exploring this level. You're not guaranteed to see the past version of yourself, but it is pretty common. And if the level chooses to show you this past or future self, it's almost as if the level has chosen you as an important person for some reason. But just a general rule of thumb is that if you see yourself, whether it's the past or the future, do not interact with that thing because you don't want to mess up the timeline more than it already is. We don't really know the effects that it has outside of this level and the ramifications that you might run into later on. We're also not sure if these things aren't just entities disguising themselves as humans. We do think they really are copies of you, but we're not sure. So just play it safe and do not interact with them. Anyways, back to the level part. The rooms that you can get into, using those keys in the doors, are accessible from the hallways. These rooms are really nothing to note. They're just plain bedroom-style lodgings, kind of similar to hotel rooms or motel rooms, except they might be empty without any furniture here. This level is not described outright as a hotel or office complex, as there's no real defining features that would show exactly what it is. So it doesn't look like an office, doesn't look like a hotel. It just seems to be these arbitrary, randomly placed empty rooms and empty hallways. There's no rhyme or reason to any of it, yet there is rhyme and reason to all of it. The main thing you need to know while you're exploring level 87 is that you got to be very careful when you interact with your past or future self. Like I said, we don't know if those versions are actually you, and they have been known to show aggression sometimes if you attack them. Some people have even claimed that these versions have tried to unalive the real version of you, and if that happened, well, the time paradox would be unfixable at that point. It's also unknown how this even happens, so ignore anything you see here, just walk straight, try to make it through the hallways, and try not to get lost. It seems like this level has some sort of time limit, or as if it's timing your stay here. It's imperative that you do not waste any time while being stuck here, because we don't have that much information about it, so the things I've told you today, it's literally all we have to work with. There's not a bunch of text about it, there's not a bunch of reports about it. All that I just told you is all we got. So to enter the level, you can no-clip through a door on level 21, and then you need to find the exit as fast as possible, because this level might kind of trap you in this time loop. To exit, you need to walk around, ignoring everything you can, until you find a random door that you can no-clip through. Just try to no-clip through any door you can see, and you'll eventually find one. But if you successfully do this, you'll be sent to level 119, and out of this hellscape of time loops and paradoxes and seeing your past or future self. This is one of those Backrooms levels that is so uncanny to even think about. These empty, nondescript, almost sanatorium-like hallways with nothing else but time paradoxes constantly happening, where you're running into the past, future, or even current version of yourself. There's no known information on how the level does this or why it does this, but just as a general rule of thumb, like I've said 15 times in this video, do not interact with that person. That is not you, that is not a friend, it is something that's probably malevolent. Level 88 of the Backrooms is the 89th level in the order of the lore, and it has been classified as a Class 1 survival difficulty due to it just being a safe place to be. It has a safe nature, and it's also secure. This level is a great pit stop to make on your journey through the Backrooms, because you're about to get into really dangerous levels, because we're about to get into the level 90 plus zone, and those tend to be more deadly and stuff, so this level is a great place to relax. Level 88 takes the visual appearance of a single hotel corridor that stretches to infinity in both ways, front and back. This level is unlike many other levels because it only has one single hallway. There is not a bunch of offshoots, not a bunch of different corridors. Literally, this is one hallway that goes straight and back forever. The walls are light brown and they're slightly dingy, and the entire level has a dim but constant buzzing light noise that comes from the lights in the ceiling. The carpet strewn out through this level is very similar to any hotel carpet from real life. It is coarse, it is short, and it also smells like brand new carpet. That is what this level smells like. It is very prevalent. The main characteristic of the hallways, though, is that every 7 meters, there is a pair of doors on the wall. And this goes on for infinity, without fail. Every 7 meters, you have a set of doors on each side of the wall. Most of the time, these doors open up to common area rooms or empty sitting bedroom type areas with very little furniture. The rooms are often very dimly lit or lack light entirely, which of course means that some of them are common hiding spots for entities lurking around. Dullers, specifically, are relatively common to run into here, and they enjoy hiding in these dingy rooms. Because of this, you should not go fully inside unless you think you see something that you might could use, like supplies or a bed or something. There are actually a few things of interest that have been found on this level that I mentioned in the intro. These are typically objects or resources that can be very useful for your journey, and these are things you can't find in many other places. You can find knives and lamps and flashlights, and possibly the most strangest thing, royal rations. So royal rations are extremely rare to find inside the Backrooms, and they're actually known for how hard they are to find. But if you do want to find one, you can come to this level for a greater chance to do so, and they're also a really high value item for trading with other people as well as being a good food source that'll last you for a long time. One royal ration can last you literally months. And for a random level like this, to have them inside of them, it's a pretty neat thing, especially because of how rare they are. So literally for that reason and nothing else, you probably should put level 88 on your radar of things to visit. But besides the rooms and stuff that are empty with a little bit of furniture and dingy lighting, there are more types of rooms that you might see as well. I'll get into those in a second. The hallway itself here is medium-sized, and it feels slightly larger than a hotel hallway, but not too much. But besides the hallway, those rooms are the only thing you can enter. And walking inside of the rooms, you will notice that they are very large comparatively to the hallway. Now, you remember how I said those doors are 7 meters apart? Well, the rooms can be much, much bigger than 7 meters. From the outside, it looks like they physically couldn't be, but when you walk inside, there's these giant, ever-expanding empty rooms. This affects many things in the back rooms. Most of the rooms here do have light inside of them, but some of them are very, very dingy and dark. And I was talking about how they never have much furniture. Most of them just have like 1 or 2 seats and a side table, and that's literally it. They have the same type of carpet as the hallway, and they just have the same vibe as the hallway, but they're empty. But like I said, those are only some of the rooms, as there are more specific special rooms that I'm about to go over right now. These places have been noted as sticking out in design or functionality, or have been documented for every wanderer's sake. The extinguisher room. So the main thing in this room is the presence of a fire extinguisher in the middle of the room on a round table. Above the table, there is a light shining down that comes from an unknown source, and it shines right on this fire extinguisher. Now, the only thing is, you can't move the extinguisher. No one can move it. No matter how hard you try, you cannot get it off the table, so it's just kind of there. It's kind of like the knights where you have to pull the sword out of the stone and no one can do it. That's exactly what this is. The next rooms have been called fluffy rooms by wanderers in the back rooms, and these look like padded rooms that you might see in a sanatorium or something. The floors, the walls, the roof, they're all covered in this padded, comfortable material, and these are renowned for being some of the best and most safest places to relax in the back rooms. No entities can get in there, you're just alone, sleeping on a padded floor with nothing to get you, and that's why I said this level is a great pit stop to make as you get into the 90s and 100 levels and beyond. The labs are also rooms that stray away from the usual level design. These are cold concrete rooms with shelving and tables and other scientific equipment laying around. These usually look like they're in disarray. There's broken stuff on the floor. It looks like it's been abandoned for some reason. But these places could house Revioke entities, which means you probably shouldn't go inside unless you need some kind of first aid kit or some kind of scientific stuff. Now, the wooded rooms are these indoor forest type areas with a very dark atmosphere. You'll obviously know that you're going into a wooded room when you open the door, and in front of you is a hallway that is lined with trees. The trees are typically dark pines, and it's always very thick inside these rooms, so it's just hard to walk around. Think of Narnia or something like that. Now, the last room that you might run into are called bedrooms, and those are exactly what they sound like. These are rooms with beds inside of them that usually have decor on the walls. Now, these rooms are deceitful and more dangerous than they seem because smilers typically hide inside of them under the beds and the closets here. So just watch out, do not get lulled into sleeping on a bed because there might be a smiler nearby. Obviously, if you open the door and you see a smile inside, don't walk in, Dumbo. But besides these types of rooms, the rest are just like I said. They are plain, they're empty, they're boring, small or large rooms, but they could have those very useful items inside of them, which makes this level a really nice place to explore for a while, kind of open all the doors, see what you can find, and honestly, that's the only reason you should ever come to this level. For royal rations, for other supplies, maybe some knives, maybe some fire salt, things like that. What else would you need an infinite hallway for besides those things? There are no bases here, and to enter, you can do so from level 13 by finding a hallway that never seems to end. You can continue walking down that hallway, and then an exit door will appear to this level. And speaking of exiting this level, you can do that by finding an exit door, labeled exit door, and walking out of it to be taken to level 33. Now you can also find a wooded room like I mentioned, and you can walk through it until you get to level 63. But yeah, this is one of those levels that you can skip right over while exploring without realizing how much usefulness it could have. I mean, having royal rations, weaponry, first aid kits, maybe medicine, all on one safe level, that means this place is one of the best levels to stock up on resources, which means you should add it to your list for sure. If you can even make it here, that is. Level 89 of the Backrooms is the 90th level in the lore catalog, and it's been given a classification of a Class 1 survival difficulty for being safe and secure with a small entity count and some other weird features that I will discuss later. The level was originally discovered by a wanderer who was walking around the city part of level 11, and they walked so far into the city that they found this gateway. Now this gateway took this wanderer to a cherry tree grove, which upon further investigation led to this building, the ice cream parlor. The level takes the form of an ice cream parlor from the 1940s, one of those old classic ones you might have seen in pictures or something. The majority of the time when someone comes to this level, they will appear at the very front of the building's entrance, right by the front door. There's a store sign right above you that reads, "A Taste of Home, established 1938, which that's the name of the level, obviously. And this entire ice cream parlor is located in the center of those cherry tree groves and flower fields. The outside of the parlor is pristine, and it has no paint chipping, no erosion, no anything like that. It looks brand new, which, you know, it says it was opened back in 1938. You'd think that a building that's been up for that long would look a little older, but for whatever reason, this level doesn't. The walls outside are this muted pinkish color, and the roof is a light beige color. Now, surrounding the building is a field of grass that is usually dotted with many types of flowers, ranging from roses to asters to white lilies and sunflowers. The smell on the outside of this building and just in the general flower field area is very strange. It's a mixture of scents that has a faint smell of smoke to it, as well as a sweet cupcake or donut smell, as well as a undertone of iron or blood smell, the source of which is unknown. Outside of that field that surrounds the parlor, there are more cherry trees, like at the entrance, and it's assumed that the trees repeat for an infinity. But you really can't walk out inside of them, because if you do walk far enough, you'll eventually just get sent right back to in front of the parlor. Anyways, that's what's on the outside of the parlor where it's not as interesting. Let's get inside and see what's up with it. Upon entering the parlor, you will immediately see the faceless cutouts of these ice cream scoopers. Now, these look like those things that you can take pictures with, where you put your head through the opening and you smile and stuff. That's what these are here for. But looking past that, the inside of the parlor is also spotless. It is clean, it's immaculate. The walls are a little darker inside, and they have this bluish gray tint to them. On the walls by the doors of the parlor, there are posters that seem to depict Fun War propaganda. Now, I have an entire video on the Fun War, and I'll link it below in the description, but these posters here seem to be trying to recruit party poopers to join, the party pooper side. It's like old war propaganda, but for Fun War stuff. Now, because of that, there's a theory that this level used to be kind of an outpost or a place as like a hideout or something for party poopers. Who knows? Looking around the rest of the shop, you'll see that it's very spacious. There are lots of room to sit, places to relax, there's velvet booths and seats and tables to sit at, and there's enough room for communities or a big number of people to stay here, which kind of adds to that party pooper theory. The front counter is in the very back wall of the store, and this is where all the ice cream is stored. This area is safe to enter and look around in, and the freezer where all the ice cream is stored is full of a variety of flavors of the ice cream itself. There's chocolate, there's vanilla, there's Rocky Road, there's Superman, there's cotton candy. Literally any single flavor you could think of is here. And all of it, allegedly, and as far as we know, is safe to consume. It is 100% safe. But I do want you to remember that I said earlier that the level smells irony and kind of like a blood smell on the outside. So we're not sure if that has anything to do with the ice cream or not, but just to play it safe, I wouldn't eat any, but that's just my opinion. Anywho, alongside the ice creams, there is an entire area for toppings and things like that. There are brownie bites and cookie doughs and sprinkles and all sorts of things that are available to put on the ice cream. And of course, all of it is allegedly good enough to eat. Now, the ice creams in the topping sections get refilled by the level on a weekly basis, so you never run out of it if you want to just stay here for a long time. You can just eat ice cream forever, I guess. But besides that front counter area, the seating area, and the relaxing area, there's only one more zone that you really can explore here. It's called the Employees Only Break Room, and it's kind of in the back area behind the counter. On the door handle of this break room, there is a popped balloon that's hanging from the door handle. And it's thought that this room used to be used to kind of transport people during the Fun War to this level. Maybe the party poopers used this level as some sort of outpost or some kind of hideout, who knows, but that's just the leading theory. No one has been able to open the door yet though, so we're not really sure what's behind it. It's just assumed based on the balloon that that's what that means. At the very, very back of the parlor through a small hallway, there is a back exit that leads directly to level 11, which if you remember, level 11 is how you get here too. And because level 11 is such a common place, lots of people come here to get ice cream. And this level itself is actually very popular among wanderers and in the lore because how could you go wrong with it? It's just infinite ice cream. Even though there is that smell of irony blood in the air, I mean, they still say it's safe to eat. I don't know though. I wouldn't do it. Anyways, despite the weird smells and the strange being of this thing existing in a flower field, people come here a lot. Now this level is a class 1, like I mentioned at the beginning, but there actually is a small entity presence here. Every now and then, you might encounter a child faceling inside the parlor getting ice cream for themselves. Now these things seem to be under the level 11 effect, which kind of numbs them down, makes them less aggressive, and no one actually knows where they come from. But just as a general rule of thumb, do not approach these child facelings while they're trying to get their ice cream, because if you engage them in combat or if you annoy them, they'll kind of revert back to their normal state of aggression and they'll attack you. And we all know that child facelings are much more aggressive than adult ones, so you should not do that. But besides facelings, there is no other entities. There's no smilers, there's no hounds, there's nothing. The only other thing that you could see here is other wanderers that are getting ice cream. The parlor is very popular. It's a very chill place to come to while journeying through the Backrooms levels. You know, the calm interior, the soft buzzing of the freezers, the comfortable seats, the tasty ice cream, the calm outside with the fields and the flowers and cherry trees. It's all very melancholic. But there's also this very strange, creepy undertone to the entire ordeal. As I've said this whole video, why does it smell like metally blood smoke? Where does that come from? You can't smell it inside the ice cream parlor, only on the outside. And what's actually in the ice cream? Why is it so good? Why do so many people come back for it again? Why is there Fun War propaganda on the wall? Why are party poopers trying to recruit people to join them? Very strange, very interesting, lots of things we don't know. There are 2 outposts that live in the ice cream parlor full time. One is the Sweet Station and the other is Meg Base Cone Campers, and both of these kind of just vibe around. But the Sweet Stations group kind of guards that employees only room to kind of keep people out from going in there. But to enter, like I said earlier, you can find the gateway deep inside level 11 that opens up to this cherry tree forest, and then you can kind of walk through the cherry trees to this parlor. And if you want to exit, you can walk out the back door of the parlor to get sent back to level 11. Now, I love when Backrooms levels are like this. It keeps it simple, it stays true to the original thing, the liminality, yet it leaves that open-ended creepiness with the weird smells, the weird environment, the weird location, and the almost addictive nature of the ice cream. It makes you think, like, what is in the ice cream that makes people come back for it over and over again? Anyways, lots of good stuff in this level. I want to hear your theories on it in the comments, and that is the last level in the 80s. So next video, we'll be getting into the 90s and beyond. Level 90 of the Backrooms is the 91st level in the catalog of lore, and it is a level that was fully created from the ground up by the Backrooms Remodeling Company. As you know, the BRC, the Backrooms Remodeling Company, is responsible for literally creating and building entire levels using these very strange, very enigmatic Backrooms effects and weird tools and creatures, and it's a very strange group of people indeed. The BRC has created levels like 0.2, 0.3, level 481, level 998.2, and just a ton of other levels that we don't even know exist yet. They're probably out there doing stuff right now. But level 90 used to not be what we know level 90 to be now. It used to be different, or at least it was stranger and more unique until the BRC remodeled it into what the level is now. So the current level 90 is written as a letter to a specific wanderer, and in this case you are the wanderer, and it's written as if you just got to the level. So I'll be reading through the level as it's listed on the website, and then after that I will get into the regular breakdown of what I think it means and all that stuff, and after that I will get into the regular breakdown of what I think it means and all that brugly stuff that I do. And then I'll go over what it used to be before the remodeling company changed it to what it is, and how this strange Backrooms exit ties into the whole thing. So sit back and relax and get ready to hear what the level is. So listen, level 90 used to be real bad, and we mean real bad. But don't worry, our teams got straight to work to make it great. A wonderful, habitable place for you. It's a huge house, 2 floors, a pretty big attic, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and tons of space for you to safely put all your things. Great improvement from the old torture labyrinth it used to be. There used to be a huge death rat infestation in here, but again, you don't need to worry. Our amazing exterminator guy got the job done. You wouldn't have ever been able to tell it was there in the first place. We're actually all pretty proud of the job we've done here. We hope you can appreciate it too. Bases, outposts, and communities. So there really isn't anybody here yet. Until now. We're having trouble selling this place because of its old reputation, but we promise that it's not that bad anymore. We even installed an air conditioner. It's in shambles currently, but we're working on it. You could maybe invite your friends and family here too. Really, as long as someone means well, we don't care that much who stays here. Entrances and exits. Entrances. Don't think about it too hard. Just, we don't know. Think about home. Some cheesy stuff like that. And then hopefully you'll find your way here eventually. We know you'll come around soon enough. Exits. Well, we tried. But we won't stop you from leaving if you really don't want the place. There's an exit near the old oak tree in the backyard. You can come back anytime you'd like, though. And that's it for the explanation. What I just read to you is all that is on the wiki.website website for level 90. Now, there's a ton of stuff that sticks out, and I'm just going to go into all of that right now. We're going to dive into what I think used to happen here. The first paragraph starts off by saying that level 90 used to be real bad, and that the BRC remade it into this new house that's safe and secure for people to come and stay in. So what do they mean by that? To find out what level 90 used to be, I went back to the Wayback Machine and I threw the link in and went all the way back to 4 years ago in 2020 when I joined the fandom, and I wanted to see what it used to be like. And level 90, before the BRC remodeled it, was a very different place. It used to be a class 4 difficulty, which is significantly higher than what it is now, and it was very unsafe and very unsecure. It used to take the appearance of a near infinite plain that is filled with grassy hills and more grass. It's pretty much just a grass plain. The plain only had one thing in it, a large, fortified, weird-looking city. And it was strange because it was just this Roman or Greek architecture splashed right down in the middle of this grassy plain with nothing else around it. There were people that lived inside this level, and they weren't really people. They were kind of subhuman in nature. They were skinny and bony humanoids with their eyes missing. Their sockets looked like they'd been burnt or ripped. And then it goes on to give this just very horrific appearance of these creature humans that used to live here. The sky above the old level 90 used to be strange and glitchy to look at. And apparently, staring into the sky used to be a big no-no in the old version. Now, diving even deeper into the old lore, we can find more strange things about it. There was a very weird entity that was called the Sub-Angels that lived here, that was very enigmatic in nature, very powerful, but even weirder than that is that this level used to be an exit to reality inside of level 90, which is completely random, but I want to read you this quote from the original post back in 2020 from the author. In my original post, I mentioned that Marcus's team believes that an exit back to reality, or the outside world, can be found. though due to them still being in the backrooms, I either believe they found it, but came back for some unknown reason, or they didn't find it. If the latter is true, I personally believe that the exit to the outside world can be found in the place that he mentioned, known as the below, end quote. And that below place in that quote, that Marcus, or whatever this guy's name is mentioned, was a weird, like, underground part below the Roman architecture building, below the grass plain, and it was apparently this entire, like, labyrinth of hallways underneath the plane. And I think that labyrinth is what the new level 90 was talking about when it says that this level used to be dangerous, used to be a labyrinth, used to be bad. So what if the BRC built this entire new level to cover up or to hide somehow a possible exit from the backrooms to reality? The old levels seemed to be like really hard to explore, really dangerous to get to, and that made it more of kind of like a mission to go through, like a rite of passage to find this exit. And like that quote said, the people that have explored it really believed that the exit was in the below area. So did the BRC block off that labyrinth and build this safe area on top so no one wants to explore the labyrinth below to just block off the exit? Or do they not even know it's there? Or are they purposely doing it? Who knows? All that I know is that this is very strange for the BRC to completely restructure an entire level from a really dangerous place to a really safe place and advertise people to come here. This is very strange. It definitely seems like it's a distraction of some sort. Maybe a way to make people forget how the old level 90 used to be, and to forget about the mythos surrounding the exit that was there. Now let me know in the comments below what you think happened here. Does level 90 actually have the exit to reality, and is the BRC hiding it and covering it up, or is it not? Has it just been changed by the BRC for the better? Is this a wholesome level with nothing secretive about it? Personally, I like the idea that the BRC is controlling it and kind of hiding this exit, but who knows? Let me know what you think, and that's the entire thing. Level 91 of the Backrooms is the 92nd level in the order of levels, and it's been classified as a class 1 difficulty, which is unusual because typically levels up here are not safe, but this one is safe and secure with a low entity count. The level appears to resemble a real-life field, but not just any old random field. It apparently is an exact copy of a field from Kentucky, USA, which is where I live, by the way. There are a few key differences between this field and the one that's in real life, but essentially it is an exact carbon copy of the real life field. It's the exact same thing, just in the Backrooms. The main difference in this level and in real life is that every single thing here is shaded in sort of black and white tone. That's where it gets its nickname, or the level name, Noir. Noir itself means dark film or black and white film, and there's an entire genre of movies and films in real life called the noir films, so if you didn't know, now you know. Anyways, many people thought that the black and white effect that this level gives is just something it does to your eyes, and it's not actually a black and white place, but after images were taken of the level, it seems that the actual ground and every other thing here is black and white, which again is unusual because typically things are natural in the Backrooms. They're not different colors like this. This is the odd thing out. While exploring this field, it is important to note that it's impossible to encounter other wanderers, as some sort of spatial anomaly kind of keeps people from seeing one another. This is documented heavily in tons of levels of the Backrooms, but mainly it's in level 0. Although in this level, it was specifically a little bit different. This strange anomaly was documented when 2 people entered this level at the exact same time and attempted to meet up. They were messaging somehow on some forum, not sure exactly how they did that, but they said that they could not see each other. One of the people says, "Hold on, I see a guy, is that you?" And then the other guy says, "I don't see you." And then after that, the first guy that said, "I see a guy," was never heard from again. He was just went missing. So whatever he saw either killed him or lured him away, or I don't know, maybe he just didn't want to meet up with the other guy, so he ran away. But I'll talk more about that later and what that strange person or thing might be. The level in the field is not infinite, although it does seem to be. It can be fully explored and mapped, and that's because, like I said earlier, it's pretty much an exact copy of a real field from Kentucky. And specifically, it's an area in Kentucky near the Indiana border. The level is estimated to be about 3 miles in size, even though, like I said, it looks like it keeps on going. There's just this invisible border that you can't walk past. and if you do, you'll be no-clipped to a different level. However, the strangest and most unique part of this level is that it's connected in some way to the real-life counterpart. I know I've said that a billion times, but now I want to talk about it. Attempts to go to this area in real life and in the backrooms to establish a connection has been attempted, but most people who try to do this go missing, and it's unknown what happens to them. So to visualize this, you can think of the Stranger Things show when the people from real life attempt to communicate with those who are inside the Upside Down. You know something's there, but you can't see them and you can't really hear them. You just hear a faint echo and a whisper from the Upside Down to real life. It's the exact same thing here. If you're in that field in real life, you can kind of hear a faint whisper of somebody from the backrooms yelling, and you kind of know somebody's there even though you can't see them. It seems that this level somehow exists in both the fabric of our reality and the fabric of the backrooms reality simultaneously, and that when you're here, you can almost see and hear the real world. It's like you're in some sort of mirror dimension or Black Mirror episode or something like that. Now, this level is one of, if not the most accurate location in the backrooms from real life. Even some other levels try to resemble or mimic locations from our Earth. Maybe they get close with a few different designs, but this level is literally a carbon copy of the real life version. And it takes it a step further, and essentially it exists in both the backrooms and reality. Somehow, this random level, level 91, is that. There's only one entity that inhabits the level, and it's what I mentioned earlier. Not much is documented about it, but it looks to be some sort of shadowy humanoid that appears off in the distance in this field. It wears some sort of wide-brimmed top hat, kind of like the Hat Man for the Benadryl stuff, but nothing besides the hat and the shadowy humanoid figure can be documented or described. It stands too far away to see, and it always runs away if you walk closer. But in the Backrooms lore, it's said that if you see this entity, if it begins to stalk you, then it's some sort of bad omen or a bad sign of things to come. It might be a Men in Black entity, or it might be something else entirely. All we know is that it is a harbinger of really bad things to come, and if you see it, well, you probably won't be alive much longer. It also just adds that really strange feeling to this noir black and white level. I mean, this pitch black shadowy humanoid making itself appearing over the hill, just watching you from far away. It's pretty scary. To enter level 91, you can jump into a large puddle of water on level 8, and to exit, you simply have to walk too far one direction. You'll eventually hit that border, and you'll be forced to walk into a different level. You don't get to choose what level it is, you just randomly get sent out, which is cool and bad at the same time. I think this specific place is such an underrated and unique part of the lore because it really connects to reality. That doesn't usually happen in the backrooms, and it sort of bridges the front rooms and the backrooms together in a way that's not really done. Most backrooms levels are thought to be outside of reality and don't really have a connection, and the exits, or so-called exits that we think are exits, they're not really exits. You're still trapped here. But this level is literally a carbon copy of real life, like a copy and paste, and its strands of reality are so closely tied to our reality that you can almost hear the real world. It makes you wonder just how close is the backroom's physical space to Earth, and can we somehow bridge that gap and maybe escape one day, which is unlikely. You're probably here forever, but here's to hoping. Level 92 is the 93rd level of the Backrooms. It's been given a class 3 difficulty because it's unsafe and unsecure, and honestly, it's extremely hard to explore. It's very convoluted and very confusing. The level takes on a variety of appearances depending on how long you stay in it, but at the start, it looks to be an infinite hallway made out of various sets of staircases. The stairs will go up infinitely, and off to the right and left of these staircases are various doors you can open to enter hallways, which lead to more staircases and more rooms. The entire level is a massive conglomeration of red halls, stairs, corridors, and everything like that. Everything in this level, and where it gets its name from, is glowing red. It's a soft crimson hue from beneath the layers of the level. Most levels in the Backrooms that take this red appearance are dangerous. They're extremely dangerous with entities and stuff. This one is not safe by any means, but it's not dangerous outright. It's just very, very difficult to explore and walk through. When you begin your journey through the crimson halls and stairs on this level, you'll begin at the very very start of this red staircase. The stair itself is made out of some sort of hard tile-like material that glows red from beneath its surface like a glow stick. Around you, you'll notice black-colored walls and ceilings and really nothing else of note. It's kind of nondescript. There's smooth and slow jazz playing and emanating from an unknown source, and that sound will follow you as far as you go and as deep as you go into the confusing labyrinth of this level. No matter if you go into a room or a hallway or open up as many doors as you want to, you'll still hear the same music. The staircase itself possesses strange properties in its physical design. The main one being, if you sit down on one of the stairs, you'll begin to get nauseous and sick, and your stomach will be very uneasy. And if you sit down for too long, you're probably gonna pass out. The level seems to make people uneasy and paranoid if they sit in one place. It kind of pushes you forward to keep walking up the stairs. Once you walk up this red staircase for an unknown amount of time, you'll notice the first of millions and billions of doors that you can walk through and open. Opening this door will lead you to a billion, like I just said, different hallways, offshoots, and pathways and staircases. And going through any of those doors will lead you to more hallways and pathways and staircases. The hallways here have that same red glow in some of the parts as the stairs did, and these are really unlike most hallways in the Backrooms because these are actually pretty short. They're not infinite, they're not winding, they're usually just segmented a few feet from where they start. And they're marked by various extra doors being on the walls on each side and at the end of these hallways. As I said before, opening these doors, you can see a variety of different kinds of rooms that can resemble anything from apartments to houses to different levels to things like that, depending on where you go and which ones you open. None of the doors are labeled, they're all just random, so you're gonna have to try your hardest to see if you can make any sense of it. The rooms beyond the doors are just pretty basic. If you see an apartment, which is the typical most popular kind, you'll notice an empty, similar to real life one, maybe one that you see on level 13 or something. There's usually some kind of kitchen, some kind of living area, and some kind of bedroom. And these apartments seem to be abandoned and not lived in, yet they're not old and decaying. They're kind of just empty. You'll hear that soft jazz playing inside these rooms as well, even though there's no really known place where it's coming from. There's no visible speaker. This level is just this giant Rubik's Cube of staircases and like chutes and ladders that go up and connect to different halls and floors, all of which are crimson red, and it just is very odd to explore because it kind of feels like an experiment, like you're a rat in a maze or something. The air here smells like a hotel, sort of. It's clean and it's sterile, and there's really just nothing else here except you. Just you, the music, and the glowing red. There are, however, various events that you can experience while walking through this massive complex, and a few of them have been documented, and I'll get into them now. Warning, they're very strange, very weird, very backroomsy, so buckle up and get ready. Event number 1 is the most common type of event that you'll experience here, and it happens when a person, or you in this case, stumbles upon a random person or entity or something watching TV in one of the apartments that you can open from the hallway. If you see this, the person watching the TV will completely ignore you. They're just staring at the TV screen, even though there's nothing on it but static. They're just staring straight at it, and they won't answer you. Even if you tap on their shoulder or disturb them somehow, they won't move. They're just glued to the TV almost. This is said to be extremely disturbing to witness and is very uncanny valley inducing. The reason we don't know exactly what these things are is that they're not really people per se. They're kind of just like people-shaped things that are cosplaying as what they think humans do. So they think humans watch TV, so they sit and stare at this TV. Anyways, event number 2 occurs when you open a door from the staircase and you enter a kitchen area. And in this kitchen area, a very weird, odd-looking woman will greet you and ask you if you're hungry and will offer to cook food for you. The woman is very tall and very large and again, looks unnatural. Not human at all, but kind of trying to be human. These people that you're seeing are just so disgusting and weird to real humans like us. It kind of just ticks that uncanny valley mark in our brain or whatever. It seems like there's something inside of a human skin suit trying to act like a human. Now you can either accept or deny this lady's request for food, but of course it is not recommended to eat anything this creature gives you. Why would you do that? That's disgusting, honestly. The rest of the events that you might encounter while climbing the red staircase are pretty similar to this. The deeper you walk, the further you go up, the more various hallways you go in, the more doors you open. That means the more confusing the level will get, and the less it makes sense. Eventually, you'll just start hearing hearing random conversations from things that aren't there, and you'll see shadowy humans through the windows, and various corridors will seem smaller than they are or bigger than they are, and nothing is normal. Everything feels like it plays by different rules from our reality. It's like you walked into a different dimension, but you're invisible or something. You see these shadow beings walking around and you try to talk to them because they look human, but they don't answer you or even acknowledge your presence. The longer you stay here in these hallways and in this main staircase, the more your mind will begin to fade away and essentially shred itself like paper. Because there's so many turns, so many things you can do that you get like decision fatigue and you can't remember where you started or where you're going, and you're just in this infinite game of chutes and ladders in this gigantic maze, not knowing where you're at. And you can get lost very easily here because everything is so cramped and there's no long corridors, and it's just very, very confusing. And if you don't follow the same path that you need to take, you can get lost pretty easily, which is bad because this level is literally infinite. It's huge. And you also need to follow specific instructions to escape this huge staircase. You can open up a bunch of various doors that might lead to other levels, like level 0 or 5 or even 9 in some cases. Because like I said, some of the doors do open to different levels, which is an easy way out, but some of them don't, because you gotta open up a bunch of doors to figure out what works. Just try not to get lost while doing so. To enter the level, you have to jump through random holes in the wall of level 34, and that is actually the only way to get here. But if you find yourself here, you might regret coming. It's too difficult to leave. It's very hard. This level is kind of similar to me to Stan's Mindscape from Gravity Falls, when they go inside his head and they see all those doors and all those paths. That's exactly what it's like here. There's even different doors that lead to stuff that make no sense, and it's just very weird. It's like you're inside of the head of the giant or something. I don't know. It's all here. There's strange music, there's strange layouts, there's weird people that aren't really people, and they kind of seem like an alien trying to act like a human or play human. I don't know. Very weird. Leave a like if you enjoyed it. This one was odd and unnatural. But now you know, never start walking up a red staircase if you see one in the back rooms, because you're probably never making it out alive, to put it frankly. Level 93 is the 94th positive level in the lore of the Backrooms, and it's been classified as a class 4 difficulty because it's literally a snowy mountain. That's about as dangerous as you can get from an environmental standpoint. It was discovered on a redacted day by a Meg search crew, and the level appears at face value to be a baseless mountain with a sort of similar appearance to Mount Everest from real life. The difference being is this mountain has no bottom, which you can just start on the side. And even though it looks like a regular mountain from real life, it is anything but that. The snow and the ice here is comprised of several different anomalous properties, as well as the environment itself being comprised of weird stuff too, all of which I will be explaining in great detail right now. The physical ground of the mountain is covered in a thin, powdery snow, and it is very weak in composition. Ice and snow and sodium and carbon and iron is what this is all constructed out of, and this pretty much means that the mountain is prone to having huge avalanches at random intervals. Since the snow is so powdery, any slight movement can cause an avalanche to happen. And what causes avalanches, you might ask? Vibrations in the ground, which come from people like you trying to climb up the mountain. So you're pretty much taking your life in your own hands if you decide to come to this level and climb up to the top of the mountain. If you come here on purpose and you don't just accidentally fall here, you're gonna need to bring crampons and ice picks and proper clothing, that way you don't freeze. That'd be bad to freeze. The cold is literally so bitter in this level that even entities that no clip here freeze. Under the snow you can find the corpses of smilers and hounds scattered about. And this quote from the actual page itself really speaks to that. If a level kills entities which want you dead, you know you're gonna be in for something, end quote. So yeah, if the level is actually killing entities, imagine what it's gonna do to you. But if for some reason you choose to scale the mountain, maybe you're crazy, maybe you're insane, or maybe you're just bored, you're gonna wanna learn about its features, and you're gonna run into these features while doing so. Glaciers are the most common feature that you might run into, and these are pretty much just comprised of snow, dry ice, water, and carbon, things of that nature, just like glaciers from real life. These, however, are very dangerous because when you walk on them, you risk slipping down, because they're very slippery, just ice, and you could fall down the entire mountain for infinity, since there's no bottom. These specific glaciers don't follow the exact physical properties of real life ones either, because these are constantly growing and expanding and warping and glitching, and they constantly move around as well. Now, glaciers from real life, if you know anything about them, they move very slowly over thousands of years, and these move very fast in just a day. So if you're on top of a glacier and it starts glitching, you might fall into its own matter, and you might literally just freeze inside of a glacier. Other features you might run into, which are literally only available on the lowest parts of the mountain, are trees. Now, this should be impossible. There should be no trees up here since it's so high in elevation and since it's so cold, but these trees survive and they thrive here too. Like I said though, they're only at the lowest parts of the mountain, not the base because there is no base, but it is at the lowest part, and if you want to have some shelter, I would recommend just staying down here at the lowest part. Seismic activity is another feature that you might see here as well at the various summits of the mountains. You see, these various peaks on this mountain chain are actually volcanic, and they have the small chance to erupt. Now, these eruptions obviously would cause death or avalanches or more death if it happens, but the good news is it's pretty rare. They typically don't erupt. I mean, it's still a dangerous level because it's a snowy mountain, high in elevation with no shelter and stuff. But if a peak does erupt, the lava that emerges from it is said to flow at almost a 2 times faster speed than in real life, which kind of adds to another layer of danger because usually you could probably outrun lava, but you won't be able to do it this time. Now, finally, to what I mentioned in the intro, there are random tents that are sporadically placed on the sides of the mountains here. Now, these are usually manifested in the flatter areas, and they're normally reddish or yellow in color. These are never to be entered for any reason because they play home to the only entities in the level. Hounds and wretches and skin stealers kind of stay inside these tents waiting for wanderers that are freezing cold and wanting to get into shelter to come inside, and then they'll ambush them and eat them. They're also really the only dark places on this level, and many entities here like dark places. So if you see a tent or a group of tents, no matter how tired you are, no matter how exhausted you are, never go inside of a tent because there's probably something or someone in there waiting for you. The weather on the mountain is very hostile and it is ever changing. It can range anywhere from -9 degrees Celsius to -80 degrees Celsius, or for the Americans, 15 Fahrenheit to -112, depending where you're at in it. Now, obviously, that is a huge, massive gap that it can be, but either one of those is freezing cold, and if you don't have the right gear, you're not going to survive. The longer you stay on the mountainside, the worse the weather will end up getting. And also, elevation sickness is a massive issue here, since when you no-clip here, you're instantly going to be put at over 10,000 feet in elevation, and this might cause you to be wheezy, to throw up, to get sick, and that's just another thing you got to worry about while on the mountain in this level. So in order to avoid this level, you're going to want to avoid the entrance that I'm going to talk about right now, and you can enter the level from no-clipping through a random corner in level 8's cave. So if you don't do that, you should be fine. There's really no other confirmed way to get here, and there's also no confirmed way to exit the level. It's presumed that there is one, there is a way, it's just not documented yet. So if you do fall here, if you do come here, you're kind of screwed. Sorry. So yeah, this is a giant mountain with avalanches, lava, entities in tents, volcanic activity, altitude sickness, and freezing cold temperatures. This is the most normal Backrooms level that I've ever covered. And it's safe to say that you should never, ever come here. Level 94 is the 95th level in the Backrooms catalog, and it appears to be a huge expanse of green textured hills with strange features like houses and fences, water towers, and a floating castle that all dot its infinitely sprawling landscape. The entire level feels uncanny to look at. It feels fake and lifeless with its houses. There's a grainy, animated ambience that flows through the air, and it seems like this entire place was crafted by someone using art supplies for a school project. The main parts of this hilly expanse are safe to explore during the day, because there's no entities, but other parts might get more dicey as the nighttime comes around. The towns and the houses in this level have this 1930s stop motion type feeling to it, and on top of that, there's really old cartoony music playing through various siren poles on the level. With all that said, this entire place feels like a fever dream. It feels like something that you would only see while you're sleeping, while you're dreaming, but you're here in real life in the Backrooms when you're seeing it. Very odd, very uncanny, and it gives people this pit in their stomach. It makes them feel weird. There's a network of interesting roads that cut through these hills and valleys, and these roads can take you from towns to houses to castles to water towers to anything else you want to go to. As I just said, during the daytime, this level is pretty safe. It's cartoony, it's animated, you can walk around and explore the houses without worrying about anything. There's music playing, there's this lively old cartoon ambience. Everything's okay. But at nighttime, the music and the speakers stop playing, and the entities that lurk beyond will come out. More on this later though. The hills of level 94 go on forever, and there's no actual size that can be given to the level. It's infinite, and that's kind of a part of this level's appeal. People enjoy how expansive it is, how they can explore forever. The hills themselves have some unusual properties too. For example, some of them have random objects or pieces of furniture or cars on top of them, as well as some of them also have water towers that are on top as well. These water towers are thought to have almond water in them, and they feed the houses that live here. This entire level just seems like a school project. It smells fake, it looks fake, it smells like paint, and everything gives off this uncanny valley stop motion energy, especially while you're exploring the houses, because the houses themselves look to be made out of cardboard, and you can still fully explore inside of them even though they're cardboard. If you do go inside a house, you'll notice that there is a small amount of basic furniture and a few basic appliances inside. Nothing too fancy, but it's also not empty and abandoned. Along the roads that connect these houses to other things are random nonsensical road signs that just say random stuff on them. Like you could see a sign and it could say up and there's nothing above it, like it's pointing to something that's not there. Looming over these hills and houses that I've explained, off in the distance, many miles away, is a large transparent mountain structure with a floating castle on top of it. This might be level 94's most famous feature besides the houses that are here as well, and I'm gonna get into all of the lore that surrounds the floating castle right now. You're gonna want to stick around, it's weird. The castle itself is only known as the Castle of the Transparent Mountain, because the mountain it's on is indeed transparent. It's a very unique name, I know. For most of the level, your mind won't really be affected by anything. There's no bad effects, there's no sanity dropping stuff. Sure, it might look uncanny or strange, but there's no outright cognito hazards or anything like that, until you get to this castle. This area is known to cause many wanderers unease, and it causes people to break down their psyche just by walking into it. The castle itself looks to be some sort of fun house on the inside, with colorful, brightly painted rooms and hallways, and you can find things like ball pits and indoor playgrounds and studios and slides and inflatables and things of that nature inside its rooms. From the outside, it looks like a regular fixed-size castle from the old days, but the inside you'll notice that it's infinite and it's constantly expanding, and there's no end in sight. Because of this, it is very easy to get lost in the castle if you are not careful. There's a strange group of entities that can be seen in this castle known as Robo-Men, and essentially these are large robots that are kind of like the bodyguards of the castle. They're designed in that mid-1900s toy style, and they move around as if they're animated in a cartoon. That's how they move in this real life. What they do essentially is that they guard the castle doors. They're passive normally until you start messing around with stuff and touching stuff, and if they see you do this, they're gonna get angry and try to throw you out. So try not to get on their bad side. They are giant robots, so take that with what you will. After an unknown amount of time that passes, where you, the Wanderer, are inside this castle, you'll eventually run into something called the Throne Room. Now, this throne room is the location of an entity known as the Animated King. Now, the Animated King kind of overlooks the entirety of level 94. He's a very powerful, very enigmatic figure. Probably could do an entire video on him alone, to be fair. But at first, this Animated King seems fine. But in reality, he will attempt to control you and use you for his own bidding. Firstly, he'll put you through a few tests against your biggest fears and your biggest nightmares. Essentially, he will implement these nightmares and fears into your brain, and you'll kind of start daydreaming and visualizing them right in front of you in this animated form. He'll fill your head with these horrible nightmares, and his entire goal is to break your psyche down to where you're less than human. But if you somehow manage to withstand these nightmares from the Animated King, you will instantly be sent out of the castle, you will have passed this test, and you'll be back at the houses below in the grass. It's unknown why the animated king wants more subjects or what he does with all his subjects, but just try to stay mentally strong and it should be okay. But besides the castle and the other stuff that I mentioned, the level is barren. Most of it is just taken up by these swaths of grassy hills and the infinity of it that just go off forever. Just hills, stop motion houses, and signs and cars and stuff that shouldn't be there. Personally, I think this level has some of the best found footages out of any other level in the lore because the level already looks so animated and it just works really well in an animated footage form because of it. So go check out in the description below all of the footages that I've used in this video. Check out these amazing creators. They're super talented and they make this level come to life. But anyways, there are several entities that you might see in this level that you don't want to run into ever. At nighttime, you might see smilers and skin stealers and hounds and death moths and that sort of thing. But the main danger of the level is the animation entities. These things roam the streets when it gets darker, when the music stops playing, and they look very uncanny, very odd, very not normal. They're constantly warping and changing, and they look like they're out of a cartoon from the 90s. They're very aggressive, and they will attack anything that does not look animated. And last time I checked, humans do not look animated, so you're gonna be attacked by these things if they see. They're known to be very scary, very fast, and very strong, and to avoid them, stay out of sight, stay inside the house, and just don't get near them. To enter level 94, you have to follow these rules exactly, or you can't get here. It's this special combination of things you have to do, so just listen up. You have to first be in level 601, and then you have to escape that level to go directly to the hub. Once you go to the hub, a hole will appear in the ground, and then you can jump into that hole, and you'll be here in the grass by a house. So you have to go in exactly in that order, or you can't come here. To exit, you have to complete the animated king's trial, or you can no-clip through some of the houses to get sent to level 7 or 9 or 53. Level 94 is what I consider to be the perfect Backrooms level. It has that strange, otherworldly liminal feel to it, but it's also completely empty and barren and uncanny. That music that plays through those weird speakers adds that strange element. The animated king and these animated entities that control the level kind of just make it even more scary. It's not overdone, it's not cringe or anything. It is perfect in its liminality, and I truly believe that this level will stand the test of time forever. And looking back at it in 2024, almost 2025, it gets the brutally stamp of approval. I think this is the perfect level, and hopefully you enjoyed it too. Level 95 is the 96th Backrooms level in the catalog of lore, and it has been classified as a class undetermined because of all the weird properties and information that we just don't know about. The actual level has two distinct parts, the upper area and the underneath. And you can tell, just based off the name and what I've described, which one is the worst part. So let's go ahead and get into the safe part first. The upper area looks to be a series of corridors and offshoots made in a pretty bizarre architectural way. The walls are made mostly of bricks here, and sometimes in stone, but they can range from being enormous in size to being claustrophobic in size. Walking through the level itself is very hard, because the floor and the design is very odd. There's very skinny walkways and steep drop-offs to the underneath below, and in some areas there's very little light. And some of the floors are just missing huge chunks of actual floor, so you're gonna have to walk in tightrope on these little tiny brick paths. Randomly throughout this upper area, there are windows that are placed, and bright white light is shining directly through them. People are advised to not approach these windows at all, since they might actually be window entities and they might take you in, but if you want to know what's outside the window, there's really nothing, because it's just a void of white. No actual outside area has been seen, therefore the actual location of this level can't be really guessed. We have no idea where it's at. The level is extremely empty though, beyond what I just told you, especially in this upper part. There's hardly any other features at all, and because of this, any sound that you might make will echo and reverberate off of these sloped walls and hallways. This will actually work against you, because if there are entities somewhere, then they're pretty much getting alerted to where you're at, and you're ringing the dinner bell just by walking around. So if you are here and you come here on purpose, try to make as little noise as you humanly possibly can. Another unique feature of the level is that there is a strange scratching and clawing and whispering sound coming from behind the brick walls. And the sounds don't appear to have a physical source or something making them, but they do come from behind the bricks, and you really can't see or understand what's making them. Not yet, at least. More on that later. Very, 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 very rarely while exploring this upper part of the level, you will locate the dreaded staircases that lead to the underneath, which is the floor below the main part of level 95. Essentially, everybody who has gone down to the underneath and has tried to explore it and map it out has gone missing, and no one really knows what's causing it because there's no information available about it. What we do know is that the underneath is accessed by these staircases, and it is completely dark with no natural lighting at all, and almost nothing is documented because of how dangerous it is. The area seems to kind of be a rundown basement or bottom floor of an old house or building. There's dust, there's rocks, there's dirt and debris scattered on everything, and it's just a disgusting, dark, dank place. It smells old, it smells rotten. Those scratching sounds and whispering sounds from earlier can be heard down here too, just much more loud. They're much more voluminous here, and it almost seems like you're right next to whatever is making that noise. You also might even hear laughter or gurgling noises as well, and again, you can't see where it's coming from, it's too dark, but you know that something's out there making those noises. The laughter specifically is supposed to be extremely unnerving to those who come here, but as of right now, no one has actually seen or heard or got a picture or anything of what might be causing these noises in the underneath. But it is thought that the underneath has an extremely high concentration of entities, and this is probably why so many people have gone missing, and it also might be the cause of the noise and the gurgling and all that stuff. Making things even more difficult in this underneath area is that microphones and cameras and anything like that just don't work. They physically can't. If you turn on a microphone and record, only static or random loud bursts of noises can be heard. These noises can't even be heard in person, they can only be picked up on the microphones, and the cameras that you try to record with or photograph with are just still black, corrupted, glitchy images. The only thing that seems to work down here, technology-wise, is battery-powered flashlights. But it is essentially a death sentence if you come down the stairs to the underneath because no one has survived it, no one's lived to tell the tale. Even though we can't actually see the creatures that are here, it's implied that there is something in the darkness. Or there's nothing, maybe the darkness itself consumes you, who knows? But the only way you might survive the underneath is if you don't leave eyesight of the staircase you go down, that way you can go right back up. But that's really hard to do because the underneath is a confusing labyrinthine layout of this old skinny basement with these hallways and rooms and doors. It's kind of like a maze of these really tiny rooms, and if you walk through one door, you might get lost. And then it'll be pretty much impossible to remember where you've walked through, plus no technology works, plus it's pitch black, plus there's something gurgling and laughing off in the distance and no one can see it. It's just bad overall. The levels page itself says, quote, "Traversing the lower area of level 95 is not recommended at any cost. No one knows for sure what happens down there, and is guaranteed," end quote. Like I've said, there's no real amount of entities or entities in general that can be measured since no one's seen anything in the underneath because they haven't lived or documented it. In the upper part where there's tunnels and where there's the light and all that, you might see an entity or two. Typically these are clumps or smilers, but other than that, you're alone and it's just infinite brick curved hallways. The dangers lie in the underneath area, and especially if you're in the upper part and you see these chunks of floor missing, you could fall down into the underneath and you won't make it out. There's been no official documentation on specifics, no reports, no concrete evidence of anything, but we have to assume that some kind of powerful creature or species of creatures lives in the darkness, or that the darkness itself is human or animalistic, and it's out there laughing and salivating and waiting to ambush any fool who gets lost here. Any attempts to explore the underneath part by a search team or individual has resulted in them going missing, and that's all you can say about it. The underneath essentially symbolizes what it is to be in the Backrooms. You know, you're walking around this top area, it seems safe, there's really nothing bad, yet right under your feet, right below where you're walking, death and decay is there. And at any turn, you could fall in or walk downstairs to get there, and you know that something bad is waiting for you if you do that. And we don't even know what these creatures or whatever it is looks like. It's not mascot horror, it's not anything like that. It's just the idea and the thought of what lurks in the darkness. That is enough to scare people away. That is enough to cause people to go missing. I think this thing is super underrated personally, so leave a like if you think so as well. To enter the level, you can walk into an empty cellar in level 11, but to exit, you have to walk in the upper part with the brick hallways far enough away from where you started, and you'll randomly find a door that you can walk through to get to level 44. It's unknown what exactly the distance is it takes, but it's a long time, and you have to avoid falling into the cracks and into the underneath while you're looking for the exit. Nice. Level 96 of the Backrooms is the 97th level on the list, and it's a non-Euclidean infinite maze of ventilation ducts and tunnels and vents that lead to various places in the Backrooms. Specifically, this level leads to the first 7 levels in a bunch of different areas and ways, but it also leads to other enigmatic places like level Fun and other ones I'll get into. The types and the qualities of the vents in this level will change drastically depending on where you're at in the system. Some of them are old and rusty, some are new and shiny, some of them are so corroded through that you could just fall right down them into the level that you're above. It just depends on where you go. The level has many different layers of vents as well, all of which can go up or down in elevation, they can change directions, they can drop off for hundreds of feet, they can empty out into numerous random levels, they can be small, they can be big. You can kind of see how dangerous this is about to be, especially if you come here with no plan or by accident. If you do that, you're pretty much screwed. The vents possess a number of other hazards as well, like straight drop-offs that just go down 100% straight for hundreds of feet, dead ends, extreme changes in temperature, or the presence of entities. I mean, these are working vents after all, and that means there's air and heat that come through them. And depending on where you're at in the level, they can range in temperature from over 100 degrees Fahrenheit to negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you get caught in a really hot or really cold section, that could be disastrous for you. The vents typically are 3 feet by 3 feet, and they're just big enough for a full-size human to crawl into. And because of this, if you have claustrophobia, you might kind of get overwhelmed here, since they don't get bigger, they only get smaller. They can also shrink down unexpectedly, and they can dead end to where you can't go anymore and you can't crawl anymore. So you better hope that you don't find a dead end, or you might not be able to turn around. The actual location of this level is impossible to say though, because it can surround such a huge span of the Backrooms. I mean, it's listed at level 96, but it connects directly to level 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I don't know, it's kind of strange. Maybe it means that this is what surrounds the entire Backrooms, or maybe it's somehow underneath it or above it, I don't know. Condensation is another little issue that you might run into while on this level, because the air vents here might be cold enough to create water droplets on their inside. This water is not safe to consume, and do not let it touch you because it's very corrosive, similar to the carpet water of level 0. If you do want to take this water and to kind of store it up because you've been here for a long time, you're gonna have to boil it to drink it just to be safe. Water also causes rust to form, and rust, of course, is dangerous for many reasons, especially if you scrape your arms or your knees on top of it, but again, I'll get into that later. The only way you can sort of tell where you're at while you're crawling through this infinite maze of vents is by very closely listening and absorbing your surroundings. There's a small list on this level page of how the vents can change based on where you're at, and I'm going to read those right now. If you're in the vents and you hear an echoing, buzzing sound, and the vent that you're in is rectangular, then you're going to be near level 0. The buzzing noise should give it away. If the vent you're in is larger and it's more circular shaped and there's cool air running through it, then you're probably going to be near level 1. A smaller circle shaped and a warmer temperature running through it could mean that you're near level 2. Vents with small pipes on the side of their walls could mean you're near level 3, and so on and so forth. Level 4 cannot be accessed right now because the vents are too small for people to fit through, they're just too claustrophobic, and level 5 has no entrance to it as well. Level 7 has vents, but they're all flooded with freezing cold water. And level 8 is a cave, and caves don't have vents inside of them, if you didn't know that. Now, those are just some of the entrances that have been found and documented. Like I said, there's also tons more. This entire level is a messy maze that can go out in infinite directions forever and can drop you off pretty much wherever. The only way you can really see is by doing what I just said, absorbing your surroundings and listening, or you can find a rare vent grate that looks out to the level, and if you see one that you like, you can kick out the grate and you can jump through it. Although some of of these vents and grates are entrances to deadly places, like level fun and level run and things of that nature. So just make sure you know where you're at before kicking out a grate and jumping down. If you have claustrophobia, or if you have a bad back or something, or if you're tall, this level and its expansive tunnels would probably be one of the worst things that you could explore. You're essentially forced to crawl around at this very tight, cramped place for days at a time, using the only light that you have in these dark, damp metal tunnels with no light. And that's not even considering the parts that are eroded or falling apart, or there's the random fall-offs or steep drops. There's just so many dangers here that it's really hard to avoid them. There's also no way that you can no-clip through the actual vents themselves to get to other levels. Everything here is physical. You have to crawl directly through the vent openings and jump down into whatever levels you can see. Entities are also another aspect of the level that are going to make it more dangerous. They're more heavily concentrated in the areas that are eroded or that are older, but the main entity isn't really an entity per se, it's rust. Rust is highly concentrated in the sections of the tunnels where there's dew and moisture and condensation, and if you cut yourself on your knees or on your hands while crawling around here, you're gonna be in trouble. Now, other entities like clumps and smilers have been seen in these tunnels as well, and they are known to be very interesting, and they feast on the wanderers that get lost here and stuck here. Just whatever you do, you better hope and pray that you don't crawl through a tunnel where you can't turn around, because then you'll be just stuck facing one direction, and you could be hanging upside down, or you could be falling upside down or something. It's just a very claustrophobic, terrible place to be. To enter the vents of level 96, you can open up a vent grate from any level that has one, and you can climb up inside of it and you'll be here. To exit, you gotta do what I said earlier. You gotta wander around and crawl around until you find a level through the gap, kick open the grates, and you just jump out. But I find it very interesting that you can be here on level 96, crawl for a certain amount of time, and then you can see level 0 through the vents, kick it out, and you'll be back at level 0. It's a very interesting thing, and it kind of just shows how all of these levels are connected in more ways than we thought. But I think you know by now, after hearing the explanation, why it would be a terrible decision to go into vents inside the back rooms. You're risking getting stuck, you're risking getting lodged in something that you can't get out of. Plus there's entities, plus there's hot and cold air. It's a very scary place. So level 97 is the 98th level in the lore, and it's been classified as a class 3 survival difficulty because it is unsafe and unsecure and has a low entity count, but there's more to all that stuff than meets the eye. It's more dangerous. The part of the level that has been explored seems to be a very small island surrounded by a saltwater ocean. The island itself is covered in tufts of grass, and various scattered rocks and boulders dot the shorelines. There are steep cliffs on one side of the island, and the other side of the island kind of just slowly goes into the water. The other features of note on this small piece of land are, of course, the lighthouse that the level is known for, and a number of weathered old gravestones. At random intervals inside the level, new gravestones can actually appear, but I'll mention more on that later. Level 97 has no day or night cycle, and it is constantly stuck in this dark, gloomy, misty atmosphere. But literally the only thing of note on this small piece of land is the lighthouse here. There's literally nothing else. The weather on the island is not too crazy. There's no real clouds or anything like that, but there is usually that constant mist and fog that rolls through. On one side of the island is where the lighthouse is actually located. Now, the only problem is the interior and the inside of the lighthouse is unknown as of right now, and it hasn't been explored all the way. No one could really get into it before it disappeared, and I'll explain its disappearance later. But the main feature of the lighthouse was the light on the top of it that constantly and slowly spinned around. This is the only source of light that is on this level, and the light itself is not normal. It's said that any object that the light used to shine on would be destroyed and melted completely just by the light touching it. So the light slowly spins around, and whatever comes into contact with its light beam would just get incinerated. So it's not really a light, it's more of a laser, but you know. The ocean around this island and around the lighthouse stretches out for what's presumed to be an infinite distance. Although it's not known how big it is known that the level is not infinitely deep. There's actually a bottom to the ocean, it doesn't just go down. Offshore in the water on the left side of the island is an old sailboat. that just sits in the water. This sailboat is frozen in time, and that pretty much means that the waves and the wind and the water did not move it at all. It's just stationary, sitting there in the water. Nothing can change what happens to the boat. It's always just there. And because of this, the sailboat is safe to explore, safe to get on, if you can kind of swim out in the water and get there. And because of that, some wanderers actually use it as the outpost on this level, and they can sleep and kind of just spend the night here to get through the level. The island itself is home to a very small population of humanoid-like entities known only as ghouls. These ghouls are less human and more so zombied, and they do resemble zombified corpses that are extremely decomposed. It's almost to the point where they're falling apart and they're just made out of bones. These ghouls are really enigmatic in nature, and they seem to work as kind of a hive mind. When a ghoul sees a wanderer, it'll start walking towards them at a very slow pace. You can outrun the ghouls if you have to, but there are a ton of them, and they crawl and walk everywhere, so the best choice of action would be to not get cornered by one at all. If you can avoid this main island entirely, that would be the smart thing to do. Kind of just go out and stay in the boat. You don't want to mess with all the dangers here, the ghouls, the light that could burn you, all that stuff. Now, the ghouls and the light seem to be connected in a weird, almost esoteric way, almost as if the light helps the ghouls hunt. By shining on different things, the ghouls will go to it. And if the ghouls catch something, they actually sacrifice their prey to the light by putting it directly in the beam and then melting whatever it is. So it's very weird, very unnatural, almost very H.P. Lovecraft, if you've heard of that, and it's very unsettling. But the most unnatural, the most odd thing about this level is what I mentioned back in the intro, and it's the radio broadcast that can be picked up here inside of the level's confines. The broadcast signal is constantly playing a Morse code that just says, save them, save them, save them, over and over and over and over again, and it's done this forever. The signal is present at all times in the level, and at all areas in the level, and no one knows exactly where it comes from, although some people do speculate that it used to come from inside the lighthouse. It might also come from a crashed ship or a boat somewhere out in the ocean. We don't know. There are a few audio logs of people that have gone missing on this island and people that have been consumed by the light from the lighthouse, and you can read all of that in the description below if you'd like to. It just explains a little bit more of what you already know and what I just said. Just know that it's dangerous here, there's weird light, there's ghouls, and there's a strange radio transmission. That's all you need to know. Now, out of all of what I just read to you, that was the initial level page. That's what it used to be. But after a Meg member named Alice experienced something very weird, kind of this shifting event on this level, the level experienced a big change. Alice was never seen again, and she actually ended up getting lost, and the level does not look the same as it used to. It does not look how I just described it. At this point, and in the modern day, the entirety of level 97 is just the island, with no ghouls, no lighthouse, and the broken remains of the sailboat that I mentioned earlier. So the boat is now broken, all the lighthouse is gone, and the ghouls are also gone. The island now has 17 exact gravestones with flowers growing around them here. And at this point, that is all there is on the island. All the stuff that was there is now gone, and whatever happened to Alice and the other Meg members seem to have shifted or collapsed the level in a certain way. But what happened to Alice is just one of the many mysteries that level 97 has to offer. You know, like, what was the light from the lighthouse? How could it melt anything it touched? What were the ghouls? How'd they get there? Were they old lighthouse keepers? Are they marooned pirates? I don't know. Who put the gravestones there? Why was there a boat that was wrecked here? We just do not know the answer to pretty much any of these questions. Nonetheless, it's a cool level with a cool aesthetic, and it seems like H.P. Lovecraft might have written it. So, level 98 is the 99th level in the catalog of lore, and it has been given a description that is quite simple, quite easy to follow. It's just a few paragraphs long. The entirety of the level is split up into several different zones, with two main ones existing. The first area is a small repeating section of old brick roads in between buildings. The road is lined on both sides by these old brick structures, and it kind of gives you the vibe that you step back into time somehow, like you're not in modern day anymore. The brick buildings themselves look like storefronts and shops and apartment buildings, but they seem older and more ancient. The one and only really weird property that this level has is a strange thing that happens in the physical space, in the actual air. This property is known as looping, and what that means is essentially you are looped over and over and over again when you're outside. So if you stood in the middle of this road and you looked out in front of you, you would see a copy of yourself out in front of you. and this repeats over and over and over, kind of like an infinite mirror in a maze or something. This effect is not detrimental or that dangerous, it's just kind of weird to look at, and it can throw people off if they don't know about it. Almost none of the buildings on the side of this street can be opened. Most of their doors are locked, and their windows are barred shut. But the one that can be open, of course, is the famous Downtown Diner restaurant. This is the main focal point of the level, and it's the part that you probably heard about. The diner has a glowing yellow lit sign on the outside of the building that has the words Downtown Diner written on it. And it really looks to be the only place in the level that has any sort of life to it. Everywhere else is kind of abandoned and barren and cold feeling. This place feels warm and alive. It's kind of like going out to a Waffle House at 1 a.m., if you know what I'm talking about. When you approach the diner and when you open up the door to go inside, you will instantly hear the soft, familiar sound of classic music playing in the speakers. The comforting smell of breakfast foods being cooked will waft from the kitchen area, and the sounds of dishes and clanking pots and silverware chattering and bustling people can be heard as well. It seems like you just walked right into a diner from your childhood and that everything, for just a moment, is peaceful. The only bad part is these sounds do fade as you get closer to the kitchen area, and you'll realize that it's actually empty. But it was nice while it lasted. Looking out to the rest of the interior of the diner, you'll notice old-looking booths and tables and chairs and an old breakfast bar and dim lights from the ceiling while that music plays overhead. It really has the feeling of an old Waffle House or a Denny's from real life if you've ever been to one of those. And to add even more to that effect, the level is always dark outside, and the calm ambient lighting inside here is just very relaxing. It's known to be very calming. If you walk in and sit down at any one of these booths or tables or at the bar or anything, there's a good chance that you can summon a few different entities. Now, these entities take the physical appearance as people that you know from real life, or rather people that you used to know, because you're not in real life anymore, you used to know, you know what I'm saying. These people will look very, very similar, almost identical to individuals from your personal life in the front rooms. The only problem is the faces of these entities are slightly blurred, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly what you're looking at or who you're looking at, but you just kind of know who they are. It would be like if you saw your mom out in public with her face blurred, like you would know it's her, but you couldn't actually tell. Any attempts to stand up and to approach these entities has caused them to vanish. They seem to not want to talk to you or interact with you at all, and they kind of just pop up and walk around and act as the other patrons and the other visitors to the diner. The diner can be empty when you walk into it, but when you sit down, these people I just mentioned will appear and they'll kind of be there sitting at the other booths. The diner instills a lonely and melancholic feeling into wanderers who find themselves here. It gives emotions of happiness and contentness, but also the feelings of isolation. You know, you're here all alone and by yourself, and you're 97 levels deep into the backrooms, and you're kind of just sitting in an empty building at a diner table. That seems lonely, yeah, but at the same time, you're not being eaten by an entity, you're not being devoured by something else, there's not an environment trying to kill you, you're just here at this one moment in time in a peaceful, calm diner. And because of this relaxing nature of the level, there's been a few bases and a few outposts that have cropped up as well. Since it's a class 1 safe level and there's no bad effects, that was bound to happen. The one and only real outpost that's here that people live in is known as the Diner Patrons. And these are kind of just people who have decided to not leave the diner. They're wanderers from any walks of life that have gotten here and have decided to just eat the food that's available here, consume the drinks that are available here, and just chill inside the diner at the booths forever. They're not aggressive, they're willing to trade, they're willing to talk to you, and it's just one of those cool groups of people that you can run into while in the back rooms. Speaking of the food and the drink in this diner, the kitchen area is typically stocked with food, and it seems to infinitely replenish its own stock, which is a pretty common feature in the back rooms, but I digress. Breakfast foods and lunch foods are available here. Even if you might have to cook them, the appliances are still there for you to do that. So if you're really craving like eggs and bacon or something, you can go back in the kitchen and cook up some eggs and bacon. It is unknown why the diner is the only building in all of the level that can be opened. Like I said, there's tons of other different buildings outside. They're just closed off, they're locked, you can't see in them, you don't know what's beyond the doors, you don't know what's beyond the windows. As of right now, this is the only place you can go. But even though all those doors are locked and the diner is the only thing open, there's still no outright danger to anyone that comes here. This is just an old-fashioned, liminal space-esque level that you should come to and visit if you want to take a respite from the dangers of the backrooms. But to enter this level, if you want to come, you can choose one of two ways. One is that you can find a metal door over on level 5 or level 11, and you can walk through to find an entrance to the hub. Once you're in the hub, you can find an entrance to here. But you have to do it in the order I just said, or it won't appear. To exit, you can escape into the darkness of level 6 by walking down a really pitch black alleyway in this level to the end of a street. And by doing that, you'll end up in level 6. Or you can do the easier way and the less crazy way and just walk into the bathroom of the diner, and this will take you to level 103. This level is easy to enter, this level is easy to exit, and it's one of those perfect levels that no matter what happens here or what happens in the backrooms, you can come here and you can just relax for as long as you want to. No one really ever thinks about this level, but I think people should. It's such a great place to go, very vibey, very calm, and it's just a beacon of relaxation while you're going through the hellscape of the Backrooms levels. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. Level 99 is marked as the 100th level of the Backrooms, and it is the last level for this year's Brugmas, which I know extended past New Year's, but I got busy. Sorry. Hopefully you all enjoyed Brugmas though. Level 99 itself has been labeled as a class oasis, and has a desolate terrain, but intelligent life, as well as the presence of passive creatures, which I will explain later on in the entity section of the video. Now, as stated in the intro, the level is disgustingly, sickeningly orange in every way. The air is distorted and warped, and orangish yellow hues flow through all of it. Photographs of this level often show a hazy and glitchy environment, but in a physical sense, the level itself is decently normal. The ground here is made up of some sort of reddish sand type thing, and it looks to be a desert landscape and layout. This desert spreads over the horizon as far as the eyes can see. There is no day and there is no night, as the sky is always this blistering, overbearing orange color. It's unrelenting, it's unchanging, everything is orange. Now the sand here is not soft, like you'd think it would be. In fact, it's actually coarse and gravelly and metallic. It just hurts your feet to walk on it, especially if you're barefoot. The skies and the air above seem to not be solid matter, as they're ever warping and ever changing. The smell of the desert in this level is similar to rust or corroding metal, and this is because the sand on the ground is actually made of small bits of rust. Yay, I'm sure that's healthy. The level is hot and blustery, and of course the ground is covered in rust, so when you're walking through, your eyes and your nose and your mouth will essentially be assaulted by rust going in them. Your nose will have the smell of old metal, your eyes will have metal shavings in them, and your body will be whipped against the coarse rust flowing through the air. How exactly is this level a class oasis again? I don't know. The level is such a barren place. It feels like the planet Dune from the Dune movies and books. And it really just puts people in this lonely headspace to be exploring here. Now, the discovery of this level is also pretty interesting. A couple people were walking around on level 4 in the office rooms there when they located a door that was floating in the air a few centimeters off the ground. This door was made out of wood, and on the front of the wood door, there was a sign nailed to it that simply read, Ghoul Town. Opening up this door, they were led to the desert of level 99. But something else strange occurred whilst this was happening. The two people who discovered this door said that if you walked behind it and you looked at the door from behind, you could not see it. It was only visible from the very front. Yet, there was no door frame or anything like that. It was just a floating door. It was stated that looking at this door and being near it gave extremely trippy and weird hallucinations to those who were nearby, almost as if the door was convincing them to walk over to it and open it and to explore what was beyond. Now, the Ghoul Town, this mysterious oasis vanishing town, it is the only community here, and like I said, it's also where the level gets its name. The Ghoul Town city is an area nestled deep into the heart of the desert on level 99. The town itself is said to be massive, and it's estimated to be over 4,000 square meters in size. And the way the Ghoul Town was discovered is also pretty cool, and I'm gonna go ahead and read it in the form of this discovery log from the page. That way you can kind of get the most realistic explanation of how it was. It reads as follows. We were cautious at first, but as we walked, we noticed that the ghouls were more human-like than zombie ghoulish. They resembled the undead, but seemed passive enough to try and to communicate with. So we tried asking one of them about a place we could stay. They apparently cannot talk, but they did know sign language. Stanley's ASL classes are finally paying off, I see. And told us that if we were new to town, we should go to the local grocery store for a complimentary gift basket. I'd never expect a place called Ghoul Town to be so hospitable. And other people have been here too, which was really unexpected, considering your first reaction to a massive expanse of orange sand would not be to go and explore it, unless you're us, of course. The grocery store is a lot like the ones from the front rooms. It's even got running electricity and fresh produce too. We went up to the main counter near the back of the store, and the manager, whose name is Brenda, started singing up a storm with Stanley. I can't remember if Stanley took ASO lessons or signed up for the Naruto club. After a bit of back and forth Naruto hand signs, Brenda opened a door into what I assume is a pantry, and comes out with 2 neatly tied up gift baskets. Now, I warned Stan that we shouldn't immediately trust these people, since, is that chocolate cake? So we're alive. That means the food wasn't poison. Who knew ghouls ate the same stuff as humans instead of humans? After stuffing our faces full of pastries and bread rolls, Stanley started asking around if there was maybe a motel or something that we could stay in for a while to rest, until we ran into a ghoul whose name was Neil, who I assumed was an old man. He brandished this polished spruce cane, slicked back white hair, bowl hat, and scoliosis. He signed to us to head to the downtown area and to talk to the people living on the hill. We would have gotten more information out of him, but he fell asleep halfway through the sentence. Stanley said he could have actually said anything else. The signs he had made were so crude and lazy that he barely got that. But abiding by the logic of the old wise people, and against our better judgment, we decided to go to downtown, end quote. So as you can see, these people kind of just came here and were walking around this empty desert ghost town, and they ran into these things like ghouls. They said they're not really human, but they were kind of human and they couldn't talk using voices. But the weirdest part is that they were given gift baskets by these ghouls full of pastries and chocolate cake. Now, these people were not poisoned when they ate the cake and the pastries, but they were worried about it since that's what the guy said. He was like, I guess we weren't poisoned. So who knows what was in that cake? Maybe it was humans, after all. Anyways, they estimated that this ghoul town had a population of about 50 people in it, and that the only way to communicate was through sign language, as well as grunts and hand gestures. But beyond all of what I just said, which is strange of course, the level just keeps getting weirder. Because beyond the outskirts of the town, there is a sign that points directly to the downtown area. And if you make it all the way here, consider yourself lucky, because your eyes will be itchy and burning and inflamed. Your skin will be itchy and scratched from the rust, and your eyes will be able to see nothing but orange. It is estimated that the atmosphere of level 99 is over 30% made of rust. That includes the air, the ground, and everything else. And that's what gives the sky this orange color. Because of this, it is of course unsafe to breathe or have any open wounds or anything like that in this level. So if you have to come here, make sure you cover your eyes, make sure you cover your mouth and nose, and try not to have any cuts either. Many humans have made it to the ghoul town, but have not managed to make it back to tell the tale. Because of this, the town has developed a sort of mythos and a sort of legend around it in the backrooms. There are strange whisperings and rumors of people asking, do you know how to get to Ghoul Town throughout the backrooms? It's kind of like the city of gold, like El Dorado from real life. People know it's there, or at least they think they do, but it's hard to find and even harder to survive. The ghouls that live in Ghoul Town seem to be husks of their former selves. They're bent and they're twisted, and they don't seem human anymore. They're uncanny and strange to converse with, although they seemingly do understand what you're saying when you speak. But besides the ghouls, the town is empty. It seems like a ghost town. You're just walking through these sandy corridors with nothing but the wind blowing and the rust hitting you. No one truly knows if the ghoul town exists, or if it's some sort of oasis that your mind conjures up. We just can't tell yet. But if you want to somehow enter and search for it, you can do so by being on level 4, finding that floating door, walking through it, and following the signs that are painted Ghoul Town to the Ghoul Town. Of course, this is extremely hard to do. Most people don't make it out alive, but if you're already coming here, you probably expect that. To exit, it's thought that you have to make it all the way back to the door that you came in through and then walk out it. But this level itself is hallucinatory, and it's rusty and orange, and it's really hard to find your way through due to desert storms and fog and smog, so it's almost impossible to get out, and like I said, most people don't escape. They are condemned to wander the infinite desert forever. Or maybe they're just chilling in Ghoul Town eating chocolate cake, I don't know. But the Ghoul Town resembles and represents the last stop in the Backrooms. It is the final double-digit level before we enter the 100s, and very few people can make it beyond this to discover level 100 plus. It sounds like a fake story, like this big city, this big oasis in the middle of a deadly desert. But only time will tell if it can be escaped though, and if it's indeed truly real. Because as of the second, we really don't know if it is.
Level 100, if you want to be specific. Let's get into it. Silent Sounds is classified as class undetermined because it's a pretty weird place actually. Simple as that. The level is made up of a straight sand path with an ocean that goes out an infinite length on both sides of the sand. The sand itself looks smooth, almost like it's padded down, and it seems to go on in all directions forever. There's only been one explorer here, and they said that there isn't any starting point or ending point to the sand, and that it just keeps going on forever. If you walk up and down this coast, there's a chance you might find some weird objects like phones or pictures or even clothes. Nice. So pretty much anything that a person might carry on them in real life. It's pretty weird to me. The explorer who came here said that after a good distance of walking down the sand, you'll come across a gravestone. Now there actually will be multiple gravestones here, all scattered out. Each of the gravestones have these faces carved into them. Each of the faces are different, but the explorer who was there referred to the face carvings as looking calm or at peace. Nice. Now under the faces, each headstone has a date carved into it, and it's assumed that this was the date of the unaliving of that person. Like I said earlier, the oceans here on level 100 are infinite, and that is solidified by the fact that the explorer that was here swam out for a long time to sea, but the horizon never changed. And then they dove underwater to see if there was anything there, but the ocean pretty much had no features. It just had sand and rocks at the bottom. And the visibility underwater was actually completely clear, so you can just look out down and to the side forever in any direction. But if the ocean floor did decrease in elevation, there would be clumps of rock, not just sand, but other than the rocks and the sand, there's literally nothing in the ocean. No animals, no seaweed, at least as far as we know. There aren't any bases here, but there is one entity, and it's called the Shadow. Now the Shadow is a creature that can only be seen out of the corner of someone's eye, so their peripheral vision. This creature has been reported all over the Backrooms, but is now thought to mainly live here. At first, people thought the creature was invisible, but the leading theory from Meg is that the creature just has good camouflage skills, where it can mimic the environment almost exactly. To enter this level, it's thought that you can just play unalived, if you know what I mean, and the shadow entity thing will teleport you here. Now the first time this method happened was when the explorer that we've got all this information from was on level 11 themselves, and they were running from a hostile group. The explorer then played unalived, and they left her alone, and then she was dragged here mysteriously by this shadow entity. So I guess you just have to be really convincing. Nice. To exit the level, all you have to do is mess with the objects that float up on the beach, or mess with the gravestones themselves. The shadow will then transport you to level 0. The explorer who was here figured it out because they picked up a water bottle that had washed up on the beach, and then they were sent back. Nice. So to summarize, level 100, aka Silent Sounds, is a level with a thin strip of sand and oceans on both sides. The oceans go out forever, and the water is crystal clear. The beach has random items washed up on it, and there are also random gravestones with faces carved into them. There's also a pretty much invisible entity that lives here that can teleport you out if you mess with this stuff.